So, we are ready to go. It is right around 1:30. So we are going to get an update soon. We were hanging at 154, but we have increased our power somewhat significantly. And if we get in for one more game, maybe we will be able to do even better. While I was gone, it does seem that the top 10 has gotten very far and away from where I was at. So we're not going to stress too much about the rankings. We are just here to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is definitely not what we want to see. We could though, hit a Ghost Cyclone, draw into a Kobold, and get our low levels that way. Theoretically, this could work. Unfortunately, it does not appear that it is going to. So we are simply setting 2 cards and passing it over. Definitely not the best game one for the stream. But it is funny. And since they are a Rebel deck, there is always a chance that they somehow don't find lethal. Though if they have 2 boss monsters, they are definitely getting in there. They said a monster, but they did flip the Shadow Buyer. Oh, but still no back row. I was really hoping to be able to take advantage of these Cyclones. Oh, and the SL comes 1 card too late. I mean, if they had another boss monster, they probably would have summoned it. So, let's go here. Then, let's set this. Activate the skill, and we get rid of a heavy metal. They have a goat, but that's okay. We can summon our invasion. And if they don't draw into another high-level monster in their next few... I messed up. I forgot that SL doesn't count towards that. Welcome, Benex. So let's see where the ranking update's at. It says we are 71st, though we did just lose a game and a ton of rush power. Hope you're having a good time, Benex. By the way, are you playing in stage 2? Or are you just watching the show? Yeah, we will see if we make it to top 50. I think it would be a bit of a climb. We have a slightly better hand this time. And I think we definitely just go ahead and set all 5 of these face down. A decent opening move, but it really depends on how many copies of Cyclone and Essel my opponent is able to find. And of course, even though I have set 3 monsters, Aro is able to flip all of these up with ease. So there is still a good chance I'm taking 2300 or even 3500 damage this turn. They have the Kobold and a Fire Breath, targeting the Shield and Sword. That is kind of fine with me. If they bring in a invasion, well, I guess regardless, I can destroy this. And then I have a free swing into their life points next turn, even if I don't find a boss monster, which we don't. It's a good thing we took this line. Let's go ahead and Kobold. Send away Currybot. Draw a new card. Still not looking great. But that's okay. We're gonna mill more cards, and if there's a boss monster there, we can shuffle it back in with the Shadow Buyer. But we still don't even find a boss monster. So it's a good thing we milled them so we don't draw them next turn. Let's battle. Swing in, get some damage. And then we pass it over. Definitely an interesting duel. Oh no. Skipping sleep is probably not super healthy. But I do appreciate everyone who came out. Hopefully, these duels aren't so boring you end up falling asleep. So we see a curry bot. Invasion. The skill. And then, I mean, if it's an invasion on its own, 2300 isn't that threatening. And then a heavy metal would be even less. Oh no, it'd be 25. And now they are down to just 2800. We find a heavy metal. That is going to be game, for sure. Heavy metal works on level 8 or lower. Summon out a goat, and then the heavy metal finishes them off. We get our revenge for last time. And that'll do it. So, last stream we peaked right around 25,000, which is what we're at right now. We slid down very far, but we've climbed our way back. Goal for today, maybe 30,000, 35,000, 40 if we get super lucky, but I wouldn't count on it. So, what are we fighting next? I feel like it has been a lot of Roas and Yugas. And the issue is, I feel like some of the techs that I make to play against Royal Rebels wouldn't be very good into the Overlord decks, who are running Torna. So it's a really hard meta to counter. And we get another really awkward hand. I think we basically need them to draw into a back row, so we are able to pop it. Okay. Not too bad. Well, pretty bad. The invasion is not a level monster, which means this draw doesn't help us. I think we just sat to try to save ourselves some life. So they sent green to the graveyard, even though they sent blue last turn. So now we know they have two different ones. They have both blue and green ready. And it's not like this is gonna do anything to stop them. I mean, invasion can be okay, but I'm pretty sure they have the maximum. More or less ready to go. Swing in, and then Magnum Overlord can come in and finish this. We have the Majesty, but no Babysitter Goat. Really unfortunate. I mean, and even if they don't have the full maximum, they can actually just kind of walk over our monster, which is also rough. Maybe I should have played the heavy metal. It wouldn't have mattered. And they have a Torna for the extra damage. And even a shield and sword. Well, that one was milled. Send them an ice. I think the good thing is, with the 2 games we've lost on stream, I'm fairly confident there wasn't much I could have done better, outside of the deck builder. Maybe I can cut a spell or trap card. But also, the shield and sword that bricked me this time, won me the game in the game we did win. So it's hard to say. Is 57 good or bad? It was at like 70 at some point. But it's started tanking as we get higher in the ranks, which I suppose is to be expected. So, if this is a mirror match, we could theoretically summon the heavy metal and set a babysitter goat. To kind of force him to have an invasion. We could also set 3 and pass, but then we might brick next turn. I'm going to actually try this out. 1, 2, 3. And a normal summon. Welcome, Demon Bee Gaming. Maybe running too many Ghost Cyclones. It is entirely possible. I have lost plenty of games to drawing multiple Cyclones. So obviously an invasion here is 2300 either way. But if they only have a heavy metal, then we actually establish a pretty strong board, as they can either deal the damage or clear me, but not both. Yeah, no problem, Demon Bee. I could use the extra YouTube watch time anyway. I highly consider Twitch more of a secondary platform. They basically force me to run ads every hour. I try to set it up so that the ads are timed with when I go get water and stuff, but it doesn't always work out. Oh, thank you for the follow, Danger Man. My opponent is taking a really long time to think this through. I wonder what they could possibly be on. And welcome, Crimson. Nice to see you again. Oh, and thank you for the Prime subscription, Danger Man. I really appreciate that. I am still pretty new to actually being an affiliate, so I don't know what the appropriate reaction is when people. It still feels weird to have people giving me money. I mean, even though the Prime is free technically. Okay, my opponent has finally figured out what they wanted to do after 7,000 years of thinking. I really thought we were gonna get the few in from the opponent timing out, but they are playing a card. It is taking them a very long time to draw an extra card. It makes me think like my internet might be going haywire. And then Robert, do I get anything from the ads? I get maybe like 10 cents per stream. And you can't even redeem it unless you are already earning like over $100 total. So no, I haven't actually made any money. But it's interesting to see the little bar graph that it shows up. so my opponent had an Essel. This whole time, my opponent had Essel. Why are they spending so long on what appears to be a very strong opening hand? Do they not have a boss monster? Like, they even have the Curry Bot to protect them from my own heavy metal on the next turn. Invasion, of course. And then heavy metal. Alright, and they are swinging in. They somehow took 10 minutes to figure out the most basic play the deck could make. But okay. We're going to, invasion up. Gargoyle onto the board. No Creep Out Engrave, so we want to do that. Activate our skill. We will send an invasion to the graveyard. Oh no, please, internet, do not disconnect. This is such a free win. We need it to actually hold for a minute. The connection errors are devastating. If we start losing games to that, I might not be streaming. Come on. One. Oh no. Two. Come on, hang in there. Swing. If the battle phase will let me. Danger Man, I believe you are the second Ironiclast, but yeah, I think you get the founder badge for if you're part of the first 10. Sorry for the late response, and welcome, Sarah. We are currently very stressed due to internet issues. This game should hopefully be a clean win. But it could go either way. I could always disconnect, or they could find a huge swing in momentum. They have another... Oh no. That is so good. They won. They got me. They spent all of that time. I thought we were gonna disconnect. I thought they were gonna time out. And then we lose after so long waiting. I really thought we had that one. That is rough. But we'll try to get them in the next one. Let's go ahead. We want to get this Essel out of the way. We're against an Overlord player, so we're not going to go ahead and leave anything in attack mode. Force them to have the Torna. Alright, they found the red piece. So they need to show blue and green. Yeah, I think we are something like 1 in 3 on stream right now. So it has not been our smoothest climb. So So what I was saying earlier was you could try to attack for the royal level matchup. Include more monsters that eat attacks from a heavy metal. But then you're playing into Torn of the Windweaver and Hysteric Force, what I think are the two most common matchups. So finding something good against all three of these decks is almost impossible. Fortunately, we have an invasion, so we are able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. But remember, Essel is not going to work for us, so we need to get two monsters onto the board. Currybot and the Gargoyle. Activate the skill, Hell Tuning Invasion. And we discard the Babysitter Goat. Essel goes to attack mode, but we change it right back to defense, since it's not able to attack. We could use the Shield and Sword to deal some extra damage. That seems worth it to me. Shield and Sword, and then Invasion. Now, if this was heavy metal, it'd be even better. But we will take what we can get. We have a Goat and a Currybot in the grave, no need to Essel. Battle phase, swing in for 23. It is worth noting, even this hit can be lethal if they pair Talismanic Seal Array with a maximum summon. But it should be relatively unlikely. They are ditching another red piece. Debuff the invasion. And then it is the third red. And they might be holding on to another piece. Interesting. We don't find a boss here. That's rough. We could try to draw into it with the Kobold. As life points don't really matter too much in this matchup. I say let's go for it. Their only piercing is usually from Tornus, so the Goat can go to the graveyard. We draw another one. Shadowbuyer doesn't get us there. Let's set a couple cards and pass it over. Welcome, Justin. And let's see what they bring out. We do have one negate, but we almost definitely don't use it unless it's lethal, as being able to stop a maximum attack is way more important. Here comes a Torna. And they are just swinging in. I'm surprised they aren't keeping... Okay, so they absolutely have the maximum. Otherwise, they would have used Torna for the extra damage here. Very important thing to note. And they are turning off a Ghost Cycling because they have a trap card too. They know I'm on Cyclone. This is fine. We will use Invasion. For sure. Well, I mean, I could heavy metal. That actually doesn't sound too... No, I need to keep the heavy metal around. Okay. So we need to go Shadowbuyer. Gargoyle. Activate skill. Or do we even activate the skill? Maybe we just swing normally. That seems reasonable. I guess no, yeah, I need to keep the heavy metal around. Okay. So we're just gonna summon Invasion. Set this. and try to swing over the Torna. Inflict a little bit more damage. And then we pass, and we let them summon the maximum, and then we hit them with the King's Majesty. Yeah, I agree. I think they definitely have all of the pieces. That's a Torna. Again. Oh, but they're actually using the skill. Oh, because they're able to put the green back anyway. Okay. Yeah, this makes sense. I think I will widespread. Because that one doesn't matter that much. And I let them clear if they want to. No, of course they are keeping my Ghost Cyclone offline. Which is the right play. For sure. Shadow Buyer. I mean, that's fine. No. But I want to kill the Torna with my skill. Okay. So I need to set a card. Or no. Yeah. There needs to be a set monster. And then I need to activate the skill. And discard the Cyclone. Now we have a level 5 monster. I can get a card back into the deck, which seems worthwhile. We're going to put back a invasion. No, I want more monsters. Okay. Then we tribute summon Heavy Metal. Eat the Torna so it can't kill us. Then we set a card. We swing into their widespread. We know it's widespread. This is fine. We pass. And then we hope they don't have a magical stream to go with their big plays. They know we have a Cyclone face down. And they've been playing very well to not trigger the Cyclone. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure we would have already won. Oh, Justin, that's a pretty good record. Wait, are they actually getting rid of the whole maximum? Or do they not have it? Really confusing. That is fine. We live this. But we are running out of cards in deck pretty quickly. Maybe I should have just put the goat back. Well, the Shadow Buyer can do it too. Okay. Shadow Buyer, come on in. We need to raise your level. Send a monster back into the deck. We need low levels. I'm picking Shadow Buyer. And then we can swing in for 26, theoretically. But we can do that even without the skill. Okay. Set the goat. Then we summon activate, destroy, set And which do we swing over? I guess we would hit this one. And then we pass. They have already used 2 Tornas and 2 7-Zone Magicians. So maybe they aren't going to be able to out the heavy metal. That is our current win condition. This has been an incredibly long duel. Reincarnation. That's fine. Discard that. They're probably gonna get a piece. No, they're getting the Torna. That is game. I could have used this Ghost Cyclone, but I chose not to. Because I was afraid of decking out. I threw. So unfortunate. And now all they need is another low level. And they've got it. That was such a close game. And I could have won. I think. If I didn't let them get the Torna back, we would have had it. Welcome, Travis. Another Roa. They're up first, but we do have a Cyclone. So as long as we're able to use it effectively, then we might be in a good position. We draw a Shadow Buyer. Seems good to me. Cyclone, let's go. Draw a card, yes. Then we can even Shadow Buyer. Okay. So we're gonna summon Currybot. Plus Gargoyle. Wait, no. Yeah, we need to summon all 3. And then we activate the skill. And we discard the heavy metal. We normal summon Invasion. And we shuffle back our heavy metal into the deck with Shadow Buyer, allowing it to attack this turn as it will be a level 7. Okay. We actually did miss out on a little bit more damage, but I had no way to know that both of their monsters was going to be level 1. If the Crabot was paired with anything like a Gargoyle or Imp, it would have been way less damage. So I like the play I made. And there we have it. A quick game getting us back on our feet. Hovering right under this 25,000 mark for so long. Do I think the ban list will hit the demons? Absolutely. Yes. And Justin, there have been so many Harpy players on the ladder. I haven't seen them quite as much in the higher ranks, but they are by far the most popular regular deck. Overall. Opening hand, we have an Essel, but no boss monster. So this could be a little bit awkward. Our opponent also on an archive skill. So probably Thunder, maybe Harpy. I think what we really want to see is just an invasion here. We draw a Go. Definitely not quite what I was hoping for. But I guess we just Essel and see if we can hit anything. We do not. So instead of special summoning a monster, we're actually just gonna go ahead and set up. This could still be Thunder or Harpy. We'll swing into one and see what it is. Okay, Thunders, they should have low defense, low levels. So we get rid of 2, and we pass it over. Not a great start, to be honest. Even though we have an Essel, we probably would have preferred to go first here. Just to be able to get deeper into the deck. You can see from the Essel's Mill, we weren't going to find any high-level monsters anyway, though. On the plus side, we do have a Currybot set up. Stormbolt, and then they can revive a monster, but they don't actually have a single target, which is incredible, giving us another chance for a big power swing, as all we need is to draw high-level monsters, but we whiff again. That is incredibly frustrating. I could mill more, but I don't have a way to shuffle them back into the deck anyway. I could discard with the Gargoyle, but then I'm leaving a monster in attack for no reason. I think we just go to defense mode, set a goat, and throw this down. And then we pass turn. And there's no real reason to activate it, as even a Piercing Samurai isn't a ton of damage here. Essel, they can dig for more vanillas, but the Stormbolt Destroyer isn't even online, as we have too many cards in hand, which is very funny. We could use the Wise Pavilion to try to OTK with a heavy metal, but doesn't seem worth it to me. We'll just let them take out a couple of our monsters. And we still are failing to find anything. So all we can do is set our hand and leave one spot for the Currybot to come in later. Very interesting game state. They have so much back row. Even when we find our monsters, I'm a little concerned whether or not we're able to actually get through the board. An invasion obviously would help though, so maybe we don't count it out just yet. We see a Trigger Drago, but it has no piercing, as we do have a card in hand. And they summon a Pluggy Fish to play around our heavy metals. Our monster has too much defense for the Pluggy Fish though. And there comes some of our monsters. Shield and Sword doesn't do very much here. I really want to just wipe the board with Invasion. So we're going to summon Currybot. Then activate the skill. And we discard a Ghost Cyclone. Say goodbye to everything. Set this one face down. And now we run into a nice little Widespread Ruin surprise. Battle. They let it through though. There is some chance it's just a Thunder Spark, but also a pretty high chance they don't need it. They know they're able to switch to defense mode or otherwise beat over it. Or they have the Shield and Sword. There are a lot of reasons to not use the trap card. Why am I using Gargoyle? It can give you turns where you don't need to activate the skill. Or you can sequence it so that you have a level 5 and absorb a high level monster with the heavy metal before you flip over a face down monster. And those face downs can often be cards like Babysitter Goat, which the heavy metal isn't able to beat. Or, wow, they somehow hit exactly the widespread. That is really frustrating. Looks like Blast Jaws is gonna buff something up before a tribute summon. Oh, no, they don't have the tribute. So, I mean, I guess we're taking a fair amount of damage here. However, if we can find enough, like, Shadow Buyers, we could theoretically lethal. Heavy metal, not great. Well, okay. I think we go for it anyway. Let's use Cyclone. And destroy, the old card. It was Widespread Ruin. Okay. Then, we need to Shield and Sword. Everything goes down to 0. We Kobold. And then we try to find another level monster. It's a Shadow Buyer. And that's kind of what we were planning on. We summon out 3 guys. And then kind of just swing in for game. They could have a Recital. So we want to play around that if we can. 2500 plus 1200 would work. Okay, they concede. The final card was a bluff. We get some points back. But one thing I do want to note is a lot of the time when we win, we're only getting 1,000 points. But when we lose, since we're ranked high enough, we're almost always losing more than 1,000. Which means even a 50% win rate causes us to slowly be losing points. And I think that is part of the issue. We're probably about 50-50 right now. Maybe even a little bit better. But since we're losing more points, we have not exceeded the 25,000 threshold in quite a while. Including some games I did off stream. Hammer Crush Deal. It is aggro. We don't really have a whole lot here. And against an aggro deck, Dragias could end us at any time. So I feel like we need to play really aggressively against them. Right, so they're summoning a turn 1 King Rex. This is Dinosaur Aggro. A deck I don't think is super good. Wait, why would they? Oh, it's Urabi. Right. I was thinking about Essel and was like, why didn't they bring back the barrel? But they can't. Still, this is a pretty strong turn 1 board, especially when we don't have anything. We know the face down is Hammer Crush, so we can't even be like, oh, maybe we'll draw a widespread, and then turn things around on a future turn. Shadow Buyer. I think we just need to hope they don't have a Dragias. And we set a bunch of cards. Alright, and pass it over. That is the best we can do. By not using the kobolds, we do have another chance to draw into Ghost Cyclones. And if they don't Dragias us, then we're okay. So that's gonna be 2,500. And if they summon a second one, it would be 5k. Instead, they go for the 2,500 guaranteed damage. And we don't have a goat, otherwise we could have actually somehow prevented it. But this is fine. Dragias is the one that would get absorbed by a heavy metal here. Let's draw. 2 invasions. Is workable. We can play with that. Kobold. And then I don't think we want the invasion. So we're probably discarding it. King's Majesty doesn't do anything, though. Okay, so we discard the King's Majesty. Oh, we can't. Right. Okay. Shield and Sword. Shadow Buyer needs to be set. Otherwise, we won't be able to use the skill, and then we instantly lose the game. Activate skill. Let's get rid of this. And then, Invasion. We know it's a Hammer Crush, so this Shield and Sword is not going to be surviving. But maybe it forces them to not kill us. Pass it over. This is looking really weak. Another Dragius definitely ends it. Though we might be able to survive a King Rex turn, if it only results in 3,200. Looking a little bit rough though. For sure. Bum, 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 bum. Also, very pretty prismatic Dragius. Pretty lucky player. That's how you know they're a top Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist. If you're lucky enough to pull the prismatic, you're lucky enough to win. They are spending a ton of time thinking. I think they are actually scared of the face down and are considering whether or not to use the Hammer Crush. If they have something like a Dragius, and they could lethal if it's nothing. But if it is the widespread they would lose, they might choose to split the middle and use the Hammer Crush into the Dragius, and then not win the game. It was a bluff though. They lose a King Rex, which makes me think they definitely have another card. 2 monsters. And I'm really expecting a Dragius here. It is Dragius. And that is just barely enough for me to survive. Not sure what we need. I guess we needed a Ghost Cyclone. Type of play. I mean, we might actually still be able to draw it. Kobold. Effect. Ditch a Currybot. Oh, but the Cyclone we can't actually use anymore. Activate skill. We are definitely sending this to the grave. And then we can destroy the Dragius. And then if that's not their own widespread, there's a chance they go into a King Rex and then can't get enough monsters out. But this is all we can do. Alright, it's probably another Hammer Crush. But, okay, a lone King Rex is 200 and clears. So King Rex and 3 low levels is game. Dragius plus another low level is also game. We've seen a Barrel Dragon, 2 King Rex, 2 Dragius, but it looks like they did manage to find another one. And with the Seahorse Carrier, they are certainly not going to be lacking low-level monsters. It's Trigger Drago. Piercing in 4 lethal. I absolutely was not expecting it. But it doesn't even matter. It would have been lethal into the invasion anyway. So don't worry about it. As if we had a Shadow Buyer, we actually could have won last turn. But we didn't draw it. Well, no, all they had was a Lone Dragius. It wouldn't have been able to attack. It only would have been at level 6. So you can see what I mean. We lost the game and lost 1,077. So we're minus 77 even though we're 50-50. Alright, they are up first. We have an Essel, but no boss monster. I guess we're hoping for the opponent to summon a heavy metal plus goat board. But they have 3 back row. That seems like a lot of back row. Let's summon Essel and see what we can find. Another Essel. I mean, I guess we can go for it. Or would I rather draw more cards? I guess I'd rather draw more cards. A little bit awkward, and this has a high chance of being a goat. It's their own Essel. Unfortunately, we failed to clear. Another defense monster. Did they forget to use the skill? Or do they not have anything? We get a heavy metal. I guess that's like fine. Let's flip. Activate skill. We can get rid of a gargoyle. And we can heavy metal. Eat that one. This needs to go back into defense. Then we set this down. We can set another. I'd rather keep the gargoyle. Battle phase. I'm gonna swing into the curry bot. And it somehow works. I think my opponent has a ton of cyclones face down. Which is interesting. And there's another cyclone. Okay, so the 2 Shadow Buyers are actually able to attack here. If they want to. But it's actually an invasion turn. I think we do use the widespread. Because I'm pretty sure they have cyclones. And I don't want to really play into it and then lose. Ours are definitely not online. But we will smack a card. Let's just hit this one. It was a cyclone, as expected. Then we want to invasion this turn. But if we draw into a heavy metal, we can do that instead. So let's start with Kobold. Discard and draw. A Majesty is nice. I suppose. Set you. Skill. Yes. Okay. Halting invasion. Send this. Well, if I think they're gonna cyclone me, is it better to have the goat so I don't lose to a Shadow Buyer heavy metal turn? I think that makes sense. Okay, let's discard this. Then we summon out invasion. Activate the effect and babysitter goat into defense mode, we swing. They absolutely have the third Ghost Cyclone, which is why we didn't want to keep the trap card. There it is. There goes Shield and Sword. What rank am I? I do not know. I think we're around 23,000 points, which is probably somewhere around top 1 to 200. We have not moved very much from yesterday at all. In fact, I think we've gone downwards. Hell doing invasion, that's fine. We were expecting this and prepared for a heavy metal. There it is, all part of my plan. They can clear the board, but it's only 200 damage. And they are setting up our own third Ghost Cyclone. If we manage to draw it. We do not, but we do draw a Shadow Buyer, which is traditionally a game ender here. Let's set a monster. Oh wait, but we can't use the Shadow Buyer. They don't have a second monster. Super unfortunate. Do we have a Currybot Engrave? No. Okay. That's kind of rough. I guess we want to set the Shadow Buyer. Let's use you and get cards back into the deck. Oh, wait a second. I don't need to use the skill. I can just use Shadow Buyer. We will return Heavy Metal into the deck. It is now a level 5 monster, which means Heavy Metal is live. And we can summon another Shadow Buyer. And we are good to go. Even if they have a Widespread Ruin. This is game. Widespread is fine. And we get in. Okay. Yeah, I will go check where we are ranked. Though it is about to do another ranking update. So we're at 24.5, but if you look at the rankings, you can see it's from an hour ago when we were at 25.5. So we've lost 1,000 points this hour, which puts us down in the 80s or 90s after other people have also climbed. Definitely been a rough event. And we are against a archive skill. Presumably Harpy. No set spell trap cards means no value out of the Ghost Cyclone. But that's okay. We in Kobold. Do we even want to draw? Do we get anything out of it? I feel like not really. So let's Gargoyle, activate the skill, and get in for our free 2300. It is indeed Harpies. Effect and swing. Unfortunately, if they draw a Ghost Cyclone, that will be live. But why would they keep 3 cards in hand? If they have 3 tribute monsters already, they should be bricked. But if they had more low levels, they should have been playing those. I'm expecting to see 2 copies of Harpy Lady Sisters here. For sure. Oh, they find that left side. They play around my widespread. This is fine. Keep in mind, they definitely have another one in hand. I'm pretty sure. That is definitely a huge mistake. If I had widespread, they would be losing their monster. But nothing I can do about it. I don't actually have it. And we only draw 1 low-level monster. That is game. For sure. Unfortunate. 98th place is pretty good. Void. Or I don't know, unless I'm misunderstanding what 98 means. I think top 1,000 is a pretty reasonable goal. Top 100 seems like not worth the time or effort. We're just playing for fun, and if we end up there, then it's okay. But I definitely don't consider myself to be one of the best players in the world. Anyone watching the stream can see how frequently we mess up. Probably would have preferred to go second with a hand with 2 Essels. But we will see how it works out for us. We see them get rid of a heavy metal. I'm expecting to get hit by an invasion here. For sure. We have our own heavy metal. So if they don't have another monster, we definitely want to swing in for the 5k. So we wouldn't activate this. But they do have another monster. This is still fine though. Okay. Interesting. Let's do setting a monster. And then if we get rid of the goat, we could kind of like see what they have and go from there. But if you want to invasion, then we kind of need to do that first. Because they could have their own babysitter goat face down. But they would need to have drawn all 3 of them already. I think ditching the Cyclone might be fine. It's a curry bot. That's kind of expected. So let's just bring in invasion. I mean, if they are losing connection, that's okay. It's only when I lose connection that there's an issue. I could try to mill a goat. No, we already have goat and curry bot. I think we just swing. And pass. No, yeah, we don't get quite lucky enough for the disconnect win. What do I play outside of Yu-Gi-Oh? I recently started playing through the Splatoon DLC. I play a little Pokemon. I'm working on my own games. So I guess a few things. Alright, no Cyclones. Or at least they didn't choose to use it. Which is interesting. Another invasion. But invasion actually cannot use the effect here. So we need a babysitter goat on board. So we have something to increase the level of. Activate the skill. Because we want to flip those face up. We will send, do we send invasion to the graveyard? I mean, that'd be funny. And I think we can play the rest of the monsters. Okay. 2 0 attack point monsters. So I mean, if these attacks go through, we are good. But for some reason, I am not expecting it to be this simple. Let's battle. 2,500. And of course, King's Majesty here to stop an attack. But that means they don't have the widespread villain. And they also can't Cyclone us, which should put us in a relatively safe spot. Let's see what they go for. Yeah, they probably didn't get a... Oh, it's a tribute to the Doomed. I have not seen a... Oh, okay. What an incredible play. They tribute to the Doomed their own monster to enable Ghost Cyclone. And then they hit the Widespread Ruin. Wow. What an incredible move. That was absolutely the right play. And now we bricked. And now we're dead. Oh my gosh. Right? I don't think there's anything we can do here. Cyclone. We can block one attack. But all I need to do is summon a lone monster. Yeah, I'm just still kind of just in awe. And they weren't even ranked that highly. Because we lost the full, like, we lost 1070. Just like, wow. Alright, so we have a Cyclone, but no boss monster. We do get 2 draws here, so we all have a Kobold. And we find an invasion. This is going pretty well, pretty quickly. We need to set another monster, and then activate the skill. I don't want them to use their own Ghost Cyclones, so I'm gonna get rid of my own. They are Harpies, they are running Cyclones. And I think I just set the Gargoyle. Actually, I could dig a little bit deeper. I either get another level monster to set anyway, or I high roll a card like Essel. Wow. I was just aiming for like one card deeper, so I have more chance to draw a trap card later in the game. But this works for me as well. Let's Invasion and see if we can find another boss. We'll summon something either way. We lose our Widespread Ruin though. That's pretty devastating. We could summon the Shadow Buyer, but they don't have any attack mode monsters. Let's just deal, no, we can't steal the Harpy Lady. Oh, but we could. Because then an Invasion isn't able to use it. But I'd rather have the extra defense points. Losing Widespread is obviously pretty rough. They have their own Essel, but they just mill a Cybertech Alligator. They must be trying to set up a Sisters. They do manage to find plenty of monsters now. Pet Dragon. Okay, that's very funny. Since I revived their Harpy Ladies, the dragon gets an extra 300 boost. If we lose because of that, I guess it's my bad. This could have been just a 1200 guy. A gargoyle. Okay. Creepbot is a monster I can use here. And I want Shadow Buyer to gain the level. Activate skill. Get rid of Essel. And we need you to become level 7. Send back this. Heavy metal. This should be game. I'm pretty sure. Throw you down. And there we go. I was right. So we are still hovering at this 23,000 range. Right, they are up first. So I guess we want to just invasion their board. We draw a Cyclone plus an Essel. So if this goes well for us, we could do some pretty crazy things. But if it goes poorly, we're gonna be kind of just doing nothing. And it looks like doing nothing is the winner. Harpies are able to force us to do this anyway. And we find an invasion. So that's cool. If we don't summon the Kobold, our Cyclones will remain online for another turn. Oh, it might be Thunder. Alright, let's see what they got. Alright, 2 Light Sorcerers of Sanctity. That is a 1200 debuff. But they don't even do it. Interesting. They are just going in with the 2 bosses. But I'm sure it would have been more damage if they got the debuffs. I guess they're just really worried about it. Yeah, we don't have anything. And our Cyclones don't even help us here. Because they still didn't draw any spell or trap cards. And we draw the 3rd Cyclone. Incredibly frustrating. We need them to just not find a high-level monster. Otherwise, we die. Flip over the Cyclone. It's game either way, so I'll just play the monster. I guess I could have tried drawing and maybe getting into a trap card or something. But I think I am going to be taking out a Cyclone. We have lost way too many games to just not having enough low-level monsters. But what do we even add in here? Just like a random fiend? I guess it could be the rocker. That some people play. Could also just be like a Nessus. Or if we want to be cheeky, it could be a Chow. That doesn't feel great, though. Maybe just a Fanatic, then. Yeah, Steel Array could work, but I feel like the issue that I'm having is drawing too many spell and trap cards in the first place. We could also try switching over to aggro again. Try to get a change of pace since this one has been kind of stalling us out here. And we draw a Ghost Cyclone, but this time we don't mind it because it's live. We destroy a card and then draw our own. Heavy Metal isn't going to be doing very much though. Babysitter go. Currybot onto the board. Hell-tuning Invasion. Ditch this. Oh, and it's an aggro player. I think I might be switching over to aggro myself. Just to give it a shot. This card can't clear a goat. So I'm gonna see if that works out for us. Though putting them at 35 meant an invasion and Shadowfire would have cleared the game. So this is probably a misplay. Thinking it through. Hammer Crush going down, of course. Interesting thought process. If everyone is either on a bunch of Ghost Cyclones in Roa or a Hammer Crush deal, could I play an aggro deck with very few spell and trap cards? Well, I feel like you need seals, though. I don't know. If we still haven't if we haven't started climbing by the next ranking update, we are going to switch decks. Do I think we get Beast Gear World next month? Probably not. Because Beast Gear World is a card that can boost heavy metal. And if they're already giving heavy metal a field spell, they might not want to introduce another one. Alright, we see the 200 debuff and then the Dragius to destroy our board. Interesting that they are still on a Primogotarna though. I feel like this is way too expensive in such an explosive meta. 0 defense, costs you life points to use the effect. I'd probably run another Trigger Drago. And there's your Aegeus, as expected. However, will they get greedy? A carrier. Kind of odd, but okay. And they do. Our goat helps us out here, saving us from 2,500 damage. The issue is they have a Dragius, but we are at 51, so maybe we do stall for one turn. Since we are above 5,000, I think we can do this. Even if they get another Dragius onto the board, it's only 5k. So, let's pass. Welcome, Lugo Plays. 1213. So instead of setting, I could have also gone for a Desperado, where I just start frantically using Cobalts, hoping to draw something. Now, there is an issue called that they have 3 face down cards. We are down to just 100 life points. Winning this game seems difficult, for sure. 2 heavy metals. So this is actually pretty funny. We're gonna go here. And then we need to summon another monster. So we go here. And then we know they have a Hammer Crush already. So we know that Widespread Ruin doesn't actually help us. So I think we can actually safely discard it. Since this is either the game is ending, or the game is ending. We might as well use this effect. Anyway. Invasion, we're not using it because that's not lethal. This is the lethal line, but they have 2 unknown sets. So we are probably losing. There is a 2/3 chance they have found Widespread Ruin. And they'd have it. That is game. Bun, bun, bun. Okay. So it definitely has not been going well for the Rebels. A lot of it is mirror matches. A couple of it are poor draws, but I also think people might be finding new ways to play around the deck. I don't know exactly what everyone is teching, but there is a lot of variety even in this high-level area. And playing the deck that everyone knows to prepare for could be a mistake. That's what I did with Resonance as well. I played it day 1, and then I swapped off. However, there's just so many other decks. I feel like teching specifically for Rebels may not pay off. Yeah, you would think Thunder has a really strong Rebel matchup, but from what I've been told, it's actually pretty 50-50. Alright, so we draw 2 Cyclones. Which is very good when my opponent actually has trap cards. Counter Pigeons, not really the one I care about though. And we draw an Essel as well. What do they have in here? Faithbird. Only one monster, so the Shadow Buyer is not online. Set you. Set you. Skill. We're gonna get rid of the shield and sword here. And then we summon an Invasion. Blow up the monster. And we maybe just steal it with Essel if we don't find our own level 7s. We do not, so, Cybertech it is. Just another monster to have on the board. Unfortunately, we can only attack with the Invasion. But we will take what we can get. Hopefully, this is a strong enough board where they aren't able to clear everything. We are out of Cyclones. So any back that they draw is going to be live. They do get 2 Harvey Lady Sisters, each able to go up to 2600, and deal with my own bosses. Maybe the Shield and Sword would have been really helpful to have here, huh? The idea, though, was that if I draw Invasion or Heavy Metal, I'm destroying both of them anyway. It's like they have nothing. We have an Essel still around, and no Currybot or Goat in the graveyard. But we do draw both of them, so not a huge deal. However, something worth noting is that if I use the Shadow Buyer or the skill, I can only attack with Fiends. Okay, so the right play is Shadow Buyer on board. Then we need a set monster. So we go with Currybot. Activate the skill. Discard a Currybot. It's level 5, and now it's gonna be level 7. Our Heavy Metal will destroy 1, and this should be exact game. Unless I have done the math wrong. Let's see how it goes. 1200 into 1200. All part of the plan. And we are back at 22. Slowly going downwards. Hoping, of course, to once again reach 25. And then we'll be back at ground 0, where we started the stream. Here is a Yuga. We are up first, and I actually quite like this hand. Being able to just set everything is nice. Welcome, Alterios Rinesworth. Climb has not been happening. It's more like a slide, going slowly down. A slide that needs more lubrication. We've been really struggling to keep ourselves around the top 100 area. 7's Axel Road? Sure. They're gonna be able to beat over a couple of my monsters. But they are gonna let us keep one, which is nice. Looks like it is a Gargoyle. Not a bad card to keep. Could theoretically let us play without activating the skill, but not if we're using Invasion instead of Heavy Metal. So we need another monster. And Shadow Buyer is able to attack, because they have 2. So we go here. Here. Skill is next. We can ditch Go. send back you. Clear the board with Invasion, and get another face-down card. Really setting us up for the next turn. And they don't have the widespread. Fantastic news. This is either Recovery Force or Seal Array. And their graveyard is only 3 attributes, which is also a nice little thing to see. We're level not doing so well. I mean, it's good. It got me to top 10 early in the festival. So I can't say it's not going well. It's just kind of stalled a little bit. Making up for the very good luck earlier, we are getting some rough games now, and I have definitely misplayed a lot. I would not blame the deck for many of my losses. Alright, Mage coming in. I'd say it's mostly me misplaying. But I do still think I might try a different deck, depending on how the next half hour goes. If we start winning, we'll keep up with it. If we're still floating around this area, then maybe not. Widespread. I mean, this game should be on lock, for sure. And they concede. Very reasonable choice. Okay, so we saw in the game epilogue there, I was at a 56% win rate. When I started, I was at 60, if that tells you how it's been going. We are second. Maybe we'll be able to land a heavy metal play. Maybe not. Okay, and they are on the maximum deck. So we always have to be wary about their life points. We'll see how it goes. I have noticed a lot of them are on Mystic Dealers, whereas Western players often are not. Fury-Bot doesn't do too much for me. I could just play normally. They did set a card though, with the skill. So I think I will flip it up. Okay, that's fine. Kobold. Set. Skill. Get rid of, you. Valkyria. I'm pretty glad I flipped these up, for sure. I was very close to just running into them with my monsters, and that would have gone terribly, to say the least. Set you. Activate effect. Eat the Seven's Road. And that is a solid 3k damage, which is a lot, but I think it should be just barely not enough to OTK me with a maximum. I mean, if they have a Fire Golem or something, then maybe we're in trouble. But okay, they appear to be playing normally. Green sent to the graveyard. What did they send last turn? It was green. Okay. So no new knowledge. Sometimes they will send a different colored piece. And you know they have 2 of the 3. But for now, it seems smooth. They draw a second Seven's Road. Definitely gonna be able to clear my board with that. Unless they don't get another good low level. Because the Mystic Dealer is definitely not enough. They do set 2 back row though, which is a little bit concerning. I would love to just summon another heavy metal Oh, and they are keeping my Ghost Cyclones offline. They are doing it again. I wonder if this is the same player. Okay. This time, I could Gargoyle without using the skill, but I'd rather try to swing into this if I can. So I don't see a reason to. Let's summon the Shadow Buyer. Summon this. Activate skill. Discard this one, of course. Summon the Heavy Metal. And then we need to raise the level of our Shadow Buyer. Return Heavy Metal into the deck. Very important to have a Heavy Metal in the deck in this matchup. Heavy Metal, eat this. And then if they don't have the widespread, this is game. But they probably do. They do not. We actually get in, despite them choosing to protect the back row. I thought for sure they had it when they didn't attack. We will happily take 1,000 points. Though I wish it was more. Yeah, I agree, Alterios. They are probably pretty aware of what they're doing. So the best part about the Rush Festival is having 3 days where you can just play against people who are really good at the game over and over and over. All the time, even in King of Games or at R Power Max, it felt like I wasn't playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Players were just using such wild decks. I'm gonna bet that they are on Thunder instead of Harpy. And we're gonna set our entire hand. And hopefully this pays off. Cyclone, probably Harpies, but we are losing our own Cyclone here. Essel. Into 2 different boss monsters, including one perfectly suited for this matchup. And of course they choose it. This is looking like a very strong board. And they even have their own back row. Playing around Widespread Ruin, and my invasions and stuff can't even kill the sisters, where the counter pigeons would actually stop me. Draw for turn. We find invasion and heavy metal. But which one do we actually go for? Well, I have a Shadow Buyer, so I can use heavy metal without flipping anything up. That seems really strong. We will summon the Curry Bot. And then activate the effect. I could also use the Shield and Sword here and just kind of run into things normally. That might be pretty good. I have 4 low levels and then can just kind of walk into them. Okay, we're gonna go for that. No need to get fancy at all. Tribute summon. Tribute summon. And let's just try swinging. And it looks like it might be working out for us. Very high damage. Welcome, Renegade. It has not changed at all. We are still in the 20 to 25,000 range. I am actually probably about to take a quick break myself to grab some more water, etc. Couldn't we have taken the 2100 attack? No, since we had shield and sword. Wait. If we shield and sword and then kill it, do we get the attack on the field or in the graveyard? I assumed it was what it has on the field. But anyway, the reason I didn't destroy it was because I had a set monster. I wanted to be able to summon both of these, so I couldn't discard with the skill. I could have used Shadow Buyer. But if I absorb it and then shield and sword, I would have been down to 2100 instead of 2500, which also feels weird. I assume I survived this. Okay. And we draw a Cyclone, but no bosses. A little awkward. Pretty sure this is a loss. I mean, even the shield and sword wouldn't have helped us here. Because they can flip something up and then swing into it with the pet dragon. Which is going to be at least... it does work every turn. I'm pretty sure. None. Yeah. So we just go ahead and surrender. Oh, welcome, Draft Fusion. Hope you're having a good, time. What have you been up to? We are second. I guess we're hoping for an Essel, maybe a Cyclone. Okay, we draw 2 Essel, which sometimes isn't actually even that good. Will they be on Resonance or Aggro? CCG prep, but playing some Duel Links earlier. Oh. Apparently I am not playing Duel Links, as my opponent has immediately conceded. Yeah, nice to see you around again. Is there a specific event coming up for TCG? I don't follow the event schedule very much at all. Oh wait, Fusion TCG. So we have another Essel, and we are going second again. Can try to mill another boss monster, but it is fairly unlikely. We also could try to invasion them. Okay, that's actually really good. Looks for Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a tournament that I would go to be doing. Winner goes to YCS. I see. Renegade says if you're on aggro, you should definitely be running Roa. I agree. With that for sure. Alright, so we want to summon Currybot. We could activate the skill here, and then add it back, but then we need to use the Gargoyle anyway. So that does not benefit us. Instead, we just get a second monster onto the field. Activate the skill, and the Gargoyle goes to the grave. Torna is an interesting card, but not one we're going to be able to use. I was hoping it was a 7-sword magician, and then we would be able to attack with it. Instead, invasion clear, and then Essel, and summon whatever we get. Nothing too crazy. I guess I might actually take the Torna anyway, forcing them to have more cards. This does have a potential downside. If I draw into another invasion next turn, both of these monsters don't work as material. Well, actually the Torna does work, because it's level 6. But I kind of expect them to clear both of them, or neither. This goes down to 1,000 if they target it. And this goes to, 1,500. 1,600. Wait, no, oh wait, it's not based on level. It's a flat 800. I always forget and think that, this skill is a mini talismanic seal array, but it's actually a flat number. And it always messes me up. Oh, welcome. Oh, thank you for the follow. Alright, time to battle. I'm okay with that. I can Torna, theoretically. I can just play normal Yu-Gi-Oh! That actually sounds interesting. So which one would I flip though? Flip up the face down monster or switch that to defense mode to make it easier to push in? Well, I could also Torna, Gargoyle, and then destroy that. If I set, use the skill. Maybe I do just use the skill anyway. To flip this up. But then I can't attack with other monsters. And I kind of swing with the Torna. But also, I don't think it matters too much. Let's just play. I guess the Torna would have been better, because this doesn't die to the invasion anyway. Which is a pretty good point. But it's not like I can really attack with these regardless. Tribute, tribute. So 33. They have 3,500. So that would be 14 plus how much is it normally? 1,200. And then we know they have a blue piece on top of the deck. But is that their only piece? I'm really tempted to just attack here. What could possibly... I'm pretty sure their face down is a trap card. So I don't think it's the monster reincarnation. But there is a pretty good chance they have two pieces. They've only really shown blues though. I think. And the red. But we destroyed the red. Yeah, I was trying to do the math, Frank. I think they only had... I think they were a little bit off if I didn't attack. But it looks like they didn't draw it, so hopefully that means attacking was correct. Especially if it means we keep an invasion. 3,300 is safe without the seal array. No boss here. That is rough. But we could try to play towards our outs. We can Shadow Buyer to get a card back into the deck. And we can Kobold as well. There's also the opportunity to just flip this up and kind of go in up at them. Shadow Buyer. I would like to shuffle a high-level monster into the deck. But first, I should use my skill. Sending you to the graveyard. Then, I activate this effect. It becomes level 7. Return and invasion. Oh wait, but I don't have a fiend monster to actually draw with. I needed to discard a different card, but I chose the one card that doesn't work. That is stupid. And I'm pretty sure I just die. I had a, like a 5 out of 14 chance to draw a boss monster there, if I played it correctly. Or 4 out of 14. Magical Stream. I'm pretty sure this is just game. A direct attack from the 7-zone magician, plus whatever else they summon from the maximum. Well, I guess I won't count myself out just yet. They are digging, presumably for the maximum. We see 2 pieces of blue in the graveyard, so that's probably the one they don't have, unless they've been setting it back on top. Never mind, they definitely returned it up to the top of the deck, so they have another one in hand. Have they dealered? They have. I'm thinking they have the monster reincarnation and are missing green. They have blue-red, but can't complete it. And now they're trying to do some math. On the plus side, we do still have 4 boss monsters in the deck. So as long as we're able to find one next turn, we have already worked through the Widespread Ruin. And even if we don't find enough boss monsters, we also have a King's Majesty that we can draw, which would save us from a Magnum Overlord. Wait, they do have a reincarnation. Have they had it the whole time? No, it's Torna. Oh, that's not great. So that's blank. 1233. I'm pretty sure that's game. Oh wait, they didn't use Torna's effect, which means I save myself some damage here, but not enough. It's only 1200, and they have done it. I definitely had a shot at that one, but through. I think I do need to go get some more water. We're gonna take a short break, and we will be back, and probably switching up our deck. So I will see you all in a few minutes. And we are back. As we are switching over to aggro, and I prepared a little bit of a list that I think should be good into the Royal Rebel list. However, it's possible I get punished, and if we start losing a bunch of games in a row, I will be switching back again. Okay, so we are up second, where we draw Essel and Dragius. So hopefully we will be able to show this Thunder player who is boss. They actually summon a Trigger turn 1, and we have no debuffers in our hand. I have been completely outplayed. We definitely summoned the Kobold, and we're going to try to draw it into something else. A Duckbill. I do not believe that works for us. I can summon the Duckbill. And we're just going to try to mill enough cards that Essel works. 1, 2. Dragius effect. Another Curry bot. I mean, even a debuffer is fine. All I need from the Essel is a way to clear this Trigger Drago. Okay, and we actually do find a Trigger Drago of our own. We could choose Mage, but I think this is the much superior play. Mill a card and see if we can't get in there. If they have the widespread, I guess they have it. And they very well might have it. It's a Thunder Spark. Do I crash here? I mean, it's better than letting them switch me to defense mode, maybe. Welcome, Penguin. I mean, getting in for 1,000 does not seem very good. And if they have another Thunder Spark, the game just ends immediately. There is a chance they don't find another boss monster. Oh, but Trigger Drago is able to boost anyway, so I need to try to clear it. And they have something. They let it through. We go in for 1,000. The other card might be a Recital. This is indeed an aggro deck, yes. Unfortunately, we are probably going to get severely outdamaged by this lightning deck. Unless we find something crazy. Silhouette is okay. Kobold. Hammer Crush. And more Essels. That is a lot of Essels. I'm pretty sure I want a Talismanic on the Stormbolt, so I can at least get that out of the way. Which means tributing off the Kobold here. Hammer Crush. I want to get rid of the new one. Recital again. Talismanic Seal Array. Duckbill. Currybot. Dragius. Kobold. And then what do we actually get rid of? We could try to clear, well, I'm pretty sure they have another recital though. So I think we just clear over this. And we do have no cards in hand, so obviously the Trigger Trio gets in for some damage. But I do have high defense monsters on the board. We see a Duckbill. And of course, they do have the option to grab a Trigger Drago, but they already have one anyway. Also, I would like to point out, this player has both a Prismatic Thunderspark and a Prismatic Trigger Drago. I think they've spent a lot of money on that box. And that is game. Even though we drew incredibly well. And my opponent seemed to have like a totally average board. But we still lost. Maybe this deck is not as good as I thought. We will give it a couple more shots though. I mean, maybe I didn't need to activate the Hammer Crush. And I would have had another monster and an extra turn. Alright, so we have Essel and Dragius again. Hopefully it goes a little bit better this time. But they do have back row, a Widespread Ruin, always a potential issue. Let's just draw as much as we can. Send Currybot. That's fine. Mage, and get rid of them. Activate Dragius so we get one card deeper into the deck. It's just a Kobold. And then we'll go ahead and Essel. Here's our chance to find a strong monster to revive. Instead, we mill Widespread Ruin plus Shield and Sword. Definitely a bit of an unfortunate series of events. I'm pretty sure they are also on an aggro deck. But if they're running like a more traditional beast variant, we'd be in trouble. So I'm not going to try to push for a ton of damage. Essel. This might be their only monster capable of being destroyed by the Essel. We lucked out. We could have theoretically gotten in for 1,000. But I think this is fine. Oh, this is Ancient Forces. Quite the rare sight. Penguin is, nice work on rank 78. Overlord is definitely a top deck to consider. And it's one I haven't tried out yet. In this festival. We see them with 2 monsters. Unfortunately, we weren't able to mill for the King's Majesty. And they are actually shuffling back our Currybot into the deck. Pretty clever. On the plus side, they aren't able to clear our board. On the downside, Mage isn't able to debuff either of those monsters. We draw a Trigger Drago plus Dragius. That seems pretty good. And even if they have Widespread Ruin, the Trigger Drago will eat stuff for us. So I am quite liking this hand. Swing into this, swing into this, and finish it off. This is what this deck's boards are supposed to look like. However, a single Ancient Arise Dragon could completely turn this game on its head. We see a Currybot. And that's 2 tributes. Ready for Ancient Arise Dragon. Its effect will increase its attack and destroy one of our monsters for free. We need some real potential issues. If they have another boss monster, even my trap card wouldn't be able to save me. We see them Kobold, and then Tribute to the Doomed, completely removing my board. Alright, this is a 3 for 5,500. We need to Majesty. Send this goat into the deck. What is my legend spell? Shield and Sword. Alright, we managed to get there. I'm pretty sure. 1,000, 1,000. Am I stupid? That's 1,500. Okay. No, we're fine. And they concede. Other than the nice, Ancient Forces is a great pick. It destroys the rebel boss monsters. It destroys my boss monsters. It destroys Seventh Edition in Overlord. Justin, if you're in top 100 after just 30 duels, that's very good. We draw another Essel. But with Gate and Currybot, I think we don't need to use the effect. I will summon it out since we have protection. Now, as long as we don't get hit by a Cyclone, we should be in a very strong position against Rebels. Harpy Lady Sisters is immune to both Invasion and Heavy Metal. And then the Trap card destroys the boss, allowing us to swing in freely. We see an Invasion. That's fine, I want to get those off of my hand anyway. They try to swing in with Invasion, but we have Root. We have the Widespread, keeping our monster alive another turn. And we draw into some pretty interesting cards here. Unfortunately, we can't use the Kobold, as we definitely need to keep space for this Dragius. Activate effect. Throw down this, and it is battle time. We see they are going in for another turn. If it's a Heavy Metal though, once again, we are keeping our monster alive. They can absorb 1. But once again, Harpy Lady Sisters R stays on field. I would really like to see a Hammer Crush here. Unfortunately, we don't get to it. But we do have a Mage, which is good enough. We can debuff this thing very hard. Beyond the point, any trap card can save them. Well, this is enough of a debuff already. Let's Seal Array. Shuffle back in Dragius, Duckbill, and you. It loses 1600, and then we can battle. And we have managed to get a couple of wins after switching to aggro. I hope we're able to keep it up. If we can win this next one, we will finally be back above 25k, which is where we started nearly 2.5 hours ago. We have yet to exceed the 26,000 mark. And here is another Roa. While I would love to summon this Trigger Drago, unfortunately, with no protection, it would be too much damage if they summon a heavy metal. We just have to hope we do not brick. It is, of course, another Rebel player. But they draw 3 back row. This could be our chance to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! Dragius is exactly what I wanted to see. Crabot, and then summon this out. And the idea is simple. Even if they have Widespread Ruin, we are dealing a ton of damage. We don't have everything set up in grave yet, so we are gonna mill. And it sets up the Talismanic Seal Arrays for later. 1 and 2. I'm gonna make sure I've used my effect and my other effect as well. Battle, swing. Widespread Ruin, but that's okay. Though there is an issue with this field. We are still a little bit worried about a heavy metal. Heavy metal and a second Shadow Buyer would be game. And we're pretty sure they do have a boss monster, since they kept a card in hand, and there's another Shadow Buyer, but Shadow Buyer is only going to go to level 6, so it can't attack with a heavy metal. And that means, wait, but they can just do it without using the skill. Unfortunately, we don't have another monster face down. We had to use all our cards to do that. Fire Breath. And there is the game with the Feral Imp. We lose what should be our best matchup. Unfortunately, we didn't draw any trap cards, only the spells. However, on the plus side, our opponent was apparently very high ranking. Funky Rush. Let's see where they are. Where are we anyway? 112. We have fallen out of the top 100. Welcome, Alice. We are struggling to get back into the top 100. Apparently, it's not going so well for us. Alright, here is another Roa. We are up first. The extra cards should be good, in theory. Alright, another Widespread Ruin opener. Usually like to see that. I think assuming they are on Royal Rebel, digging an extra card in isn't necessarily a bad plan. Getting further into the deck when, they are probably going to just destroy my entire board anyway seems solid. Let's go like this. Yes, Alice. The second stage started about 26 hours ago. This is day 2. I thought you were here yesterday. Are we playing Yu-Gi-Oh yet? We are playing Yu-Gi-Oh. A Shadow Buyer. And then I'm guessing Invasion. I am actually not convinced shuffling back in that monster is... Oh. They are just swinging in with the Shadow Buyer. No, it's with both. Okay. If that is the case, I am going to use the widespread. If it was an invasion, I would have considered leaving it around, since your gears would have been able to clear it anyway. But now, we save ourselves from a ton of damage, keep an actual monster on board, and prevent, a Ghost Cyclone from destroying it later. Our move. Alright, and it is a good thing we use the card. We are running very low on actual monsters. We need to see a low level off this Hammer Crush. And a goat should work. No targets for that. Essel can use the effect. Don't mill anything super interesting. Babysitter goat. 1 and 2. And by the way, this is lethal. This is 7,500 minus whatever they actually have. And after the Seal Array, it's definitely game. And there goes the Rebels. It is worth noting, both of the games we have won in this matchup involved me drawing Widespread Ruin on turn 1. So I can't really say, oh, it's my super cool counter deck. It's just drawing the Legend card. The secret to success is always opening Widespread. Yeah, I do think the Royal Rebels getting new cards is very funny, because they are almost certainly going to be hit after this event. So maybe the new cards will keep the deck alive, but I highly doubt it. Well, I mean, Resonance was still very playable after the nerfs. Royal Rebel is not... Oh, the new cards? Yeah, I agree. They could be better. Okay, this is another Roa player. We need to dig 4 more traps. Unfortunately, we don't find any. We are keeping Mage in hand since it helps us out heavy metal. And we pass over. Thunder is going to get hit. I am not super convinced. I don't think I've seen too many players. I think it's a very good deck, but I don't know what they would do. I mean, even if you like limit 3 the Trigger Drago, all that does is hurt aggro. It doesn't actually hit the deck in question. Alright, they have the Cyclone, so they get a free +1 on my Talismanic Seal Array. But I mean, I guess that's okay. They immediately Essel, but they don't special summon. Oh, they do special summon a Shadow Buyer. I'm surprised to see them Essel immediately. Usually, they do it after they summon the invasion, but maybe they needed another monster. Quite possible. Fortunately, we aren't being punished for using our own Kobold. But they are gonna get in 2 attacks here, which kind of stings. Heavy Metal's effect, destroying the monster, but allowing me to take less damage. Overall, a fair enough trade. Our move, and we draw no low-level monster, or no high-level monsters. They probably switch us to attack mode again, is the main issue. So the thing is, we do have 4 monsters in the graveyard. After a Talismanic Seal Array, 2,500 minus 16 is 900. If we use Mage and the Talismanic Seal Array, we can actually out the Heavy Metal, which might be worth it. Let's start with Mage and Essel. Get as many cards into the graveyard as we can, so we have more options when choosing what to shuffle back. Essel, effect. And then Talismanic Seal Array. And we shuffle back Dragius that we milled, the Kobold, one Currybot, and the Essel again. We keep the goats in there since they are targets for a trap card. And then this one goes down to 500. And we try to get in for a little bit of damage, but more importantly, we're just getting rid of the boss monster. I mean, if they have the widespread too, it's very funny. I would love to see them flip a King's Majesty. Unfortunately, not the case. Alright, let's see what they do. Leaving a Shadow Buyer on board is pretty dangerous. Since it is able to easily get itself up to level 7. And we see them discard a Heavy Metal. They absolutely have more plays here. Helltuning Invasion is a bit odd. I'd expect them to summon a third monster first, so the Shadow Buyer is uninterrupted, and it swings. They are shuffling back Heavy Metal. Fire says Buyer Kobold is going to be hit to limit 3. I don't know. To force the deck to run, I guess if you're trying to ban the Shadow Buyer, I could maybe see it, but I'd expect maybe a limit 2 on something. We have 3 low levels. We're able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! But not a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! We could Currybot. The issue is an invasion or a Heavy Metal will end the game next turn, regardless of what we do here. Because we're low enough where they can just run over our low levels. So I think we just play Yu-Gi-Oh! Normally. Oh, we need to Cobalt. Well, we need the cards to actually summon our boss monsters. Unless we try to dig explicitly for Widespread Ruin. I guess that is a play. But I'm going to bring out the 2 bosses. And I guess we shall see if the top card of the deck was exactly the Widespread Ruin we could have set. It was not. Battle. So, this game is probably a loss. However, there's always a chance they draw all of their high-level monsters or a bunch of spell and trap cards. But they are setting monsters. This is super over. Yep, there goes an invasion. And here is another one. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pull it out this time. We did have a turn where we were pretty low on cards, though. So, we can just chalk it up to a kind of poor draw. Oh, but we lose a ton of points for that, unfortunately. And we are once again 2 games away from the 25,000 threshold. Alright, we draw an Essel, which could be pretty good. We definitely want to still see a 3rd low-level monster, though. They are setting 3. Do they have any spell trap cards? No, but that is probably a Harpy's pet dragon. I will be paying attention. The monster on the left is the pet dragon. Okay. 1. 2. 1, 2. Mill. And then Essel. And Essel's just gonna bring back fodder for the Trigger Drago. Unless we mill another Trigger Drago. We will special summon a monster. We bring back, none of these in particular matter. So just choose 1. Trigger Drago goes here. And then activates the effect, and we're swinging onto the monster on the left. And it is the Harpy's Pet Dragon, of course. And now we're in for 2,500. Unfortunately, we have lost another Dragius on the final mill. However, we have also set up Krabot, Goat, and a Trigger Drago. And we also didn't even mill any cards like the Widespread Ruin. So maybe we are able to make a good play here. Our opponent would need to draw 2 Harpy Lady Sisters, 2 of the 5, in order to out this board, I think. Or a Trick Pigeon. Enjoy your break, Alterios. We do see them set 2, and then Cybertech Alligator. And 2 back row. And then they concede. I guess they don't have the widespread, and they realize I'm going to pierce over them. Or, I mean, maybe I wouldn't even try to pierce over them, though. Because there was a Cybertech Alligator on board. I don't know. In any case, we will take the win and move on. Terry says they could limit 2 Cobalt and Shadowbuyer to put less draw, power, or shuffle into the deck. Yeah, though I would hate to see them both taken out entirely like that. Both are very important to the deck. Maybe you could do like element 1 on one and element 2 on the other. Oh, welcome. How are you doing today? We are playing against a Thunder or Harpies. We probably just set. We have the ability to summon Cybertech Alligator. But then we risk piercing damage. Well, okay, so if it's Harpies, we want to have a monster in attack. If it's Thunder and they switch to the defense mode, they would need to have 2 boss monsters to be able to clear it, because it only goes down to 2,000. I'm gonna risk it. Let's just bring in the boss right away. And pass turn. See what they do. Because if it's Harpies, Hysteric Force would flip up a monster, so having a good monster seems beneficial. Frank says this deck benefits from having the quick games win or lose. That is fair. Oh, we get an Essel, and they could have revived my own Duckbill. It is Thunder, so I am a little bit worried about the piercing damage, but as long as they don't Trailblazing me, things could be okay. Okay, it's a Trigger Drago. Lightning Trigger is activating and weakening my monster, of course. Do they switch to the defense mode? It should be more damage if you do. And, oh, it's a Seal Array to guarantee you out it. Okay. That is not too bad. I mean, we are going to lose the Cybertech Alligator, but they put in a ton of resources just to out kind of a generic summon Skull. We absolutely widespread here. Get rid of their boss monster. We take just 500 damage, and their board is pretty weak. As long as we're able to find our own bosses. And they're... Okay, when I said I wanted to find my bosses, I didn't mean all of them. Hammer Crush, please give me a low level. Krabot is acceptable. If I keep 3 monsters in hand, I would be able to turn off Stormbolt Destroyers, which could be pretty powerful. But also keeping 3 monsters in hand sounds mega cringe. I do want to get more cards in the graveyard. I'm running cards like Talismanic Seal Array, and getting rid of them is good. So the question is, do I summon the Harpy Lady Sisters or not? I'm leaning towards keeping it. Oh, but that's so bad. No, I think I need to do it. Give them access to the Stormbolt. Wait, but if... Yeah, because Stormbolt does clear Dragias. Okay. On its own. Really unfortunate draw. Still getting in for a bit of damage, which is nice. And then, I mean, it's always possible if we survive the turn. If we survive the turn, Dragias plus Trigger Drago could combo with my Krabot. That is set up. Oh, but they are immediately milling. I think they've got some plays. Even if it's just a Stormbolt Destroyer. Oh, it's the Trigger Drago. Okay. Switching my monster to defense mode, or just debuffing it. Probably just the debuff and some more monsters. They do switch to defense. Oh, because they have a Vorse Raider. Pretty strong turn. We take a ton of damage. Our move. Shield and Sword. Does that help us? It would let our Dragius kind of go in. But then we'd be out of cards in hand. We need to summon and summon. And bring in Dragius. We know Widespread is gone. So if it's a Thunder Spark, we are fine. As long as we swing into the Trigger Drago. But it could be a Talismanic Seal Array, which would kind of kill us on the next turn. And if they find a boss monster, it's also still kind of an issue. So I think we need to Shield and Sword. Because we need to go at least this far, where we summon the Dragius and activate the effect. And then the question is really just, do we activate Hammer Crush? I'm leaning towards no. Because we know it's not Widespread. So we can at least clear the board. And then keep a card in hand, so we aren't dying to Trigger Drago as badly. But if it's Talismanic Seal Array, that would be game ending. And wait, okay, so minus 700, that's only 300 more damage. So maybe it is worth it. Okay. Hammer Crush, let's get rid of this. It was Seal Array, which would have been incredibly bad. Pass turn, and as long as we survive. But they have so many bosses available. They've gone through 3, 4, but they're running 9. They have 5 cards out of 18 that get them out of the situation. Oh, that sounds really bad. Now we can just normal summon a couple of guys and swing in for game. 3 monsters will do it. Unfortunate. I feel like every time we get so close to 25,000, and then we just get something unfortunate. This was a very close game, given our 4 boss monster hand. So, I can't complain. I don't think it's necessarily, oh, this is a terrible matchup. It was just, how it happens sometimes. Interesting opening hand. But only one low level is a little bit concerning. They throw down an attack mode Vorse Raider. I mean, I guess we will try swinging into it. And they are definitely a Thunder player, so we want to keep the Dragius around, I think. We could have kept the Cybertech Alligator instead, but then if they had a Widespread, we would have had no cards on field. Which sounded really bad. Yeah, if you're playing, especially in the mirror, Harvey's Pet Dragon can put in a lot of damage and be pretty hard to out. Stormbolt Destroyer, unfortunately, going to be able to use the effect. Here comes an Angler Coilfish and a Lightswork of Sanctity to guarantee you're pushing through this monster. I'm definitely taking a ton of damage here. And an array too. I mean, it makes sense. We didn't get hit by the Widespread Ruin. So Talismanic Seal Array is a reasonable card for them to have. Lightning Trigger debuffs it and another 500. However, thanks to this not being Summoned Skull, we saved out on several hundred points of damage. That said, we are still incredibly low. We draw a curry bot, but we don't really have another boss monster. Is it worth going for? I think we kind of do it anyway, because we need to find ourselves something really strong. Cobalt effect. Send this to the graveyard. And we get a second Dragius. And we have a Talismanic Seal Array. Okay. That sounds like a lot of damage to me. 1, 2. Dragius effect. Mage effect. Essel. Effect. Dragius number 2. Effect. And then finally we flip up Talismanic Seal Array, which is based on level. So we send back Duckbill, draw cards, a Curry Bot, and Cybertech Alligator. And I have not done any math. If this doesn't kill them, then we probably lose. But I mean, it's 10,000 damage. And we just barely clear. Thanks to the 7-Sword Mage. We wouldn't have been able to do it without it. If we didn't have the Mage, if that was any other low-level monster, they would have had 100 life left. We got incredibly lucky. They are up first, but we've drawn nothing. We don't have an Essel or a boss monster. Really not what you want to see going second. We do draw an Essel, so we have a chance to high roll. Milling a boss monster here would obviously be very strong, but we don't get it. So instead we need to just set some monsters. We will not be special summoning. We will be setting. 1, 2, 3. There's a chance that they have a card like a Currybot face down, so let's try swinging in. And there it is, Currybot going down. 1 fewer card for them to ruin our day with. But definitely a bad place to be. Kobold. The issue is that by giving them 2 extra cards, it's really easy for them to summon both Invasion and Heavy Metal at the same time. And any board with 2 boss monsters is an absolute pain to out. Even if I do have my shield and sword, the sheer amount of damage that's inflicted by them makes it very easy for them to end the game the next turn. Heavy Metal coming in, of course. But I guess if that is their only monster. Oh, 2 back row. Still kind of an issue. We will see how this goes. We have an Essel, and it actually survived. So some boss monsters would be nice. And those are some good cards. We definitely shield and sword. However, we're only able to bring in 1 boss monster. Oh, that could be an issue. However, we definitely shield and sword. Duckbill. Currybot. Tribute 2. 1. 2. Mill. Set. And then, as we just play the game, attack. They have something. But I'm ending here to stop a widespread ruin. For sure. Or sorry, to stop a ghost cyclone. Cyclone into another heavy metal would kill me. And I don't want them activating any cyclones, so we are going here. What third deck do I think will get hit with Thunder and Rebel? I mean, Magnum Overlord had a ton of spots in the top 10. At least at the start. I think it is more Roa players now, but it could go either way. The festival still has plenty of time left to go. Alright, so they do get to draw a card with the Kobold. And we know they have a trap, but I think it's Majesty rather than Ruin. They are summoning Shadowbuyer. Perhaps they're going for an invasion play here. Clearing my board and swinging in for a ton of damage. And they have a Fire Breath. I spent so much effort to play around a Ghost Cyclone, but they draw Fire Breath to deal with me anyway. Invasion and Shadowbuyer represent 3,500 damage, and that is game. Maybe I should have attacked. I feel like I made the right move though. An unfortunate loss. Once again, that would have been our chance to hit 25,000. It has been nearly 3 hours, and we are still a little bit lower than where we started. Next ranking update is in 15 minutes, which is probably a good time to get more water, etc. Alright, we are up first, which is always nice to see. However, I'm pretty sure we're fighting a Harpy player, so this set 3 board is going to be massively punished. On the plus side, they are a Thunder player. On the downside, they have found the Widespread Ruin with tactical accuracy. And they summon a bunch of 1500s, so my goats don't do anything. We draw plenty of monsters here, and we actually have a Currybot. This is a very strong hand. Currybot leads into a double Dragius, which is definitely better than trying to mill into an into a target for the Duckbill. I mean, of course we are activating the effect, but we want to minimize. Oh, well, there goes our other trap card. Do we Essel? I mean, if these are already gone, then there's not really anything we're trying to set up, except for the Talismanic Seal Array. But we also have plenty of monsters in the graveyard already, so we can just go here. Activate the effect, and we are swinging in for our 10,000 damage. Of course, they have 4,500, which is just barely enough to survive. 500 life left over. Of course, we did leave no cards in hand, so Trigger Dragos would go pretty hard. However, 5,500 is a lot to ask for. And 500 is hopefully a little bit easier for us to reach. Okay, and they don't draw a boss, so they just go in and end it. Send them a nice. The games with this deck have been incredibly fast, either way. And here is a Roa. My initial testing against opposing Roas was 7-0. A hand like this might make it a little bit more difficult though. I'm not gonna Essel because I'm not giving them a Dragius to work with. That would be silly. We will set these. And then do we summon the Harpy Lady Sisters? Or do we hold on? I think we hold since we don't have anything to protect it. So we don't really want them to heavy metal it and then, well, if they do heavy metal it, that'd be fine. I think we do summon this to mitigate damage. Okay. I can get behind that. And then we keep the Essel around, since it has more attack. Or do we keep the Mage around? Debuff a heavy metal. Okay, let's go like this. This could be the wrong move, but I will pass turn here. When they have the Cyclone, losing out on Shield and Sword is a huge value swing, especially since they are replacing a card in hand. I think basically we're hoping that they can only swing in with exactly a singular heavy metal. And then that forces them to leave a monster on board. They are using a very early Hell Tuning Invasion, which means it probably is a heavy metal play. Right, and now they get to choose whether to deal more damage or whether to destroy the sisters. So it would have been 200 more life if I kept the Essel around. Oh no, they just battle without activating the effect. They didn't know. Wow. And we find a Talismanic Seal Array. Is it live? Not yet. We have 2 monsters in the graveyard. We're gonna get 2 more, for sure. 1, 2. And then Dragius. Wait, let me double check. We need 4 monsters. We have 2. Okay. We don't need to summon the Cybertech Alligator. 1, 2. Mill. And then Talismanic Seal Array. 1, 2, 3. All 4 monsters back into the deck. We will keep the Harpy Lady Sisters on board, because the Cybertech Alligator isn't going to represent lethal. So we enter battle. We've used Dragius' effect. Clear out heavy metal. Swing in. And then swing in again. And they are down to just 1900. And let's see what they do. An invasion is only 200 damage. And it would get cleared by our Cybertech. They ditch another heavy metal. I think that means they are going for an invasion. And here it is, Royal Vebbel's Invasion, destroying this and dealing 200 points of damage. Keeping our life points pretty healthy. This is where Shield and Sword would really win us the game. Hammer Crush is fine. And if we draw a low-level monster, it is actually perfect. Because this Trigger Drago could go crazy. Low level, please. Another Hammer Crush is unfortunate. Now we have to kind of pick and choose. Did they set a Babysitter Goat? They did not set a Babysitter Goat. And they're also down 2 Gargoyles. So if that thing has under 1,000 defense, we would win the game on the spot. I really wish we had another low level, so that way the Cybertech could get in for the final game if that's an Essel. Which it very well could be. This is quite risky. But I think I want to go for it. Low level. And we did it. It was a 0 defense monster. We get the piercing. Game over. And we have crossed 25,000. If we can win our next game, it will be a new record. We are 1 game away from finally crossing this barrier, which has been holding us back for so long. It is another Roa, and we are up first. Not the greatest opening hand. That helps. Set a couple cards. And as long as we don't get hit by the Cyclone. We have thinned our hand out. We have protection. Is this good enough? There are 8 minutes until the next ranking update. So we need to finish this game, get up to 26k, and then finally go take a water break. However, we could easily get high rolled. A couple of Ghost Cyclones, and the whole thing comes crashing down. Especially if they have a heavy metal. Swinging in for 5,000 damage. Will our Biblioteca Alligator be able to survive? You know, Alterios, that is what I thought last time. So, aggro 1 running Ancient Arise Dragon and Dragius. But instead of hitting the Ancient Arise Dragon, they actually continue to allow that deck to exist and hit Clear Ice instead, which I thought was really interesting. Oh, we're fighting an aggro player themselves. That's actually better news for us, given the current board state. As a lone boss monster has no shot of clearing the Cybertech Alligator. Okay, but an Essel sends a second Trigger Drago to the graveyard. Disaster has struck. Sure, they did mill the Ruin, but they also milled a second boss monster. We were in such a dominating position with our face down Widespread Ruin. But now our check goes down. Hopefully we can stabilize. A couple of Cobalts. Will that get us anywhere? We have too many low levels, I think. So go with this one. Well, drawing a high level doesn't help us though. Unless it's that one. 3 monsters engrave. Summon. Duckbill. Summon. Mage. Mage effect. Debuff the Trigger Drago. And then we can tribute summon. 1 and 2. Mill a little bit. It's a Hammer Crush. That's fine though. The question is, do we Talismanic Seal Array for extra damage? I'd rather make them actually use their Hammer Crush. So battle. Or we can use the Seal Array when we can't actually already out the monster on our own. we get in for about an equivalent amount of damage. So currently, this game is going back and forth. However, they have initiative. We don't have any trap cards to turn the momentum on its side. So what we need to do is actually just make a big tempo play with something like a Dragius before they can. Neither of us has access to a widespread ruin anymore. So it's really going to come down to drawing the spell cards. Silverwolf into a Dragius could be a big issue. Talismanic Seal Array also does the same job. Presumably they are going to be shuffling back some of these targets. Or, sorry, cards like the Carrier. And the Paku. And of course, the Trigger Dragos stay in here for Duckbill. However, if that is their only attack, that is looking good for us. We drew a Hammer Crush. Let's set it and draw a card. We have Essels, which we are going to use to load the graveyard beyond recognition. So we need to Talismanic, because we want maximum damage. Return 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we summon. Well, I need to Hammer Crush. Okay, so let's do this. Prevents any shenanigans from a recital. And then Duckbill. And then Dragius. And then another Essel. And that should be game. And they concede. We clocked in just in time. Still 3 minutes before the update. Perhaps we take our break a little bit early. Then I will come back a little bit more hydrated. And we will see where we are with this new 26-3-4-5. Alright, so everyone. Oh, it looks like there's already an ad break going on Twitch, which is perfect timing. Which means we will just set it to being right back. And I will go get some water. we are back. Just in time for the ranking update. We have climbed back to number 78 and the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 Roas. However, 1, 2, 3, 4 Yugas. And then 2 archive players. But also, look how high it is. 52,000 rush power already. That is such a ridiculous amount. They have twice as much as me. There's no way I am ever trying to compete with that. That is ridiculous. Even top 10. A full 11,000. Good night, Justin. Welcome, Kana, and welcome, Zafallen. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, we are up second. Is that good or bad against a Rebel deck? I don't really know, but we do have an Essel, which could change things. Fallen, are you running in stage 2? How have you been doing? If so. Our move, there is a Feral Imp for us, at the bare minimum. We could also shoot in Sword, but if they don't have any Ghost Cyclones already, is that even worth it though? Unfortunately, Mage and Cobalt both aren't able to discard, so we are going to just, Essel and see what we get, I think. And we find a Trigger Drago. Incredible. It does not have its piercing effect, but it does still kind of work out for us. I think we will keep the, Cobalt in hand, as we have Shield and Sword already, so Mage might not be that important. Summon out Cybertech Alligator, and we start swinging in. I will take maximum damage. There's a chance these are 1400s though. Okay, if one is a 1400, maybe the other's not. Okay, it's an Essel, but that's fine. We got in for some decent damage. Unfortunately, this board is kind of weak to a counterattack. Of course, the Cybertech Alligator is sitting here fresh for them to do something with. However, they do not. And however, again, we have not drawn a Dragius. We could try to mill more to get us closer to it. But then we could also just mill them. However, we do have a Talismanic Seal Array already face down. So I'm just gonna mill. Oh, and we lose Widespread. That was probably the wrong play, huh? I guess let's just try swinging into here. And it actually works out. Okay. So obviously losing Widespread Ruin, not what you want to see. But maybe it is actually what we need, as if it gets us one card closer to finding Dragius. Or something. I mean, 6,000 requires a ton of resources, though maybe not if they, just heavy metal this thing. I am a little bit worried. We also haven't seen either Hammer Crush, so we have 5 draws that at least in the deck. Shadow Buyer is going in. which is kind of an awkward play. Unless they are planning to actually use it, which they very well could be. But it is heavy metal, but they didn't use the skill, so they aren't able to destroy this yet. Do they have a second one? Setting a monster, and now is it time for Hell Tuning Invasion? No, well, it's time for the second heavy metal. They are really going in on clearing this board. Really interesting. We will take the 2500. And then we do have a shield and sword here. We could summon babysitter goats. But that feels a little bit too cope. I'm just gonna shield and sword. And then try to discard one of the goats and draw it into something else. Discard you, draw a card. Not a bad one. Essel. Throw down some face downs. And see if this can get us somewhere. 1000 damage isn't too bad. 3500 is 23 and 12. So the extra 400 damage we could take here wouldn't make a difference. Okay. It's an imp. We do take the 4. But that's okay. They can't go Cyclone. So as long as we stall for one more turn with 4 cards, or with 3 Dragias and 13 cards, and 2 Hammer Crush to thin further, we should almost definitely be finding one next round. As long as we survive to the next round. Of course, we see Shadowbuyer, a card that is capable to attack even after Invasion wipes my board. So it is something we need to be wary of. Oh, I completely missed. Fallen responded 133 and lost 27 with Ace Breaker. Well, a positive record is not bad. And of course here comes Invasion, clearing the board, and then it's another set card. We have a King's Majesty, so we are going to let the first attack through. And then King's Majesty, the second one. Now, the big issue is what if we draw too many Dragias? I'm just hoping this works out. 2 Dragias and a Hammer Crush. About what we were expecting. But they could have their King's Majesty or their Widespread Ruin still set up. I feel like they didn't use a spell card when they could have last time. Let's just keep calm and see what we can figure out. Hammer Crush deal. Discard a card. It's the other Hammer Crush. Okay. Currybot. Recycle. We don't have another Currybot. That makes things a lot more complicated. I mean, we need to summon a Dragias, either way. So if we know this part has to happen. We can mill 1. And then we can Hammer Crush. And I'm gonna pick this one. It was King's Majesty. We might have just messed up. Well, King's Majesty is... we need to hit it anyway. Oh, this is so rough. Because we don't have another card in hand. 1, 2... 3, 4. So if they have the widespread, and they were just holding onto it. Well, here goes nothing. And there goes everything. That is it, for sure. We can surrender. Unfortunately, all we needed was the Currybot, to be set up. And I would have had the extra card to Hammer Crush the second one. But yeah, our bottom deck had all 3 Currybot and all 3 Dragias. kind of interesting. We will eat that loss. Alright, we are up first, which should give us a chance to set up a board and get better draws the next turn. This is the kind of deck that should be running Tornas. So I am a little bit worried about that. We definitely want to set this one. But realistically, setting the goat is correct. Because it does nothing, whereas this could. Maximum overload. As expected, they are on Magnum. Red piece revealed. And it is a 7-zone magician. Prismatic. Very fancy. Left piece is actually not really able to clear any of these. So they are going to take some damage. And hopefully we are able to draw into some nice cards. Those aren't exactly what I had in mind, but they could be pretty good anyway. We need to set up a Talismanic Seal Ray. So I guess I will use Essel. Hammer Crush to the grave. It was the next card in the deck. Kobold. Effect. Ditch the goat. Another goat. Very funny. Trigger Drago is up next. 1, 2. And we mill again. It's a duckbill. And then we do it another time. We have a second kobold and a second babysitter goat. And there we go. It's Dragius time. Protected. Wait, okay. 0-100. If that's not Widespread Ruin, we could win the game. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, but now my Dragius is vulnerable to their Widespread. That was a mistake. I should have taken the guaranteed board clear instead of pushing too hard. I saw potential OTK and brain went burr. And now we just eat a ton of dirt. If they flip up the one and only Widespread Ruin. We had a board clear and we threw it away. And Frank, that might be a good point. We know they have the head, and I'm pretty sure they just keep a card in hand, which might be another blue piece. There goes the head again. 17. Okay, so no max. That's a good start. And another copy of the headpiece. Interesting board. We are taking a ton of damage, but we could still turn this around. Unfortunately, we did throw away the shield and sword. Do we have Currybot set up this time? I'm pretty sure we do. But this time, do we even need it for anything? Taking the extra 500 doesn't seem really that worth it. We could just draw with the Cobalt, and see what we get. Oh wait, we have a duckbill. Never mind. We're Currybotting. Effect. Draw you. And then duckbill. And then effect. Sending something to the bottom of the deck. I guess this one. Grab a Trigger Drago. tribute. Well, maybe I use this first. Active effect, get rid of the curry bot. See what we draw. Another kobold. Okay. 1, 2. Unfortunately, this isn't game. But I mean, it is a pretty strong board. As we go here first, and then we figure out what we're doing after that. They have over 2,000 left, so we'll clear the maximum piece. And we will see how it goes. This is our fault for running into the widespread. A huge misplay could have cost us this game. DC Connect says, strong board until they summon the maximum monster. Very true. We are low enough where we would have died anyway. The thing we are most worried about is something like a 7-zone Magician and a Torna working together to kind of just run over everything. $1,700. And welcome, Juniper. Alright, this is going to defense mode. We probably like seeing that. Time to battle. They can't clear the heartbeat, which is always a little bit reassuring. Keeping a boss monster naturally is going to make things easier. Dragius. Hello. Summon Mage, of course. Activate effect. There goes our widespread ruin. But I don't think we really need it at this point in the game. This is still not lethal. This is under 2... Wait, no it is. Okay. Kobold. Dragius. Summon another monster. And then we're good to go. Mill. Normal summon. Throw it down, just in case I am bad at math. Battle phase, swing into the Overlord. And then, swing again into the Magician. This puts them low, and then Harpy Lady Sisters, and Essel. Finish the game. And welcome, Cocktail Samurai. Hope you all are enjoying the stream. We were playing a ton of Roa. And we got really far with Roa at the start of the event. However, I think it might be time for the change. We've been doing a little bit better after the switch, which is what we need in order to climb. Still haven't broken past 26 though. I think 30,000 would be nice to reach. Who knows how long that'll take though. Winning 5 games in a row is basically impossible at this level of play. We have 2 Dragius. This is presumably a Roa player. Do I get rid of one of the Dragius? I think so. And I want to have a low-level monster to set with it, so that it doesn't get eaten by a heavy metal. Which means we are not going to use the effect to discard the curry bot. We will use the curry bot as heavy metal food. And pass turn. Oh, welcome, Sync Lyric. Glad it can make some good background noise. Hopefully my commentary on my games isn't making you get confused about what's going on in yours. And my opponent sets 5 and passes against a Dragius. And I mean, if they can't handle 1 Dragius, how will they ever possibly deal with 2? Let's Essel. And then Dragius. Well, we should Dragius mill first. And then we go here, and I missed a potential lethal, actually. However, against a Rebel player, I would like to ensure these Dragiuses against a future turn. So we're gonna set Babysitter Go. Activate the effect and see if we can't clear this board. I suspect we can. Yeah, if they had nothing, the Essel would have been lethal. So I missed out on a very aggressive line. That could have won me the game. However, they are all the way down to 1,000. And this is a safe play that stops a heavy metal from doing much of anything. Unless they have another way around it. They could always heavy metal before using the skill, which would be an issue. They set 3 again. But I mean, unless they've magically drawn something, all we need to do is use the effects again. And swing in for game. Oh, maybe they have a King's Majesty. And that's what they're waiting on. If that's the case, there's nothing I can really do about it. Battle, let's swing this way first. Alright, we didn't hit a Babysitter Go. That is great news. And now we have. So expect them to negate this attack. There goes 1 trap down. But we do still clear the board. And we still give them nothing to Cyclone. And of course, if they had no cards in hand, I would have played the Trigger Drago. But it wouldn't have worked in this situation. They had 2 monsters left over. And they concede, having drawn nothing again. We are up first, and we like to see it. I will be keeping Mage in hand, as that is the one that can help me clear out heavy metals. Of course, in a perfect world, they will not draw the Ghost Cyclone. It's about a 40% chance if they're on 3, but they have it. There goes Widespread Ruin, an incredibly important card. But more importantly, it gives them more gas for this turn. Here comes a Cobalt. Makes sense. And then Nessus. Looks like it's time for the invasion. I am kind of expecting this. The way they're playing it makes me think it is an invasion rather than a heavy metal. I don't know, it's just the vibe I'm getting from their hand. They are ditching a King's Majesty. Really interesting choice. It is actually a heavy metal, which means we take less than 2,500. And I guess they really wanted to be able to... They were trying to set this. It must be a go. There's no way it's not. Alright, Shield and Sword is a fantastic draw. And we have a Duckbill. So with 4 low levels, I think we want to try to find ourselves some more cards. Okay, so Shield and Sword first. Wait, no, we need to get rid of the Shield and Sword if we do manage to mill it. So let's start with Mage. Mage effect. Hammer Crush, that's fine. Kobold is next. And then I could use the Shield and Sword here. I guess I should. It's really unlikely to mill exactly a Trigger Drago. And this gets in for a lot more damage. Tribute 1. Tribute 2. Effect. And we mill. Talismanic. Okay. Battle phase. We are running over the heavy metal and clearing this. Oh, it was really only a curry bot. I am shocked. I thought for sure it was going to be a Babysitter Goat, because they got rid of the King's Majesty to try to set a monster to protect the heavy metal from another heavy metal. But Currybot is also a level 1 monster. So I suppose it works out. Yes, I am indeed playing some sort of aggro deck. They have a Currybot. Unfortunately, we missed out on a ton of damage had we swung with the mage. And we've also lost a Talismanic Seal Ray. I am playing around the next heavy metal though. Though I guess I didn't need to. I could have just used the kobold and got in for another 1,000. That's rough. I think I am throwing. I might still win, but it could be anyone's game. I'm really hoping to see a heavy metal instead of an invasion. Invasion clears the board. Heavy metal does not. But it is invasion. So that's 2,300. And our shield and sword is gone. They have plenty of monsters. But they are weak to a potential Trigger Drago. Should I be able to find it? And we do. Very interesting. Do we have a goat? We do. Part 2. A third low level would have been nice. But okay. Let's Essel. And I mean, I'm gonna just go for it. 2,800. If we hit a low defense monster, we win the game. But if we don't, we basically just lose on the spot, huh? Well, show me a Currybot. It's an Essel. They survive. Unfortunate. Because now either of their boss monsters is enough to finish me off. I suppose I should have played more conservatively. How's it going so far? I am losing to a lot of Rebel players, to be entirely honest. But I'd say it's still going relatively well. Alright, summoning a monster. Shadowbuyer should be good enough. Yeah, they are summoning some kind of boss monster, a heavy metal, to finish this game. And we can concede. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, the other card was a Babysitter Goat, so I absolutely needed to swing into the invasion there and try to play out another turn. I got greedy and was punished. Had I played it better, I would have dealt more damage on a previous turn though, and then that would have been lethal damage. So I misplayed and paid for it. Interesting hand here. This is probably an aggro deck. But there is the slight possibility my opponent is on some Cyberse brew. For some reason, I am doubting it though. We have not encountered a Cyberse player in 5,000 years. And I wouldn't expect them to start showing up now. But they are. Ragnarok, bringing in a boss monster. But a lone Attitude Hydron is not that scary. But okay, paired with the rest of the monsters, they somehow lose the 1 and 3. And I keep a monster on board. We take those. Also, it's very funny. Based on the card seen, I could still be playing Rebels. I mean, I'm not. Alright, so we need to clear the Hydron. But we have a Talismanic Seal Ray. So we can summon a I had another Currybot. I could have gotten an extra body on the board. Oh wait, but no, I couldn't. I needed all 4 of these in the graveyard to use my Seal Ray. Okay. We did not misplay. Oh, but I could have milled a monster. Anyway, whatever. Let's go ahead and seal array. That Hydron is going to hell. Shuffle all of these back. And debuff you. Set this one. And we battle. Swing over this. And then over the Dark Fountain as well. It has extra attack points. So, I mean, I could have dealt 100 more damage. But I feel like that was probably right. Maximum Ragnarok debuffs us by 800, putting us down to 17. So they do need to use 2 boss monsters to actually reliably clear the Dragius. Card was sent to the bottom of the deck. They are summoning 2 boss monsters to reliably clear this Dragius. State Soul is fine though. That's only a 2500. I just shoot Hydron, revealed. I take 300, and then the Hydron is gonna not draw them a card, which is good. We have an attack coming in, which will be stopped by King's Majesty. They can choose to crash if they would like, and they do, leaving their own board a little bit more vulnerable. Not sure if I agree. Now, we have a Trigger Drago, and we probably need a Hammer Crush. So let's go for it. Hammer Crush, we will ditch, the Babysitter Goat to destroy that back row. And it was Widespread Ruin. It paid off. We need to start setting up for a Talismanic Seal Array number 2. So we will be activating these Essels. Oh, losing Shield and Sword kind of sucks a lot. But that's okay. We set up our card for the future. Trigger Drago is gonna get in. And we deal an extra 1,000 on top. So we still have both Widespread and a second Talismanic Seal Array to put in some work. And we also managed to mill a Curry Bot in the middle of all of that chaos. So everything is set up. All we need to do now is draw the keys to victory. After the new Royal Rebel cards, Matija. I think the field spell might see use at 1 or 2 copies. I don't know if the spell card is gonna see a ton of use though. The deck is already using so many cards and they're clearing the board. So you don't really need a 1000 attack point boost. Doesn't really seem like what the rest of the deck is aiming for. So unfortunately, this is going to clear my board. Something like Dragius plus Seal Array is lethal. But that requires a 4-card combo. We find the Dragius and a Duckbill and a Curry Bot. I think that's lethal. This is a very strong hand. We will send out Mage. Mage effect debuffs the Bespectacle Man. Then we summon Dragius. And then we summon Duckbill. Duckbill activates effect. We get rid of the Curry Bot, and we get back Trigger Drago, who has Piercing. Summon Mage, debuff again. And then Trigger Drago comes in. Activate the effect. Activate the other effect. And swing. I guess I actually only needed to summon the Trigger Drago, as my opponent is running only monsters with a 100 or less defense. But I didn't really notice. This hand is looking quite bad. Do I summon the ladies in attack mode? Well, they'll just get debuff, but only, no, it's by 800 against overload. Okay. I'm hoping they try to tournament. And then walk into a monster they can't beat. That was pretty painful. Currybot is not live. We had Cobalt, but 3 monsters is fine. We want the low levels. Like, what could we draw that's better? Well, Goat is slightly marginally better. Alright, in comes Dragius. Activate the effect. Set. We don't need the Seal Array at all. And if they have the widespread, they have it. That is fine. Alright, so we got high rolled. Not an issue. They had the widespread into the double 7th edition board. Sometimes it be like that. They were very high ranked. We only lose 977. We can try it again. Turn 1. This could be a Roa player, which is pretty problematic during our opening hand. We see a heavy metal, which is why I did not want to summon these monsters on their own. Unfortunately, it looks like they did have a cyclone as well. And then we brick entirely. So, unfortunately, sometimes it just be like that. We don't have a Currybot set up in the graveyard either, so there's really no way we can come back from this. Let's just move on to the next game. Better get the quick losses done quickly. We get more games in that way. Though it does mean we are back down to the dreaded 25,000. Okay, if we draw another level monster, this is a pretty fine opening hand. But they do have back row, which is always a bad sign. Okay, but we did just draw into Essel, which is one of the best cards in the deck currently. Definitely summon in the Dragius. And then mill a card first with Dragius, so we have another chance to hit a boss. We find a second Essel. Essel effect, we find a second Dragius. We are in some business. Is their card Widespread Ruin? That would stop them from taking any damage this turn. Otherwise, they are at risk of 5,000. And they are playing Maximum Overlord though. Turn 1, they didn't do anything. There's a chance they have one piece. But will they be able to find 2 in a row? Oh, that face down card could be the reincarnation though. I may have overextended. And now I might get punished. Confusion, sadness, etc. Blocking the way. Oh, welcome to Goha Anjo. How are you doing today? Sorry, I didn't see the response or the message immediately. So my opponent is making some moves, which means they did not draw the maximum. Or maybe they did, and they just really wanted to show it off. No, okay, 3 blues in the graveyard. And they add a light Sork. And they concede after some time thinking. So that ended up going really well. A double Dragius, turn 1 into a win. I am doing pretty well myself. Having some fun playing these duels against people who seem to know what they are doing. Definitely has been a bit rough in terms of trying to win. But the games have been pretty interesting and I am learning a lot. Okay, we have a King's Majesty. But it's not set up, so summoning the Dragius here is almost certainly a mistake. We will take a little bit of damage, but that's fine. We have a Shield and Sword as well. If this is actually a Cybers player, and not an aggro player, we could get in for a huge swing right away. They are going for Ragnarok. Do they have 2 bosses? I'm actually kind of fine with this, as this deck does not have many ways to deal with setting 3 and passing. We see an Yggdrago, and then Attitude Hydron, who gets a cut-in, but not the Yggdrago. I suppose because it was not maximum summon. We are losing our field here, but as long as we draw the level monsters, this game is over. Alright, that is plenty of low-level monsters. Oh, but it's... wait, okay. We summon Babysitter Goat. Then Shield and Sword. And we summon 2 more monsters. And Babysitter Goat is getting in for lethal. Dragius activates the effect. And we battle. 25, 25, and 14. We have apparently found all of the Cybers players today. And we are now at 181 duels. That is a ton. Though I guess everyone else in the top is also probably rocking 200 or so duels, if not more. The players at 52,000, I assume, are just winning more. Remember, every time you misplay and lose, that's worth 2,000 points, roughly. Okay, my opponent has the set 5 pass, but we do have an Essel. However, we don't have a ton to actually do with it. I think we start with the Hammer Crush deal, and we just kind of see what we draw. A Trigger Drago is a great draw. Let's summon the Cobalt, and then discard the Goat. Wait, no, we probably wanted to keep the Goat against a heavy metal player. Okay, whatever. Essel. And then we can use Essel effect. And we find a Dragius. So we summon the Trigger Drago. And then we will simply keep the Hammer Crush here. As I would like to get out the Cybertech Alligator. Though, I suppose if they widespread ruin, this is still a little bit problematic. Swing. They have it. It was still only going to be a 50-50 either way, though. We clear the board, but we are in a lot of danger now. We go from running in for 5,300 damage, to them being able to go Cyclone, our Hammer Crush, draw an extra card, and then run us over with some kind of crazy heavy metal play. One card can absolutely turn the game around. Though, the same can be said for us drawing the Essel in the first place, and then milling Dragius. We see a Genie's Fire Breath. My Hammer Crush, I can't Hammer Crush deal again. Unfortunately. Only 2 low levels, but that's okay. We have the Mage. So we can at least clear through unless they hit us with the second trap card. Well, we can actually destroy the trap card anyway. Babysitter Goat. Dragius time. And then Hammer Crush. We are giving up a really nice tech card in the matchup, but it's what we need to do to keep playing the game. actually keep the Dragius alive. Do we have a Trigger Drago? We do. So let's Duckbill. Then activate effect. I guess we want to carry bot around. So what do we get rid of? I guess the Shield and Sword is a reasonable discard. Since we want to have the widespread ruin for sure. Yeah. Add this to hand. Summon. Mill. Summon. Summon. Mill. Set. And set. Swing into this. And then clear board. Unfortunately, they had the Cyclone. And now they are thinking. So I had to choose basically last turn. I either could have set Widespread Rune with Shield and Sword, or set this Curry Bot. I set the Curry Bot because I thought it would help against a heavy metal. But instead they are summoning Invasion. And there is now a Shield and Sword at the bottom of my deck. Do I have the resources left to clear this 4 levels Invasion? With me not having the Shield and Sword. I have a Talismanic Seal Array. And a Trigger Drake. Okay, and a Duckbill. And a Curry Bot. I think we get there. Let's start with the first things first. Curry Bot. Activate the effect. Add Curry Bot to hand. Then we need to summon the Duckbill. Duckbill can get rid of the Babysitter Goat, as it is not going to actually help us win the game. Move you, add Trigger Drago to hand. Then we can summon a second Curry Bot. And then the Trigger Drago. We mill one with Trigger Drago. Then we Talismanic Seal Array. And we shuffle back some Curry Bots. A Dragius. Low level. Mage. This reduces the invasion to 900. And now, even if they are able to stop our first attack, we can clear it with Essel. And then win the game with Duckbill directly. King's Majesty is not enough to slow us down. Okay, we are up first. And this is actually a pretty strong hand. Let's go ahead and set this. Summon the Harpy Lady Sisters. And the idea is, even if they have a Cyclone, it is a 50-50. And if they do not have the Cyclone, They can't remove this Harpy Lady. They immediately Cyclone, and they hit the 50-50. Incredible. The Lady Sisters was meant to survive the attack from their boss monster. If it's an invasion, we still only take 200, which is nice. An invasion is able to be defeated by my Dragius on the next turn, but they are ditching an invasion right now. Which means they are summoning a heavy metal instead, and then getting in for a ton of damage, because they don't need to use the skill as they open a Shadow Buyer as well. We had a very clean win if they didn't open Cyclone into winning 50-50. And now we are kind of, getting completely rolled. We Hammer Crush Deal, draw a card. Seven's Road Mage. We need to get rid of the heavy metal. We mill a Babysitter Goat, which is something. Let's summon the Dragius and see if we can turn it around. Mill a card. We mill a Currybot. Can we shuffle 4 away? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I think we go for it. Let's activate Talismanic Seal Array. Shuffle, 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 and shuffle. Debuffing the heavy metal even more. We set a card. And then we battle, getting in for a round 3000. They immediately Hell Tuning Invasion, which means another heavy metal is coming in. Heavy metal will eat the Dragius. And then they have if they have 2 strong monsters, that would be enough to end the game. However, we do have our King's Majesty, and they set 2. So we are still alive. Unfortunately, we haven't dealt with any of their actual back row yet. Interesting. We could... we could make another risky Trigger Drago swing. Those have not been working out very well for us, to be completely honest. It would need to be a Currybot or a Fanatic or a Shadow Buyer, and there are a lot of those in the graveyard. I'm expecting they would have set their best defense monsters. So unfortunately, I think I have to go like this. Mage Effect. We will debuff the heavy metal. Then, let's Hammer Crush. Hammer Crush is going to ditch the, Duck Bill. And destroy this. It was Majesty. And then we summon 2, and we keep the Mage around. We still lose to an invasion, but this can at least survive against a heavy metal. Which, I mean, they've already seen a ton of. Wait, they conceded. I did not have game, and I was not going for it. I was going to attack the heavy metal. But they conceded before I swung in with Trigger Drago. That is actually wild. And we very much appreciate it. Oh, it's actually time for a ranking update. Which means I probably should have gone for my water break. I suppose we will do it in a moment. Oh, but I guess I missed it. I don't want to spam the Twitch chat with any more ads. So it was my fault for not keeping track of the time. So he's digging a ton with the kobolds, including getting rid of an invasion. Unfortunately, we don't have anything of interest here. We can potentially draw into an Essel or a boss monster with our kobold. They summon a second invasion. They are really playing around us being on rebels. Let's summon the kobold and draw. Shield and sword can do it. At least for now. As long as we clear the invasion, I don't mind. Swing in. And then, what did they get rid of? They got rid of a Nessus and a Nest. Okay. I think this is pretty likely to be a high defense monster. But I should go in for it because there's not a ton of downside. And the upside is removing a card like Shadowbuyer, which is huge. Pretty sure my opponent did have access to a card here. And it would have to be the widespread. Because there are no level 1 fiends in the graveyard. So if I get a Hammer Crush, I will swing on the card they currently have set. They are summoning some Nessus and setting a bunch more cards. A very, very janky game. Let's see what we draw. Okay, there are our boss monsters. But I'm pretty sure they have the widespread. But that is okay, as we are able to summon the Trigger Drago as protection. This works out okay. However, it's still not that good, as them hitting us with a widespread ruin means heavy metal ends the game immediately. We have no protection. Swing in, and they have it, of course. Oh, but it wasn't the middle card. That's actually kind of surprising. I guess I will hit this. Get in for the damage. So they are down 2 invasions, which means they have all 3 heavy metal. And all they need is to draw a single one. Our hand seemed strong, but it was pretty fragile. Descendant of Titans coming in, and the Hell Tuning Invasion. Looks like they have got it. I will be shocked if it's the 3rd invasion. Here comes the artist, the myth, and the legend. I will send them an ice. Can't win them all. We do lose more points than we are gaining, though. But no problem. We'll go in for the 3rd one. We were actually getting pretty close to the 30,000 threshold. Maybe it isn't as impossible as it seemed. Right, and another Roa. We don't have a goat, so I don't feel super comfortable summoning this Dragius. But what I will do is set up my Currybot for later. And hopefully we'll find a way to deal with any potential heavy metals that come down. Given it's turn 1, I think they'd want to summon an invasion if they get the opportunity. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's another aggro player. And they found a Trigger Drago. I mean, I guess that makes it better for me that I did not summon my Dragius and empty my hand. But they have the Trigger Drago Dragius board. Very strong. They're playing the more traditional aggro variant, which means I probably have a bad matchup because they aren't running as many tech cards. I'm teched out to beat Rebels, which means my average card quality is actually a bit lower. And wow, this is looking bad. Do I just concede? I can summon Currybot. Activate effect. Add back to hand. Summon. Set the Essel. And at least clear the Dragius. Or do I clear the Trigger Drago? No, I think I clear the Dragius. Because that's only 300 damage. And I would force a different monster to attack this. If I want to survive the turn, I think it has to be this way. Bum 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 bum. They have another seahorse. But I mean, they definitely don't need to use the effect. Dragius, that is game. And they have an Essel for good measure. But that's 300 plus 25. We can concede. Alright, they are clicking buttons. We will move on. We are fighting a Roa. I guess we just throw down all of our cards then. The Cyber Attack seems useful for later, and it's definitely not going to be useful on the field where a heavy metal can destroy it. Alright, we see them digging for the skill. Or 4 more cards, I mean. Maybe that means they don't have a boss monster. Alright, they might actually not have a boss monster. I wasn't expecting it to be the actual case. Cobalt Kobold, swinging in, clearing a duckbill. But that's fine. We draw all 3 Dragius. Probably not what I actually wanted to see. We don't have a Hammer Crush, so if that's the Widespread Ruin, it's a little bit unfortunate. However, I am going to go ahead and use Essel. Set up the graveyard, and wow, I am glad I did, as we were going to draw a ton of spell cards next turn, which were not going to help us. Let's summon Dragius and Cybertech Alligator. Activate Dragius' effect, and we go into battle. Alright, no King's Majesty. And no Widespread. Good signs. Oh, Chenyu, you reached 35,000. Congratulations. That is incredible. I'm not sure I'm gonna reach that for a very long time. If at all. I mean, last time I was at 39,000. So my goal for this event is 40,000 or higher. However, it feels like this is a much tougher event. Were people this high in the ranks this early last time? It seems like a lot of points. Alright, Hell Tuning Invasion is live. And it is the heavy metal, swinging in for 2,500. That's not the worst it could be. However, we are going to need to find a way to out the heavy metal. Genie's Fire Breath is breaking me even more next turn. I already have 2 Dragias. I can't handle that. Having a card returned to my hand is devastating. Is Currybot online? It is. Maybe that is what will save me. Currybot, activate effect. Then we need to summon out Mage. To perform a debuff. Summon the Currybot, and then mill with Dragius. Ditching the 2 Currybot. If we mill a goat, we'd be in a good spot. But we mill another Currybot. I mean, we are maybe in this. They are taking a ton of damage, and a heavy metal isn't game, nor is an invasion. But if they manage to pair them with Shadowbuyer, then I might go down. And we've only seen 1 Shadowbuyer so far, and only 1 boss monster. Currybot, unfortunately, is live for them, which is going to give them the resources they need to make a really threatening board. Here comes Cobalt, and they are digging for something. They discard a low level. Maybe they don't have the boss. There is a chance. Show me no boss, concede. You can concede. I'm okay with it. I believe in you. It's okay. Don't worry about it. No, you don't need to do that. Don't bother with all of those cards you're summoning. What is being discarded? And what is the set card? It's not a Shadowbuyer. That is a good sign. So if they heavy metal, that's only 800 damage. If they invasion it, it's 23. Alright, here's heavy metal. The issue. Heavy metal is a little bit harder to out compared to the other monsters. But there is a Cobalt sitting right there. Monster reincarnation, that is game. They have another heavy metal. They're gonna destroy my Dragius. And then swing in for 5,000 damage. And I don't have the trap card to stop them. I have no babysitter goats available. That sucks. We did our best, but they managed to get an incredible comeback. I will definitely be sending them over a nice. Unfortunately for us, that means we're losing another 1,000 points. We were so close to breaking in to the 30,000 threshold. But now, we're steadily approaching 25 again. Okay, we are up first. I think we just set everything and pass it over. Let's see what they do. Unfortunately, Cyclone is like a 40% chance to be drawn, which would kind of ruin my Seal Array. Right, they are summoning Shadow Buyer, meaning that they might be getting in for a full 3,500 this turn. They discard a Heavy Metal. They are definitely going in with an Invasion here. I would be shocked if they don't. And the Heavy Metal is even shuffled back into the deck. And here it is, Royal Rebel's Invasion. An incredible opening turn. We do have Dragius to clear the board, but we are so low. We find a Trigger Drago. I don't think that helps us. We find an Essel as well. Essel could mill, which seems okay. We go here, and there are 2 Babysitter Goats. That does not help us. Then, we will set the Curry Bot for sure. And I mean, I think I'm just clearing with Dragius here. And leaving Trigger Drago for next time. I could shuffle back monsters with the Talismanic Seal Array. But does it help me here? I guess it prevents them from using a Ghost Cyclone. And then I don't get to use it at all later. And so they have Trigger Drago. That could be solid, as I'm going to be able to clear a Heavy Metal anyway. So debuffing them for extra damage sounds nice. Maybe I should have put the Curry Bot in attack mode, actually. Swing in. Swing in. The extra 300 damage could come up, because it would put them at exactly 2,800, allowing me to do a Trigger Drago Desperado. And it wouldn't actually threaten me, because they are switching it to attack mode. For sure. And by setting it, they can actually do like a Shadow Buyer play, summon the Heavy Metal, and then flip me up. Which would be exactly like this. Yeah, wait, no, it's Hell Tuning Invasion. And they did draw the Ghost Cyclone. Very funny. I guess it's probably a good thing I got rid of my Talismanic Seal Array. Right, they Kobold, and then drop a card. They have a boss monster, or they wouldn't be playing like this. They wouldn't leave to attack mode things in front of me. Invasion blows up the board, and then they get back row. That sounds very threatening. We have the Curry Bot, but no way to actually use it. Our life points are too low. I mean, I guess we summon Trigger Drago. I would have liked to see a trap card. We get 500, but that is probably not enough. They've got 4 bosses in there. 4 out of 20 though. What are the odds of not drawing one? I'm gonna go look that up while they do draw one and kill me. So 20 cards, you're getting 5. Boss for at least 1. A 70% chance to find it. And we are very dead. Let's go ahead and surrender. Oh, we lost to the same player twice. I mean, we did beat another robot player twice in a row earlier. So I, guess it's fair. Alright, we draw 5. Which, I mean, is not that bad. Set. And they, of course, draw the Cyclone immediately. And they find the trap card again. Oh, and this is a Harpy player. I actually didn't notice. That's very problematic. We should have a good matchup against Harpies in general, but with a field like this and the turn 1 Cyclone, things get turned around pretty quickly. Especially if they win another 50-50 on the Hysteric Force. You know what? I wonder if I should have used the Cobalt to get another monster. Probably not. That feels like it would have been silly. Okay, so they are swinging in. We take 16. Our move. We find a Curry Bot. That's not so bad. We have some clears here. Do we use the Shield and Sword? I mean, I don't think we need to yet. It would be more damage. But there's a good chance they summon 2 of these at some point. So I guess we just go 1, 2, mill. Summon, and then we hope they don't have the pet dragon, as that would be a pretty steep blow. Battle phase, swing over Harpy Lady Sisters, and Harpy Lady. And then we can pass turn. So I could have dealt 2100 more damage. I mean, that is a lot. Maybe I should have just gone for it. But I mean, we know they can't remove it because there's a monster on board. And they only have Ghost Cyclones. So we are okay. We can save it for later, where a Dragius runs over 2 of them for game. Or some other similar scenario. Speed of Performer, not actually enough of a boost. And we see them lose Sword and Shield, which is fantastic. We do not want to eat a surprise attack. Right, Trick Pigeon, reviving a Harpy Lady Sisters, of course. Main question is, do they have the pet dragon? Right, 2 Harpy Lady Sisters, just like I planned. Now, all we need to do is summon a Dragius next turn, and we win. Will it work out for us? Tune in to find out. A Talismanic Seal Away. Surely that's not lethal. We're at 44. And that's only 1,000 damage. Okay. Will we draw Dragius and a way to summon it to finish this game? 18 cards in deck. We haven't seen any Dragius yet. There is a Dragius and 2 low-level monsters. Shield and Sword is activated. And we summon out 2 low levels. And now it is time for the Multi-Strike Dragon. Activate the effect, and we swing in, or they will concede first. And we actually gain some bonus points for that. Apparently, they are very high ranking. Another nail. We have actually come across 2 Cybers players, but this one appears to be on a skill. Will it be the Harpies, who maximum, or the Thunders, who want me to have no cards in hand? I guess I'll just set these 4. And unfortunately, I think that's the best we can do. And we just kind of hope that the Harpies aren't able to do too much. They summon a monster. And unfortunately, there is a 2 out of 3 chance we are taking a ton of damage. Okay, so it's only 16. But our board is gone. And they even have back row. We do have a Hammer Crush. But is that going to be good enough? We find a Kraybot, which is nice. We always appreciate having an extra monster. And if that is the case, we have 4 low levels, which means I don't think we are going to be using the Hammer Crush. We are going to summon them all out and just bring in our 2 bosses. And then hope this is good enough. If it's the widespread, we still make some decent progress. Let's summon Essel. And then, do we have any babysitter goats? We do, so I don't think there's anything we need to mill. We will summon it Trigger Drago. Activate effect. And then, battle. Start by swinging into Faithbird. See if they have anything. Doesn't look like it. Swing into the Harpy Lady Sisters. And then swing into the Faithbird number 2. We cleared the board successfully. It's entirely possible that's a Ghost Cyclone, but at the very least, it would be a Ghost Cyclone destroying my Hammer Crush, and they won't be drawing a card as there are 4 monsters in the graveyard, but it is tribute to the doomed. They ditch a pet dragon and get rid of Jargias for free. They set a new card and 2 back row. Okay, that is not a ton. They keep a card in hand so my Trigger Drago cannot pierce. But we have 2 copies of our own Hammer Crush, which we might start using. Hammer Crush deal allows us to draw a 6th card this turn. And it's another Trigger Drago. And I think that's just enough stuff. Summon Babysitter Goat. Summon Mage. Summon Trigger Drago. Let's activate our first Hammer Crush and see what we hit. If it's not a widespread, we might go with the other one as well. Activate Hammer Crush number 2. And it was another Counter Pigeons. Very interesting. I could have actually won the game. But this is okay. We get in for a ton of damage. As long as they don't lethal us out of nowhere. They set more monsters. I think they have another pet dragon. That makes sense. Based with how they kept a card in hand last turn. And that's a ton of damage, but it's not enough. Jargias is 500 plus 400. So if we can summon Jargias next turn, we would win the game. And I think we do have a few left. We've seen 1. Show me Jargias and a way to summon it. Shield and Sword is good enough. They only have 800 life. We summon out an Essel and swing in for 800. They concede. we will send them a nice. Alright, we are against Luke. Could be aggro, could be a rare resonance player. I believe there are a couple of resonance players in the top 100. We are up first. We probably want to keep the Trigger Drago around. So we'll set the rest of the board. There we go. Fortunately, there shouldn't be any weird tricks like Tornas or Hysteric Force coming in here, or the Hell Tuning Invasion. So we are okay. Summon a Connector Dog. Cyber's aggro. Or maybe it's just a 1500. Urabi. Setting a card. 2 back row. I mean, this does clear. But what a weird deck. It's been a really long time since I fought someone playing something like this. Are they gonna have the widespread? I mean, I have a Hammer Crush. And we only have 2 low-level monsters. That's a little bit concerning. Oh, we have a Currybot, though. Okay. So let's use Currybot. Activate the effect, grab ourselves 3 low levels. And then we can summon out our 2 bosses. Mill a card for Trigger Drago. And then we will try our best to Hammer Crush the Widespread Ruin. We hit the Widespread Ruin. Let's swing over the non-dinosaur monsters. Okay. We destroyed Widespread and got in for 2k. We have a board advantage. But it's definitely not over. All of these 1500 attack point monsters are able to really put on pressure. Something like Summon a Dragius clears my board and inflicts 3400. Which is a ton. Or even a Super King Rex can revive that Urabi. They are setting, and here comes Dragius, just like I was saying. They are just running all the different 15s to play around with Phantom Bind. Angler Coilfish, Dark Femtron number 2. A really basic deck. But they actually find both Dragius and Seven Sword Magician in the midst of all of this. What an incredible board. And that's from like nothing. They didn't even use it. Wait, how did they do that? Oh, because I left them with 1 monster on board. They were able to do all of that. Incredible. We know they have a Hammer Crush deal. Hammer Crush face down. We have Currybot set up. So I think we need to Shield and Sword. And then try to protect ourselves as much as we can. Currybot, activate effect. Add a Currybot to hand. Summon Currybot. Summon Dragius, and set 2 cards face down. We'll swing in for 2k, and that should be good enough. Seven Sword Magician is the one that absolutely needs to die first. And then Dragius second. Oh, I guess the 1500s are all actually different elements. Dark Femtron, Urabi, Faithbird, and Connector Dog. And Angler Coilfish for water. Troop to the Doomed. And then 3 1500s ends the game. It's as simple as that. Seven Sword Witch. And then 2 1500s. We lost to a very straightforward deck. Wow. I wonder how many points we're losing for this. Are they ranked higher than us? No, we lose a ton of points. Kind of what I was expecting. I don't think that deck is that good. It's very basic and doesn't have a ton of counterplays. But sometimes Dragius is good enough. Oh, wait, is this a rematch? No, it's an archive skill. Okay, we are second, which could be an issue. However, we do have an Essel here. So there is a small chance we find ourselves a nice board. I don't really know what we're looking for here. They set a pet dragon and a back row. The back row is the issue. If that's a widespread ruin, not really sure what we're supposed to be doing against it. Let's start with Currybot. We don't want any ways to switch position, so Mage can come out. And then Trigger Drago and mill a card. This will get us one card deeper for Essel. Tenyu says first place is Dragius good stuff. But was it that variant where they're only running 1500 attackers? Let's Essel. Special summon. Nothing great. I mean, I can take the Tyhone. Then they at least won't be able to shuffle it back next turn. That seems funny. Let's set a card and hope this is not widespread ruin. Chenyu, if you played against first place, do you happen to know what kind of stuff they were running? Like what kind of attacks? Are they on Essels? Are they on Fiends, Thunders, Aquas, Beasts, etc.? There are so many different ways you can play good stuff. I would appreciate the info, if you're willing to share it. Aquas. Interesting. Seal Array. Huh. Yeah, I could try Aquas. I was afraid it would have a bad matchup into the Rebels, though. Right, they actually leave me with Essel. So I could summon, or I could mill even more. D1 says, don't let good stuff win another Rush Festival. You might not want to look at the screen right now. Okay, what do I have? I have a Seal Array as well. I could mill to try to set more stuff up for the future. That seems useful. Let's mill. And then Cobalt. I mean, I have the resources to summon. And then no, we're gonna Cobalt. See if we can find something better. That is a card that is better. But only 1,000 for my Seal Arrays. So we want to Trigger Drago. Wait, I might actually be able to change the defense mode. Okay. In that case, we go here. Summon the Trigger Drago. Light Angel and Light Sorcerer. I don't own that, unfortunately. Pay to win, makes sense though. Alright, we Trigger Drago, set and set. By Angel. Do you mean, Magician's Valkyria? So Light Sorcerer, Aqua, Aggro. Yeah, that could do it. Very aggressive. If I owned the Light Sorcerers of Sanctity, I would be going for it, for sure. Alright, Hysteric Force is activated. But this one's only immune to trap card. Or, sorry, only immune to monster effects. Meaning we are keeping Trigger Drago alive. with the widespread ruin. And keeping a boss monster on board seems pretty strong to me. Let's draw for turn. Alright, Hammer Crush, Dragius, and 2 low levels. I feel like we can't ask for much more than that. Hammer Crush, discard Currybot, destroy you. It's not a trap. That's fine though. 1, 2. Oh, wait a second. Do I have 2 seal arrays? I do. I think we should mill with Trigger Drago. And then we should mill with Essel. And then we should summon Dragius. And we should mill with Dragius. And then we should flip open a seal array. And I want to put back 2 Currybots, for sure. Plus 2 Dragius. Alright, and they are conceding. So, D1, you placed pretty well in the first one, if I remember correctly. What are you running this time? Curious to know what you're up to. Bum, 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 bum. Light, aqua, aggro. Sometimes the simple is just best, huh? Alright, we're playing a Roa. I don't want to set anything up for their own Essels. So we're setting these 3. So we have Mage to deal with Dragius. Sorry. So we have Mage to deal with Heavy Metal. There we go. Oh, Juan says, playing more available to 18k, then switch to Magnum. That makes sense. I have seen a lot of Magnum Overlord players in the top 100. And it is a deck I've said pretty high things of. Maybe I should give it another shot if I struggle to climb with this. So my opponent did find a Heavy Metal. However, they didn't find an actual boss to summon and flip my board up. So maybe that means we can actually do something. But maybe not. Let's find out. Let's start with the Seven's Road Mage. Activate effect. Send this to the grave. Then we Currybot. Then we tribute summon Dragius. 1, 2. Then we summon the Harpy Lady Sisters. Mill 1 with Dragius. And then summon a Babysitter Goat. And we could even theoretically put this just in attack mode. But I mean, I want them to use their cards if I can make them. And the Harpy Lady Sisters can't be destroyed by monster effects. So this is okay. Let's set the goat. Enter battle. Step 1. Swing with Dragius. Into you. And they have the widespread. Or at least a King's Majesty. Its Majesty. Really annoying. But okay. We need to kill the Kobold. Or maybe we should have traded with the Heavy Metal. That's an interesting thought. If I trade with the Heavy Metal, it forces them to find another boss. Whereas now, like, Invasion kind of just runs me through. But I mean, Give Me the Harpy Lady Sisters is also nice. I don't know. It's a tough play. They are switching the Essel to defense mode. That might mean they don't have anything. They are setting more back row. And they clear the Harpy Lady Sisters. Interesting. Alright, we find Hammer Crush. We would love to see a high-level monster. I mean, I think I'll still summon this and dig more. I don't have Shield and Sword or anything, so this seems fine. Activate you. Another Kobold. Activate you. And there's the boss. Unfortunately. Hammer Crush. Discard here. Let's pop that. It was not the Widespread Ruin. Talismanic Seal Array. Put some monsters back in the deck. We want you, 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 and you. We debuff this one, of course. And we set this. This ought to use the effect, so we can try swinging in now. Can we hit this heavy metal? And we actually do. That is good news. Unfortunately, this is a babysitter, so we take 4. But I mean, we are still pretty healthy. And if they continue to brick, fingers crossed, we can get through on the next turn. We will see how it goes. They are activating the skill right away, which I think means they are summoning another heavy metal. But that is totally fine. All we have is a babysitter goat here. So they have been trolled by the goat. Setting some monsters. And I am like 90% sure they have a heavy metal they didn't want to summon here. Okay. I can't change anything to attack mode. But I can summon these. If I summon another Dragius, and then mill 2. Oh wait, okay. What if I summon the babysitter goat? No, I can't Shield and Sword. That would be a dumb decision. And I can summon the... Well, I could summon the babysitter... I could summon the Kobold. And then I would take a ton of damage, though. But I don't think they have widespread. So that would win me the game. Okay. Let's ditch this, draw a new card, and we actually get another boss monster. Which is perfect. This has used the effect. And they concede. Okay. They had a trap card, but after the Harpy Lady Sisters, they know it's over. And that puts us at, I want to say 27. So still a few games away from reaching the 30k barrier. We are second. And we have some minor punishes. Potentially Essel can get in there. Oh, but this is an aggro mirror match. This is not the Royal Rebels matchup. It is anyone's game. They do get to go first, which is pretty strong. We know the first card is Hammer Crush. So if we need to destroy a card, we'd probably pick the one over there. Let's go with Essel. Then we Cobalt to draw a little bit deeper. Send this Currybot to the grave. Another Currybot. Very funny. We will set it. Summon out Trigger Drago. 1 and 2. Trigger Drago is gonna mill for the Essel. We find a second Trigger Drago. That's not bad. Set the Talismanic Seal Array. activate Essel. And then special summon Trigger Drago number 2. Even if they have a widespread ruin, we are getting to keep a boss monster on board. We have plenty of monsters in the graveyard for our seal array, so no need to use the effect. Let us battle. Swing in. Okay. Light and Dark Sorcerer. A lot of spellcasters. I wonder if they are running. Well, they're probably on Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Oh, and they have a Ghost Cyclone out of nowhere. I was expecting Hammer Crush, given the Hammer Crush deal. So they are on both Hammer Crush and Cyclone. They must really not like spell and trap cards. And then a Light Source of Sanctity, 2 of them. That is such a power play. Oh, and if they have a Dragius after that? Okay. They are stacking the debuffs on 1. But then they have HP to the Doomed, 2. Wait, they had a Dragius. Did they have a second Dragius? What an amazing hand. Wow. I don't know what I was supposed to do against something like that. And our opening hand here is not looking nearly as good. We have Hammer Crush deal. Let's set a card. And then draw a card. Duckbill can actually get us back a Trigger Drago. So I think we need to do that. Censor Duckbill. Activate effect. We definitely don't need this one. Add Trigger Drago. Summon Essel. Summon Trigger Drago, of course. And then Hammer Crush. And I want to hit the thing that I know is their Hammer Crush. As that will then protect Widespread Ruin. Activate the effect and get in for 3. Alright, let's see what they do. Their other face-down card is presumably going to be a Talismanic Seal Array, which is still pretty bad for us. All things considered. Another Ghost Cyclone. What is their deck? They hit me with a Hammer Crush deal turn 1, and then resolved 2 Cyclones. I mean, if it works, it works. I just find it comical. I wonder what they are missing in their deck list to fit all of that. It certainly isn't the Dragius. Okay. They've set more cards and passed. It's our turn for Dragius now. But our decks are getting really thin. I mean, set, because I have to also mill to use these effects. Definitely Trigger Drago. Seven Sword Mage. This thing. Activate effect. And then we need to summon the Essel too. Because we need to get in for damage. Battle. Swing in. They found the widespread. So that is unfortunate. Alright, both of those were 0. And so is that one. Oh wait, I think this is what you were saying the first place player was playing. Aqua Aggro with Sanctities. Were they on Ghost Cyclones though? Our decks are getting incredibly small. And unfortunately, both of my... And a second Hammer Crush. How do they do it? Without bricking. So I mean the Dragius goes down to 1100, and you can just summon like a Dragius. And be in a good spot. Me losing both of my Talismanics means I'm also at threat of decking out. And those are amazing cards to shuffle back. 2 Carriers and 2 Light Sorks. Wait, but all they have is a lone Diva. Can we somehow turn this around? With a hand like this, I'm gonna say no. That's looking kind of rough. But okay. What cards do we have left? We have 3 cards in deck. And we know there is a Dragius in there. If we drew the Dragius, that would be 5,000 damage plus. Is that worth it? I mean, maybe. I'm willing to take the risk it for the biscuit. Show me Dragius. There it is. Wait, I didn't miscalculate. I hope. No, because this is 5,000 plus. Okay. I'll summon it just to be sure. Okay. And with very few cards left in deck, literally 1 card left, we get in 4 lethal. They weren't able to do it. That was my question. How do you run so many spell and trap cards without bricking? But on the very final turn, they did. That puts us at 29,683. I think it is time for a well-deserved water break. If anyone needs to go grab a snack, use the restroom, etc., we will be back in a few minutes. And we will see if we can finally earn those last few points to cross 30,000. We are back. And it's crossed the rankings update threshold. And we've climbed up to number 54. Top 10 is still over 10,000 points away. I don't think we will be aiming for that. But 30,000 is quite doable. However, I also want to point out, top 100 is at 25,000. Not very far away from where I'm at. And also, last time, after 3 days, it was only 35,000 to top. I feel like you're gonna need way more to do it in this one. That said, let's go ahead and queue. Alright, and they are up first on an archive skill. Our opening hand is hard to say. I mean, it's gotta be bad. I mean, if we were going first and then got the chance to set them all. Well, I could try to go in, which would be pretty funny. But no, I think I will simply wait my turn. 1, 2, 3. Then we need to get 7,000 in, which seems difficult. And then maybe we can like reverse OTK them. Or do I go for it? I mean, yeah, they are gonna flip it up. So I think trying to get in for the damage makes sense. I messed that up. I messed it up very badly. I needed to use this before summoning the monster. What an embarrassing misplay on a game that could have finally brought us to 30,000. Here comes a pet dragon. And it'd be really nice if we had a shield and sword for the next turn. But we will work with what we have. Definitely need to pop the widespread. What a stupid mistake. Obviously there's no curry pot in there. And now even a counter pigeons is good enough. Oh, and okay. I need to calm down. I could have actually milled to get the 4th monster in here for the Talismanic Seal Array. So then I wouldn't lose to the counter pigeons. 2,800 still isn't enough. So I need a Seal Array. And you see how it would be really useful for them to be at 0 attack right now. Accurate effect. We did mill a monster. So I think we just have to put them all back. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm playing around a trap card I don't really respect. But I've seen people running it. Recital. What a terrible mistake. That's okay. We are gonna try it again. presumably in the next game. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Bum, ba, ba, bum. Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. So we find hammer crushes. I mean, I guess we can draw a card with it. And then we have a curry bot, which isn't so bad. Except it's not set up because I had to shuffle them all back last time. Which means Trigger Drago is coming in next. And then we are gonna boost with it. We try to hammer crush. I'm gonna hit the one on the right, I guess. It was a good card, but not one that would have saved them here. We actually get through. But I messed up again. I should have destroyed this one because it's able to boost itself even further. This has not been my game. I just took a break. Maybe I just need to focus a little bit more. Bum, 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 ba, 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 bum. Bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. And at last, this awful, awful game has finally come to an end. I will send them the nice, and I will do my best to not do the same thing next time. I feel that was probably a winnable game, and we lost so many points. 1,100. It knew how silly I was being. Alright, let us zone in and actually win the next one. Alright, we are up first, presumably against rebels, but possibly aggro. Opening hand is fine. Keep in mind, having more monsters doesn't really do anything against a rebel player. So being able to set all these cards early could help. Of course, I am giving them targets for however many ghost cyclones the RNG has decided to give them. So maybe it doesn't end up working out. These seal rays are pretty good later in the game to turn down heavy metals. They are summoning a Shadow Buyer. Absolutely going to be on Hell Tuning Invasion. But if they're discarding like this, they presumably are going to be summoning a second Invasion down. And swinging for 23, which isn't that bad for us. as they didn't have another monster to use with the Shadow Buyer. It is back row though. And that is a little bit dangerous. Alright, let me think this through. We have Shield and Sword. That is good. Do we have Currybot? No. We have Essel. We could draw another card with the Kobold. But summoning 3 monsters, this is a potential lethal push if they don't have a Widespread Ruin. But what would it be that's not Widespread Ruin? Yeah, the issue is then we are going to lose. Yeah, if it's Widespread, I think we just die. And it has to be Widespread. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this. I could try to draw another card. Some kind of trap to save me. Because this is still 6,000. Okay. I will do that. Let's activate Cobalt's effect. Discard a card and draw. Harpy Lady Sisters. We will go for it. We can mill more cards, which is nice. And then Harpy Lady Sisters is pretty strong into whatever they've got planned. Okay, let's go like this. It has to be Widespread. And it is, but that's okay. We deal 21, and we keep the sisters on board. Heavy Metal Shadow Buyer is unfortunately still game, but an invasion turn is definitely not, and even Heavy Metal needs the extra attacker. This was the best play, I think. It got us to our sisters, but then they get a Cyclone too. One of my Seal Arrays is down, and that might be the card they need to turn this down. And the second Cyclone as well. Losing both Seal Arrays is awful. I guess the better play... No. That doesn't make sense. Oh wait, Shadow Buyer can't attack. But they don't need to use the skill. Oh, that's rough. Because then they can just win normally. And if I just summoned weaker monsters to go with the Cybertech Alligator, I guess that would have worked. Yeah, the Nessus is gonna swing in for game. That is so rough. I was able to read the back row, but then I didn't play around it properly. And I just needed to bring in some weaker monsters. And that's another 1094. Losing is way more stressful, or way more punishing. We actually haven't seen a Yuga in a while. It's all been archive skills or Roas. So here comes Maximum Overlord. Will we be able to swing in with this Dragias plus SL combo? I mean, that is a ton of damage if they don't have a trap card to stop us. I mean, maybe not though, because they can just set 3. And there's only so much we can do. We have Kobold. We can draw more cards. But no, I'm pretty sure this is right. Summon Dragias. Use Dragias to get a card in the graveyard, giving us a 3rd target for Essel. It's another boss monster. Activate effect. Special summon the boss. Set this. Battle. And how much damage do we want to deal to them? If we deal 2,500, that put them at 35. And then that's 2,500 plus 14, and yet we can't really do that much. Otherwise, we just lose to them summoning the maximum right away. If we deal 2,100, that's 39. So that's 2,500 plus 14. Can we really only deal 1,000? That's so lame. Having to play so conservatively against Overlord is kind of rough, because I'm pretty sure they have 2 of the pieces. they ditch green. Which is not the one they used last turn. So they have green and blue in rotation, just like I had suspected. And they have an out to Dragias and 2 pieces. How do I do this? I mean, I have to clear the board. Wait, where'd the blue go? Oh, they tributed it to clear my board. They gave up the maximum. Very interesting. Shield and sword, I don't think is lethal. Well, maybe. I think we just go in as much as we can. Okay. I am down for that. We're gonna have 3 low levels, which become the 2 high levels. So we can shield and sword right away. Essel. Mill a bunch of cards, and then we're gonna shove some back with the talismanic. Okay, this works. RKO out of nowhere. Alright, and then they concede. We are back in it. And we actually get a plus 20. Not quite as good as losing the 1100s and 1090s, but gaining any extra points over the 1000, I will take it. Every loss is pretty devastating because we are near the top 100. So almost every time we queue in, we're gonna be playing someone who is lower than us. So the penalty for losing is tough. And when you're like me and misplay all the time, it becomes difficult to deal with because you're losing a ton of games to being bad. My opponent sets 4 and passes. We are going to be playing a pretty similar line. Harpy Ladies plus 3 back row. I will just set them in order that I have them. Swing in. And let's see what they do. We have the Lady Sisters R, which is the best card to have against Hell Tuning Invasion, as they cannot destroy it with Invasion or Heavy Metal's effect. So let's see what they go for. They discard an Invasion, and then summon a second Invasion. Invasion uses the effect, but it does not work. Then they set 2 monsters, and now we protect Harpy Lady Sisters with Widespread Ruin. We have survived their onslaught turn. What's next? This is gonna become a level 1 if they Hell Tuning Invasion. So then, we want to just get guys on board. Kobold. Effect. Let's dig. Hammer Crush is pretty strong. Let's dig again. Babysitter Goat. Always love to see it. So we could either summon the 2 Dragias, but I'm going to instead probably set up the card. The trap card. By activating Hammer Crush. Well, I don't think they actually have back row though. If it's just Cyclones and stuff, I don't need to use it. Has a Goat been set up? It has. Okay. Fine, I will Hammer Crush. And hit, you. It was a Cyclone. Unfortunate. I think we're gonna get hit by Majesty. But we do not. Okay. So we actually get in for 2,500, which is progress. Once again, we are set up with Sisters. But now a Ghost Cyclone might be online. We got rid of one, but do they have another one set? They didn't activate a trap card. Here it is, 50-50. And they hit a Talismanic Seal Ray. Oh, but they have a third Ghost Cyclone as well, removing my King's Majesty. I was really hoping to use it to protect the Sisters again. Hell-Tuning Invasion is gonna come out. And I can only get one monster down, unless it's another invasion. It's invasion again, so they are gonna clear my board, but it's only 200 damage. And then I have Dragius already in hand. All we need to do are draw the monsters. Hammer Crush, these are not the monsters. Seven Sword Mage, effect. Yeah, that Currybot is exactly what I was looking for. Duckbill, summon. And unfortunately, we're just going in with Dragius, and we will lose to a Heavy Metal plus Shadowbuyer. But that is somewhat unlikely. So we have that going for us. Let's swing for 3,100. I guess I could have theoretically won this game if I had summoned monsters and attacked more last turn. How many Shadowbuyers are we down? Only one. So if they find it, then it's basically over. Oh wait, but Shadowbuyer can't attack if I only have one monster on board. I always forget. Okay, they're using the skill, summoning Heavy Metal. That's 5,000. We can survive this. And they set a card, but we have the Hammer Crush ready to go. All we need to do is be able to summon Trigger Drago, a low level, and then Hammer Crush. We have 3 low level monsters. 1, 2, 3. Activate effect. Debuff. Normal summon. Hammer Crush. Activate effect. And game. SG says, how do I have so much endurance? I happen to enjoy playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm just having fun casually playing the game. I don't think it really takes that much endurance to go do your hobby. Alright, and here's another chance to break 30,000. We lost a game or 2 or 10 due to poor focus and misplays. But if we can win this one, we can head into the upper echelons. This is not what we want to see. Wow. We do get a monster, which means we are playing a few cards from our hand, and it's even a Currybot. Theoretically, we could draw another one next turn and be okay. Let's just swing into this. Essel. Essel is not allowed in Overlord. This is either Servant's Axel Road or aggro. But I'm assuming it's gonna be, no, it's aggro. On Yuga. I'm gonna be taking a lot of damage here. Dealer draws them another card. Bum, 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 bum. And then they summon Dragias on me. Wait, why did they not do the free bonus damage? The mage could have been another 400. I guess they don't need it. Because I'm gonna get rolled over. Welcome, ICK. You've joined us right as we are losing a rank up game to 30,000. We definitely knew they had that Hammer Crush. They had a second Dragias. Why are they playing so many cards? That's 5,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Definitely lethal. They spent a lot of time doing that though. I don't think there is really anything we could have done there. And these are the games I'm totally fine with losing. Sometimes you are just going to brick. And that's fine. It's a nice little break from the more intense games. And it feels nice to know there literally was not a way I could have played that better. We are second again. Could this be the rematch? Still no Essel. Or boss. So last time we found too many high-level monsters, but this time it's possible we don't find any. It'll all come down to the next draw. And maybe the one we get with the Hammer Crush as well. If we go for it. They are dealing immediately. Seems reasonable. Alright, so they are on the max. And the monster they set is on the right side. I would absolutely not have known that. Most of the time. Usually I'm busy reading chat. I don't mind going for the Hammer Crush deal here. Hopefully we find a boss monster. No. Very well. We shall set more cards. And we pass it over. Maybe I should have put a goat in front of the dealer. That way if it tries to walk straight ahead, we'd be okay. There is a high risk of our board being cleared here. Light Sork coming in. Yeah, I guess I didn't need to Hammer Crush deal. I could have just set them all normally. And saved it for the potential second Hammer Crush. Alright, those are good cards. But it does mean no Hammer Crush if I want to do it that way. If I want to summon Dragias and Cybertech, I have to give up my access to the Hammer Crush. Is that worth it? I think so. I am gonna mill to set up the Seal Array. Okay. Simon's Road, Mage. Activate the effect. Debuff you. I could try to play it a little bit more conservatively. Hammer Crush, keep Dragius in hand. Some of the cyber attack. But I think we need to just play hard and fast. No, but it feels so wrong to do so. You know what? We're gonna Hammer Crush and then see what happens. Send this Duckbill. Destroy this. It was a spell. And if that is the case, I have to go like this. But I need to clear the Seven's Road. Or do I? I mean, if they widespread me, am I still alive? I feel like I would survive the turn. Okay, we're just battling. And they have it. Yeah, so if we had won the 50-50, I would have summoned the Dragius, and I kind of just chilled. Dealer, of course, having them find the maximum. More and more. Theoretically, if we draw like Currybot, Shield and Sword, some other stuff, there might be a way to deal 6,000 damage in one turn. I don't think that is gonna do it for us though. Set this. Set this, set this. Summon the Dragius, because we are forced to. Activate you. Mill another Dragius. I mean, we can Hammer Crush, I guess. I don't mind it. And we are low enough that we do just die to the maximum. So let's just Talismanic Seal Array now. Returning you. Returning you. And you. Debuff this one. Battle phase, swing, and then we'll lose. And we can at least get out of the game and into a new one. Yeah, if I had won the 50-50, I would have been able to do that last turn. But then they might have already had the maximum anyway. But if they don't have the maximum, that would have saved me a lot of pain. But maybe they just want to showboat and decrease my life even more. This is going down to 17. And that's 15 direct. Easy with just 900. And then that is game. Okay. I was wondering why they were doing such a weird maneuver. But that works for them. Unfortunately, we do not manage to pick up that win either. So we will continue to be bouncing around in this range, though we are getting lower. I guess we were in the 28 to 29 for quite a while. Let's see if we can do it in the next one. Alright, we are up first. Possibly against a Harpy player, which is an issue, as I don't really want these cards getting flipped up. But I also do want them in the graveyard. So I feel kind of obligated to go like this, and save my boss monster. They have their own Essel, and they mill a boss. let's see what they flip. I am punished. 2300 is a huge blow. I mean, I guess I could have summoned this and then I would have only taken 100. Oh, thank you for the follow. Bravo Loco. You are watching me misplay. So if they don't have the widespread, this would be a lot of damage. Set up a Talismanic Seal Array. Then we drag Geas. But yeah, if I had summoned the Cyber Tech last turn, we would have been in a much better position. I mean, not if they have the widespread. I'm assuming it's Counter Pigeons. It is Counter Pigeons. Which means we are still forcing them to find a lot in order to out this. Or at least to kill me. Maybe I should still be getting rid of this alligator though. It is just kind of sitting in my hand and doesn't do it a whole lot at all in the matchup. So, I think summoning it turn 1 when I'm suspecting them to be on Harpies does make sense. It would have saved me a ton of damage. And it does have some use being able to be summoned alongside Dragias if you draw like perfectly. But at this point, I'm kind of just worried about being able to summon stuff at all. Especially if I'm drawing my spell and trap cards. They are down to 2400. And they are thinking. If they have a Talismanic Seal Array, that's probably enough to go in for game. But if not, I should probably still survive. I know they really don't want to set 4 and pass. So, oh, but they have a pet dragon. That is enough to clear because of the skill. But they even have Harpy Ladies to summon alongside it. Oh, that might just be lethal. That's 26. Okay, we are barely hanging on. I see why they were thinking about it. Another Dragias would be exactly 24. But like I said, we are bricking on this alligator. I needed to get rid of it so I could summon the new Dragias and win the game. Unfortunately, that is going to be a loss. And after all of the work we have done to spend time above 25,000, we are quickly approaching it again. Hopefully we can turn things around. Okay, we are up first. I'm inclined to just go like this. Even if, unlike the alligator, Dragias is a card that I obviously want to keep. They are setting. A Thunder the Thunder. I guess we're playing against a Thunder player. But why set up the board like this? What is their goal? I mean, we have plenty of resources, so I don't really mind us being able to play. I guess if I want to keep any card, it would be Currybot. We are against Thunders, so we need to keep a card in hand. which means summon the kobold, summon Dragius. Mill for the effect. Flip Essel. We don't have a babysitter goat in there, so we want to set up more cards for Talismanic Seal Arrays in the future. Summon a mage, though it's not going to do very much. Set, activate effect. And then we can either swing in. Well, they don't have a boss monster though. They kept a card in hand instead of summoning a boss. So we are going to set the Curry Bot. Battle, swing. I guess I could have kept a different monster around and gotten in for a little bit more damage. Or, yeah, I think if this was just an Essel, we would be in a better spot. Their face down, I'm assuming, is going to be either a legend spell or talismanic. Something that's going to help them deal with my bosses. And unfortunately, Shield and Sword isn't that good in this matchup. I'll say end on like a bunch of Coiler Fish. Blast Jaws boosting itself up. Welcome, Blitz Force. How are you doing today? It is a spell trap removal. Okay. So they might be making a push here. Trigger Drago could get some big piercing damage. And they actually do. However, with only this monster, I am going to get to keep the Curry Bot on board, which is nice. It gives me an extra card from setting it. But if we draw like that and can't actually find a boss, then what? I mean, I'm still gonna try it, see what happens. We are summoning Kobold. And then discarding Babysitter Goat. And we find another goat, huh? Slightly yikes. We will summon you. And then set you, I guess. Or is there a better one? I mean, I could set the babysitter. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we end turn here. And let's see what they've got. Oh, nice to hear you're playing in the Rush Festival. How have you been doing so far? And what are you playing with? They are thinking. This is a pretty strong board. And I am taking a ton of damage, some unnecessary. Well, they switched this to defense for me. But they have a Pierce. That's wild. But okay. We need to use the Widespread Ruin. And then we will take still a lot of damage. Fortunately, we are able to hang on. But with only 600 life, I don't know where we're supposed to be going with this. Let's summon a Curry Bot. And then summon our trusty companion, the Multi-Strike Dragon, Dragius. We will naturally be activating its effect. And we will summon a Censored Duckbill. this sends a card back into our deck and gives us a Trigger Drago. Normal summon. And Trigger Drago comes out as well. We boost it up as well, but this is certainly not enough to end the game. And now we lose to their own Trigger Drago, piercing over us. We are 1,000 off. I mean, I could have just kept the Trigger Drago. I could have just summoned 2 and tried to stall for another turn. Yeah, they have so many bosses left over. It has been a rough series. But even if we didn't have cards in, or even if we did have cards in hand, the Trigger Drago would have been able to run over the Dragius for 1,000 anyway. So it is what it is. Send them over the nice. And there we are, back again. We started the stream 6 hours ago. And we are still at 25,000. Oh, sorry, I'd missed some messages. Ozzy, we are playing aggro. Alright, so we have an okay opener. I guess the best case scenario is that they set Widespread of Win, and then we draw Hammer Crush, discard a Curry Bot, and then get it back with our second Curry Bot. But that's a really specific line. And I don't want them to have the Widespread unless we draw our Hammer Crush here. Which we don't. Which is to be expected, of course. Summon, summon, Dragius, and see what we can do. We were around 60th last time. However, we've probably fallen in the past hour. We will check at the next ranking update. Ex-convict. Alright, so they have the Widespread. And they're like, do I even need to do this? Which is very funny. Maybe my opponent had to go AFK and will not return in time. The bathroom was calling. And then we set here. Alright, so we actually did clear this. But why did they let me clear? I wonder. Okay, they have thrown down a bunch more cards, but we've drawn nothing again. I guess we're just throwing some cards down ourselves. And swinging. Dealer. Blue piece. Okay. I may have missed them summoning a higher level monster. Dealer is going in. Overload. Presumably they have an out to this board now. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum, 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 ba-ba-bum. Alright, showing me an overload piece. And now it's Seal Array. To debuff so low, even a Mystic Dealer could deal with it. But it's like, do I even care about trap cards at this point? I don't think clearing this actually helps me. I'd rather save it for a 7-zone Magician. So, let's see what happens. We do draw a Hammer Crush, which is nice. Hopefully we can find a boss monster. No. Set again. And then do it another time. And pass it over. We're on a Lone Dragius halfway through the deck. Ex-Convict says, when I use the VPN 7 out of 10 of my opponents disconnect. Congratulations on the free wins. Oh, nice work, Blitz Force. What's your current ranking? Or Rush Power? My opponent is thinking. Probably because I'm not doing anything. So they're probably just like, do I need to do anything? Alright, they are switching the dealer to defense mode. I accidentally revealed that I do have a trap card, which is unfortunate. We can draw some cards now, and we finally get at least something in the Cybertech Alligator. Let's go ahead and summon it out. And then we will use this to activate this, send this away, and draw another card. Alright, and we get another monster. That seems convenient to me. Throw this down. Summon you. Auto. And then we set here. Activate this. And then we go in, I think. How many Dragias have we milled? There is still one in the deck, but I kind of want to draw one next turn. Oh, but I can't use the seal. Okay. I have to hold on to that until after they summon the maximum, so I can actually respond to it. Battle phase is okay. Clear this one. And then clear this one as well. Alright, let's see what they got. I am expecting a maximum summon. But we shall find out. Mystic Dealer is getting them even further into the deck. And then another dealer. Do they really not have it? Well, maybe they just don't want to summon it. since it might not actually be lethal yet. That's only like a couple thousand. They are thinking. But they've done this for several turns in a row. And I'm sure it pays off for them most of the time. Spending time actually considering your options is much better than what I do, which is click buttons and then lose because I misplay. Right, here it comes. Supreme Machine Magnum Overlord makes an appearance. Maximum charge up to 43. They were considering whether or not to summon the 7-Zone Magician and play that way. Talismanic Seal Array. Going to debuff the Trigger Drago. 1100. And a second one. They are going for lethal. Alright, we are at 0. This could be a devastating blow from Magnum Overlord. But it could also not be that. It could be time to activate my King's Majesty. And I shuffle back a Babysitter Goat. Then, I have another face down card. The one and only Talismanic Seal Array. Shuffling back in 2 copies of Dragius, a Currybot, and a Mage. That monster is debuffed. And we summon the one and only Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius for game. Essel, and let's swing. I will summon the nice. And it is ranking update time, which means I should probably take my quick break. ICK, I would go with Trap Hole as the next legend trap. Let's check the ranking. 111. We have fallen out of the top 100, despite being above 25,000. But we will be right back. And we are back. 26,000 is the cutoff for top 100. So we have been really struggling around this zone. Which, I mean, makes sense. I think there are easily at least 100 players better than I am. They are up first. No Essels, but that's okay. Also no boss monsters. A little bit more problematic. If we assume they are on Royal Rebel and are able to flip our stuff up, it is correct to draw the extra card here. And we draw into Dragius. That is pretty good. Let's summon Dragius, back it up with a goat. And see where it takes us. And we are fighting Royal Rebels. So they need specifically an invasion to do well this turn. If it's only a heavy metal, they will get jump scared by Babysitter Goat. And I hope that's what happens. Leaving them kind of unable to do anything. Hell Tuning Invasion immediately activating. That means it has to be a heavy metal coming in, which is fantastic. They are probably looking at the 0 attack goat and very upset. They are digging for an invasion now. Wait, no, they had an invasion. But did they not have another monster? A low-level monster to set with the skill. Very odd play. Why would they not go for the invasion? I guess they wanted more damage. No, there's no way that was going to be more damage. They just clear the goat and pass. We draw a Hammer Crush, which is also quite good. Let's activate it right away. And we will send an Essel, destroying this. And it's Widespread Ruin. Just according to plan. Okay, but we need to not die to a follow-up heavy metal. Which means I need to keep a monster that is weak enough to do so. So Essel is coming out next. And then Trigger Drago. Activate effect. Activate effect. Set. Battle. Swing. We get in for some solid damage. And even after playing, I think we've played this game very well. Our attacks for the matchup have been applied. And even still, we could easily lose. Welcome, Potato. We are out here struggling against Rebels. I'm pretty sure they have another heavy metal already in hand. Based on the way they played last turn. And that means, unfortunately this time, it can't eat a monster and do some more serious damage. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure this other card down here is a Ghost Cyclone. And a Shadow Buyer immediately activating is huge. That is game. What they are going to do... Oh, I should have put the Currybot in attack mode. I lost because I didn't play this Currybot in attack mode. Now they just need to summon a monster, and they can flip up the Currybot and swing into it. Wait, but they don't attack the Currybot. I think they messed up. I mean, it's still not great for me. Make no mistake. Especially when they can flip up my entire board. Set. 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 We drew the cards we needed, but still lost this matchup. That is rough. Maybe we should go back to Rebels for a little bit ourselves. This deck was working pretty well for a while, but I don't know. Maybe we're losing focus with it. We need to change things up. Alright, here comes Invasion. And I guess I want them to actually blow up the board. But I don't think they are. Well, we don't even get the Widespread Ruin. It doesn't matter. I don't know. I guess I played that one wrong. Right, they are a pretty high-ranking player, though. What do we even have here? Going second. Oh, we do have an Essel. So this might not be that bad. And we have Hammer Crush. Maybe we can make something happen. We draw into Dragias. Hammer Crush deal. See what we are working with. Part 2. Summon Currybot. And we want to keep the Currybot around for future, things. So, we're tributing the other 2 monsters. Oh, which means I need to not play it immediately. Like an idiot. I guess we will just play... I don't know. I could Shield and Sword here. And then go 25. Clear 25, 1000. Okay. We simply will not Hammer Crush, and they will not have drawn Widespread View in turn 1. Activate Shield and Sword. Normal Summon Dragias. This is potentially lethal. Activate Effect. Mill Goat. Okay. Essel. Effect. Summon Invasion. Battle 25. Clear you. 25. 1000. We get a win with the deck. Very explosive. Though it did rely on us simply believing they didn't have the widespread. However, I am happy with the win, and we actually gained some bonus points. This one is taking a little bit to load up. We'll have to wait and see if it actually connects. Hopefully it doesn't just hand us a loss. Those are the worst types of connection errors. Be a nulled game. Perfect. Time for another round. They are going first. And once again, we've drawn Essel. However, I don't think they're going to be as generous as the last opponent to give me a level 7 monster in the graveyard. So we'll have to wait and see what we can get. I mean, we do open the Hammer Crush, which can be useful. Babysitter Go. Sure. We will summon them out alongside this Dragias. But it's a 50-50. If they have the widespread, we wouldn't even really know which one to hit. I will special summon a monster anyway. Give me a mage. A little bit rough. I mean, Shield and Sword against this deck probably isn't going to come up that much. Okay, let's just go for it. And maybe we can hit a 50-50. Ghost Cyclone. Well, we are getting in. It looks like they didn't have it, but I could have just set the 2 cards. Oh, but if I had set the cards, they would have been able to draw off the Ghost Cyclone. So preventing that is actually not that bad. Wait, they have 2 cards in hand. Is it the maximum pieces? Am I just stupid? I'm stupid. I am dumb. Of course they kept 2 pieces in hand. I mean, even with that, I think they're less likely to have drawn it than they are to have, or I think they are under 50% to actually get it at that point. Let me go pull it up. Probability calculator, you have 25 cards in your deck. You're only drawing 3 cards. You have 3 of the cards. It was a 1 in 3 chance, so I win that 66% of the time. Okay. I'm pretty sure I actually did make the right move. How many points does a player need for the top 100? You need to be over 26,000. I am right on the edge. I think after that last game, I fell out. We have a Hammer Crush, but no need to actually do anything. They returned a green piece to the deck. Okay. Oh, but they have a Torna. I mean, we don't have anything. So, let's see what we can do. You know what? I have said we would try Magnum Overlord if this deck wasn't working out. So if we lose this game, it's Yuga time. For sure. Let's draw for turn. 1 low level. That's not going to be enough. Well, it actually is enough to clear the 7-zone Magician. Babysitter Goat. Cybertech Alligator. And then it is Hammer Crush time. Discard this, pop this. Okay. This is still looking pretty bad for me though. For sure. Unfortunately, I don't have a trap card here, so I am taking the full brunt of this attack. Also, what did I even destroy with the Hammer Crush? Oh, a Sparks. So the widespread ruin threat is still quite real, and I can't even use Mage to get rid of this. I think I need to Shield and Sword here. And then, unfortunately, this isn't lethal, which is really bad for my lifespan. Let's just throw all of our cards down and see how it goes. I mean, it looks like we might actually clear here. But if they have the maximum already set up and everything, it's over. Yep, confusion, etc. That's 8,000 plus 1,400. And we don't have the right card set. Alright, we're gonna try some Magnum Overlord ourselves. See if that can finally get us over 30,000. Remember, we were at like 29,500, and now we're back below 25k. Yuga time. Let's think this deck through. I see there have been a lot of players on dealers. So maybe I should do that too. We will cut these down. And I will add in a dealer. Water. And then I don't think they've been playing a whole lot of these. What have they been playing? Talismanic Seal Arrays. For sure. For even more lethal pushes. This has not been in the deck. And then, what else can we remove? Maybe a Light Sword. Maybe one of these. Oh, maybe one of these, because we have waters now. Alright, let's try queuing with this. Change my active character. Oh, the previous deck was Thunder Aggro. And Duel, my current points are around 24,000. And we're gonna try out Magnum. See if it works for us. What is the top 10 looking like? Yuga, Roa. Oh, but this person's on aggro, not rebels. Yuga, and then a bunch of Roas. Roa has overrun the top 10. All of those Yuga players from earlier appear to have fallen off a little bit. Which means I feel like I should be playing more Rebels and just kind of grinding it out with it. Oh, and we queue into the Rebels immediately. This is not a good matchup. But we've been playing against so many other decks. Harpies, Yugas, Aggros. I thought it'd be okay. I guess we just pass. D1 says 8th is also on aggro. I feel like the players on aggro probably own multiple Light Sorcerer of Sanctity, unlike me. But maybe I'm wrong. Right, they're just playing a normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Nothing fancy here. I would like to draw some high-level monsters. Dealer, not really what I'm looking for. Let's activate our skill. We will toss green and set the head. We will debuff a monster. Flip up. Dealer effect. Another green. So we can actually set this face down. Battle, we need to remove Shadow Buyer. But I really should have debuffed the Shadow Buyer. Oh, they actually let it through. They have a Widespread Villain, but they aren't using it yet. They are saving it for a more important attack. Really interesting play. Cyclone. Hitting an array and giving them more resources. Cobalt to dig even deeper. Good plan. Could be an invasion here. Wait, they're on Aquas? That's rare. But okay. We take 400. Monster reincarnation. So if we get the head back, I don't think it's enough damage at all. So they'd lose 2300 minus 1400 is 900 attack. And then we would have 3500 plus 1400 plus 1400 wait, plus 3500 plus, that's 49. Wait, is this game? It might be. Okay, maybe I'm bad at math, but I'm going for it. We need to discard a blue piece. Oh wait, we can use the skill too. Wait, can we use the skill too? I'm not gonna risk that. Okay, let's start with Monster Reincarnation. We will discard this card. Well, no, we'll discard the extra blue. That makes sense. Add in headpiece. Okay, and we don't have an extra card to activate the skill with. That's fine. So, if I did the math right, I think we get it, but, I'm definitely not super confident. You know what? I'm pretty sure I did that wrong. I think we were dealing enough to kill me. Like the 4300. Yeah, so, you see, I was like, 4300, that's lethal. But they had more than 4300. Plus minus, this is actually my very first game on Overlord, and we are about to get absolutely rolled. I will be immediately dropping this deck. Because I don't like playing it into Rebels at all. I mean, I guess I can give it one more shot. That's fine. That game is probably pretty winnable. I think that one is on me. For sure. We'll probably switch back to Rebel after this. Pretty interesting hand here. And Essel. Interesting. Let's activate our skill. Send this away. I think we want to put out a Torna. Summon you. Summon you. Effect. Flip up a monster. And then keep a card in hand. Because we're against Thunders. I mean, that seems like a reasonable start. Trying to fight other things other than Harveys, but convince yourself to go back. I think I really need to be playing Rebels or Aggro. Those are the ones that I feel are the right decks. Trigger Drago coming in, which is why I wanted to keep a card in hand. This one out. More monsters. I can definitely get in for some big damage. The Blastros can both boost onto the same monster. Or they can even boost the Trigger Drago up super high and then be treated for a second boss. But looks like they are going for the 2K attacker. Which is going to be able to swing in directly. If they sequence this correctly. Well, it's 1,000 either way. Okay. Why are they getting stuck on the attack? Activate skill. We send the green piece again. Wait, what did we send last turn? We sent blue. It's trying to trick us. Change the attack of a monster. Yes. This one, we need to send you. Flip summon you. And then I think we actually do need to summon the Dark Magician Girl. Unfortunate as it may be. Why are they on the world's worst internet connection? If you're gonna disconnect, just disconnect. And I'll put blue back. So last turn I missed out on like 1,000 damage or so. Oh, they have the removal. I kind of needed that widespread ruin. I have no idea what is going on right now. Why do they have so many cards? Did I just like completely miss that they had a set spell trap removal? I am incredibly lost. Um. Yeah, unfortunately, I think they know my toners are in the graveyard. So I will summon the Light Sork. Set a card. And then do I just pass as well? Because if I get hit by a Widespread Ruin, and they're able to like swing in with a Trigger Drago, that doesn't feel great. I guess we mill. Get us a card closer. And then I think this goes to defense mode, where we keep 3 in hand. And I don't want this to get hit by a Widespread. So if I get hit by a Widespread, that's 2800 direct, after they clear the rest of the board. So I think I just go like this. Another Trailblazing. I predict that we are going to be in here for a while. Shield and sword. Oh no. I threw by not setting the sorcerer. And now we take 2800 plus 4. Oh. Hello, shout. This is unnecessary. If you already have the Trigger Drago, just kill me. Like, what are they doing? If it wasn't lethal, they wouldn't have used the card. Ro will be coming back in a couple of days. I think it's right after this festival ends. So, Kenny, you don't have very long to wait at all. Should be next week. And it's already Saturday, I think. What is going on here? Well, I mean, they had the shout, and they discarded 2 maximum pieces. So, I mean, I guess clearing some of my board makes sense. I feel like they really missed out on a ton of damage, though. For no real reason. Have we seen Widespread? No. Hello, Maximum. I'm pretty sure that's lethal. Activate effect. Discard dealer. We need green. Power Rangers, go go. Activate effect. Seal array. That is fine. But now that I want to keep playing the deck. The Endless Cycle. But it didn't feel good. In the last festival, it was really easy, because I just played Resonance because it was the best deck, and then I played Ancient Forces because it kept clapping Resonance. Whereas in this one, there are like 5 different decks to pay attention to, which makes it a lot harder to deal with any individual one. Let's go set, 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 set. Could be a Harpy player. But if this is Harpies, I don't know. Presumably we have a good matchup against them. And we are going first. Alright, Dragon. They're gonna flip something up and deal some solid damage. And 2 back row. Alright, they want the high level monster. Makes sense to me. We take a little bit of damage. Hopefully we can actually do something a little bit more impactful here though. Dealer gonna get us to another card, and our skill will reduce this to 1200. Okay. Dealer, activate effect. Ditch Doriado. Activate skill. Send this away. Setting this. Debuff the dragon. Flip summon. Flip summon. Normal summon. And then effect. Alright, they could be on counter pigeons. So I want to swing in with the 7-zone magician first. And it actually worked. So they probably are on a counter. Wait, there's still something going on. They might have a phantom bind, of all things. I mean, that's a pretty significant amount of damage. Hopefully we can just finish this off normally, without needing to go into the maximum. Since there is a tournament on board, they can't really just set 3 and pass. That is not a thing that works. But a second pet dragon, out of nowhere. That will take out the 7-zone magician. Especially if they have another boss too. Things are getting a little bit more complicated. Alright, so Harpy Lady Sisters going to boost itself. Presumably. And hopefully we can find the headpiece, just maximum summon, and end the game that way. Unfortunately, against Hysteric Forces, we can't actually stall. Because I can just keep flipping up a monster. Which is rough. But there is a headpiece. We will simply maximum summon and end the game. Activate effect. Gain a bunch of attack. And that is 2800. Counter pigeon surely is not enough. And we somehow get through that. These wins have not felt very earned, but if I'm gonna keep winning, I will keep doing it. Alright, we are up first. Um. Interesting. I mean, I feel like I want the Seven Zone Magician to respond to their stuff with, but I also want to just clear my hand. Plus minus says, seen a lot of phantom binds. But since everyone is playing Talisman, I see that it's like worse than barrier 2/3 of the time. That is actually pretty true. I would not be running any phantom binds unless Cyburst was a tier 0 threat. If Ragnarok was the best skill in the game, then I think phantom bind is worth it. Otherwise, not really. We see a Torn of the Windweaver. And they are going to swing over. We are presumably going to get some damage in. We just have to make sure it's not too much. Activate skill. We are getting rid of the headpiece. And then we're going to summon the headpiece. And we debuff this. Flip it face up. And then Dark Magician Girl, swing in for a couple of thousand. And we return this to the top of the deck. So now, what we want is for them to deal, like, 5,000 damage to us. But I feel like that's probably not going to happen. They are discarding a headpiece. Setting a monster, and they pass. Activate skill. We will ditch a headpiece again. And summon another Dark Magician Girl. I'm definitely not dealing any more damage than I already have. So I guess that means it's just time to clear the board. Until they brick. Wait, can you just kill at full? 3,500 plus a Talismanic Seal Array is 0. And then it would gain 2,000 because this is level 10. So it'd be at 5,500. And it would gain the difference in life. So I can't leave this on board. Or I just immediately die. That's pretty ridiculous. This will be going to defense mode. Wait, that doesn't even help me. Oh, because it turns off the talismanic play. Okay. We know they have a left piece set up. Ghost Cyclone. Surely this isn't live. Okay. They set a new card and another new card. Maximum Overload. Sending blue to the graveyard. And setting a piece. Debuffing. Seven Zone Magician coming in. They swing into that one to prevent dealing them, to stop themselves from dealing more damage. Magician's Valkyria. Um... Let's think. So in order to clear the board, I'm pretty sure I need to activate skill and send blue. Change this thing's attack. And then we, wait, that's at 1300. Okay, let me try this again. It is at 1300. We have 3500. Plus 500. Plus 1400. We have 5400 attack, and they have 4000. Okay. No, that is not enough. Okay. So instead, we will be setting this headpiece. Oh wait, but now we're at risk of actually dying to just the widespread ruin. Maybe we just end turn here. This matchup feels awful. I am definitely changing decks. Regardless of whether we win or lose, we are not playing this deck anymore. Elemental Road. Yeah, 3600 direct is huge. I think I left myself too open by going for the tribute set. Dang it. I have not tried Harpies, and I will not be trying them. Yeah, and then just a normal monster. That's game. I messed it up. For sure. I should have just put some stuff in defense mode. Okay. I think it is time to try Rebels again. See if we can't just get in there hard and fast. Deck editor. Voa time. Set deck. Change active. And I guess we just go. Oh, that was Penguin that we were just fighting against. Very interesting. Congratulations on the win, Penguin. You definitely got me there. I misplayed it. For sure. This is probably aggro. But there's a small chance it's some kind of weird cyber stack. Our move. Did we just set 3? I feel like this is asking to brick. But we'll see what happens. Pass it over to them. So, Ragnarok is one of the weakest decks that is still viable. We are about to lose to it. I feel it in my bones. We are gonna brick on the next turn. We actually don't. Okay. Gargoyle can become a level 5 monster. That sounds pretty good to me. No fancy tricks needed. Essel summon. Let's try to set up the graveyard. And then Gargoyle, send you to grave, because we're gonna summon the rest of the monsters. Heavy Metal absorbs Connector Dog. And then we summon out 2 new monsters. We still don't have a babysitter goat in the graveyard, so we are going to mill. But we lose the widespread ruin in the process. Could come back to bite us for sure. However, if they do summon a maximum monster, widespread ruin won't do anything. And what we need is the King's Majesty. Oh, also we've somehow lost 2 Shadow Wires right away, which makes recycling the boss monsters a little bit more difficult. Is anyone running the Ace Max? I have not come across a single Acebreaker player. No. They summoned out an Atron, but there's no Femtron in the graveyard. So maybe it's time for Maximum Ragnarok. To debuff my Heavy Metal. Here comes the Hydron. As expected. The issue is 2 more cards actually does clear my board, because we don't have any big guys. It's all stuff that's gonna die to stuff like Femtron. But I guess maybe their other monster was just another Atron. Or an Yggdrago. So our move, we're looking for Invasion, and we do not find it. That's unfortunate. It might be worth sending a card back with the Shadow Buyer, even if it leaves us open to 1 hit next turn. No, maybe not. Well, okay, yeah, we would win the game with a single Invasion. That seems nice. But don't we also win off of the back of just about any low level. I'm gonna pick the Invasion. Change you to defense. Set a monster. Set a card. And let's deal with that defense mode thing. Just lower their resources a little bit more. Pass it over. Atron is coming in. And presumably going to be used for a tribute summon. Another Hydron. And then also Bell Spectacle. Looks like they are going for a big push. And they are actually going to start drawing a bunch of cards with the Hydron now too, giving them more chances to find trap cards. pretty threatening. What does this do? It shovels the maximum monsters back into the deck. Pretty strong. And there's a set card. I mean, I guess we're looking for Invasion plus Cyclone. That way we can clear the board and then win. Alright, we get neither of those things. So instead, we will be setting more monsters. Set 1, 2, and 3. End turn. Has Fnatic helped much? I only recently put it in, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Alright, they are drawing even more cards. A bit of an issue. We are losing to one of the worst decks in the format. I can say the Fnatic was over a Ghost Cyclone, and I really wish I was able to destroy that right now. Because I'm pretty afraid of an upcoming widespread ruin, ending the game. Welcome, Engineer. Right, battle phase time. They are gonna just run through this, which makes sense. Okay, we find Cyclone. I think we got there. We are facing down 3 Hydrons. But we have Currybot. Activate the effect. And we need to make sure we set a monster. Activate skill. Get rid of the heavy metal. And then summon out Invasion. This should wipe the entire field and allow us to swing in for 2300, ending the game. And we did it. Rebels, very fair, very balanced. And they are apparently ranked higher than us. Because we got bonus points there. So they are doing very well with that deck. Despite not running any back row removal. So it seems. Alright, we have an invasion. Probably want to set up the Currybot for sure. Maybe I could have gotten rid of both Essel, as invasion is not compatible with this. So having them out of my hand would be convenient. They are on Essel, probably Thunder. It is Thunder, and they find a Vorce Raider. That's pretty strong. Piercing Samurai has a small chance of whiffing, but also a small chance of a pretty solid reward. They do get the 200 damage. Alright, but they aren't going to be able to clear the board, which could be good or bad, depending on if I need to use a Ghost Cyclone. They actually choose not to attack at all. Expertly dodging the Ghost Cyclone play. In that case, we need to summon you. And you. Then we activate skill. Sending this to the graveyard. Shadowbire's effect is next. But I can do it after summoning the invasion. Shadowbire. Activate. And then shuffle back in this one. Effect, here we go. I feel like if they had a boss monster, they would have summoned it already. So I'm gonna go ahead and set this face down. Battle phase, 1200. And we even get the 23. Alright, they are down to 25. So a heavy metal could end it, theoretically. Essel, effect. What were they looking for? Maybe a duckbill target. Oh, they were actually... Wow, those are really good mills. They didn't have a normal monster either. But the Essel found them both of the pieces they needed to combo off. But they had the Coiler Fish. Okay. But it did find them still the Stormbolt Destroyer. Which is really strong here. Into the Traeger Drago. An incredible mill from the Essel. And we are still alive, though. And like I said, a heavy metal can end it. That said, this is a pretty close game. No heavy metal. Which means, time to set some monsters. And we pass it over. Not anything else for us to do here. All we can do is hope that we're not getting rolled by a random stop defense. The one person to ever be playing it. Piercing Samurai coming in. But I mean, I don't care if I take 200 damage. That much is fine. Okay, there is a new back row now. That's pretty concerning. What are we working with? Shield and sword. Not really enough for me. That's probably what's getting discarded. Do we have a curry bot? We do. Let's activate the effect. Add the curry bot to hand. Summon Shadow Buyer. Then we need to set another card. I will choose Fanatic here. Then we can activate our skill. We need to discard a card. I am choosing Shield and Sword. Let's use the effect of Shadow Buyer. And return an invasion into the deck. Then we summon invasion. And we try to swing in. So the Fanatic could have been a Ghost Cyclone, which would have actually saved me the trouble of losing this game. But they actually don't have it. They concede. For both of those face down cards to be bluffs is very convenient. Oh, I apparently missed a ranking update, as we've crossed past another half-hour barrier. 2 Essels and a Cyclone. This would have been so good going second. But even still, I will take the ability to set a bunch of cards face down and dig into my deck a little bit deeper. Unfortunately, they have their own Cyclone. Between Cyclone and the Kobold, they are quickly catching up on my ability to have dug through my deck. However, all they have is a single swing into a Curry Bot, which is quite interesting. And it looks like we don't actually have much of anything either. A little bit yikes, but potentially workable. If we use the Shadow Buyer, let's mill with Essels. What this is gonna do is get a bunch of the non-boss monsters out of our deck, making it possible for us to draw it more consistently later. We do find an invasion. And then we're gonna go Kobold to draw another card. We will ditch this one. Oh, but we found an invasion, which isn't really able to use its effect here. But that's okay. We can still tribute summon it normally. And just play normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Shadow Buyer, set the widespread, and we activate the effect. Returning invasion into the deck. Then we battle. Swing in. The thing is, do we want to turn on their Ghost Cyclone? And the answer is overwhelmingly no. A potential 1000 damage is not worth getting hit by a monster. End turn. We have established a board here and are still forcing them to find an out. They are very likely to do so, as they are drawing a bunch of cards. But I'm 99% sure one of those face-down cards is a Cyclone, and I don't want to give them the ability to destroy my Widespread Ruin. That is way too valuable. Shadow Buyer, using the effect. What do they want to put back, though? Is it really worth it? I guess the Kobold. That makes me think they're going into a traditional heavy metal play without activating the skill. And if they're doing that, they're destroying my weakest monster instead of destroying the invasion. But maybe this is just set up for Hell Tuning Invasion. They are gonna have to discard another card here. Level 7. And now what? Is it Invasion or Heavy Metal? They get rid of the Shadow Buyer, which would have been able to attack to protect their monster. But we're gonna use the Widespread Ruin because I'm pretty sure they have a Ghost Cyclone, and I want to just destroy the goat. Interesting. We have a heavy metal play. Okay. Kobold. And then activate the effect. And we can ditch a heavy metal. Draw a card. Does this work the way I think it does? Because if so, that would be quite good. Shadow Buyer is coming in. And we increase its level. Wait, no, I needed to summon it beforehand. My plan is ruined because I misplayed. I think I had lethal. Well, 24... No, that's... Yeah, I had lethal. That is rough. Okay. We will normal summon anyway. And get in for less damage. Because I could have gained the 1400, gone up to 39, and then swung for 12 more. Fnatic is just going in attack mode. They have enough monsters in the graveyard that Ghost Cyclone is offline. Let's use Heavy Metal's effect here. And then we can set this. And swing for 25. Oh, did they have a King's Majesty? I think they do. They are holding onto a Majesty. Somewhere. In those two. And the other one should be a Cyclone. Which I'm assuming they'll use now. And reveal where the card is. So obviously the attack mode Fnatic here is meant to play a role in this situation specifically. When my opponent... Okay, they use the Ghost Cyclone from hand. And it's a reincarnation. Not a Cyclone. So I guess I had misread the situation. Which is rough. They have an invasion. So I'm probably taking 23. Wait, they added Shadow Buyer. I guess they were breaking a little bit there. Two level 5s, and there goes a boss monster. Shadow Buyer's effect makes it level 7. But there's no way it's just gonna swing into Fnatic. They are definitely summoning something. It's invasion. They just wanted to put back the invasion for later. That's fair. Our move now. And that is way too many low levels. Or high levels. We have a Ghost Cyclone though. Wait, maybe this works. Okay. Let's calm down. Ghost Cyclone. Kraybot's effect. Adds another low level monster. And we can set this one. And then we use the skill. We discard this, and we have a level 5 monster. So we can summon Heavy Metal and swing in. It looked like a brick, but it actually worked. So I did miss the last ranking update. I'm pretty sure we are well out of the top 100 by this point. Unfortunately. But if we check ranking, we will see 136. Kind of as expected. Still pretty close. Alright, we are up first, and we draw all 3 kobolds. I think this is fine. If it's an invasion, we would have lost the board anyway. And if it's a heavy metal, we only take 15. Which seems pretty solid. There are some arguments to actually play down the heavy metal itself. But, I'm not gonna do that. They are getting rid of a spell trap removal. which is always nice to see. But it looks like it is Invasion plus Shadow Buyer, which is a huge combo. There is literally nothing I could do though. Leaving us at exactly 2,500. Okay. So then we need to summon our own guy. Let us set a monster face down. And then set another monster face down. And then activate our skill. We will then send this to the graveyard. Flip these up. We can use Shadow Buyer to shuffle back the Invasion. Active effect, eat this. Set you. Battle swing. And that leaves them just above invasion range. We did see one of their spell traps already gone. So, as long as they don't have another one, we should be able to survive the turn. And I agree, Robert, it's definitely hard to say its name. I try to just call it Kobold. There's definitely nothing Bolt about it. Like, it's a fire type, it's not thunder, it's fiend, I mean. Right, so we do know the heavy metal, as expected. Then we King's Majesty to survive the turn. But that could very well be their own little guy. However, by using Currybot, they are in range of Invasion. And would you look at who we just drew? So in order to use Invasion, we need to have 2 Fiends specifically, which means the SLs don't help. So let's set the 2 Fiends and activate the skill. Hell Tuning Invasion, send a monster to the grave. Summon Invasion. Effect. Set, and I think they might have their own widespread because they didn't concede. So now we are hoping that they only draw Invasion or no boss at all. But they have Reincarnation. They grab Heavy Metal, and that is going to be game. I mean, we could have chosen not to attack last turn, but that wouldn't have actually done anything to save us, so I'm okay with the way it went. That said, I think I might be adding in Reincarnation now. I feel like the Shield and Sword has been kind of gimmicky, though it does win us some games. Reincarnation might be a little bit more consistent. Or we could just not run a legend spell. In favor of more monsters. And there are a few things that they can hit us with Ghost Cyclones on. That might not be a bad play. I hope I don't regret this. Well, I could have run the third Ghost Cyclone myself, though. I don't know. We will see how this goes. Konami, who knows what they're thinking. Okay, up against Harpies or, Thunder. Either way, we'll go like this. And immediately, we wish this Fanatic was actually a spell card. Alright, it was indeed Harpies. But we do have a lot of cards here to do things with. And a Shadow Buyer, which only locks us to Fiends. So if we Shadow Buyer, summon effect. Then we summon you. Eat the Harpy. And then we set this, and we can summon Invasion as well. And now they need to have the turn 1 Widespread Ruin to not die. But I mean, if they only do a single monster, maybe they're more likely to actually have it. They do. We do what we can and get in for 23. Unfortunate. Yeah, if you don't want to spend on the third copy of cards like Invasion or Trigger Drago, Harpies and Aggro are definitely the decks to be playing. Bum bum ba 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 bum bum ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bum bum ba 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 bum 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 ba bum ba ba bum ba 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 bum. Alright, so they clear my board. But I mean, on the plus side, we don't have to worry about a Widespread Ruin anymore. We draw a Cyclone, but we are a little bit past due date. Do we have a Goat? We have a Fanatic. So if we have the Negate, I think we need to summon these ones. And we're going to need to ditch the Cyclone. Of course, their own Cyclone is going to be live now. But not much we can do about that, to the best of my knowledge. I think we want to Invasion. No, Heavy Metal would end the game if we draw it, so we're going to go with that. I could choose not to use the effect and just kind of run into their thing. But that seems like a really poor decision. Though I suppose we do lose to Cyclone Flip, Summon Harvey Lady Sisters, and 2 low levels. But then this would have lost to a Counter Pigeons. So, can't really say either way is great. Do you think Arena will play Cyclone? I don't know. The card draw is a very important part of what makes Cyclone good. Is being able to actually get another card on turn 2 and make your play. Alright, so my opponent is thinking, which means they do have something. But hopefully it means it's not good. I feel like if they had a Cyclone, they would have just popped it immediately. Here comes a monster. More back row. And then Cyber Tech. Alright. Bibliotech Alligator is not going to be able to clear this. But the Talismanic Seal Array will allow their lower monsters to do so just fine. Unfortunately. So, it's down to 900. But we are surviving the turn. I'm pretty sure. Oh, they actually then summon out a Harpy Lady Sisters. Very clever. But that's not good enough. As they don't have other monsters available. Fnatic saving me a ton of damage. And leaving me with an invasion on board. Alright, and now we just need to find another boss. And now, if that Fnatic was the monster reincarnation, could be in for... Okay, an invasion. Invasion doesn't do anything. They are on R. So it cannot be destroyed by monster effects. Let's try again. Widespread Moon, solid card. Unfortunately, a Counter Pigeons is pretty devastating here, especially if there are 2 of them. So I think we set, and battle. They do have 1. I can't let them use another one. I have to pass. Pet Dragon, that is a huge monster. Shoot to the Doomed. Very clever. That's game. Yeah, they got me. Oh wait, their face on was a tribute to the Doomed. I could have actually swung with the second invasion. I deserve to do that. I deserve to lose that one. I should have just summoned the second invasion and not attacked at all. And I would have been in a better spot, I think. Against a Gavin. Thunder or Harpy? The eternal question. We shall find out soon when we summon Invasion. Or they will answer it for us. Setting a card. Shadowbuyer is quite nice. But how do I sequence this? So I need to use the Shadowbuyer and the Invasion together. Which means I need the other 2 on board. Because I need these 2 together in order to actually do anything. But can I... Or I can Essel after I Invasion. But this is only level 5, so that's not actually that good. Okay. So we need to Kobold. And then Essel. Wait, no, we need to summon the Shadowbuyer too, though. So we will Essel last, I think. Oh, but we have to discard the Essel. You know what? Fine. If we just Essel and then summon. No. Do we not have a way to use Essel at all? That's wacky. Well, I mean, if... I can Essel now. That's fine. Okay. And we get a Shadow Buyer. And then we can increase the level of the Shadow Buyer. Well, let's mill with the Cobalt. We draw a Cyclone. That's not gonna help. Activate skill. Discard the Cyclone. It's summoned now. We can shuffle back a Babysitter Goat, but we definitely don't want to do that. So instead, we are just going to play like this. Unfortunately, the Essel didn't really help us. And I think we just set the final monster. Nothing too crazy to shuffle back with the Shadow, and we can't use Shadow Buyer's effect anyway. Okay. I think I definitely overthought that and missequenced. But if we summon these two, I mean, we can just discard the Essel. But that just feels so bad. Wait, how did King's Majesty end up there? Oh, Essel sent it. Okay. I was like, I don't remember discarding this. They summon a Sister, so that's gonna be enough to clear the board, as is. But then they summon the L as well. But I'd rather see that than the R. As, I can definitely get in for some nice damage next turn if I find a boss monster. And I mean, we did at least get that done with milling. We got through a ton of cards that weren't boss monsters. Hysteric Force up to 26. Destroying my field one card at a time. We draw Heavy Metal plus Shadow Buyer. I'm pretty sure, and okay, imagine if these were still cards like Ghost Cyclone. We would be so tilted. But instead, they are usable cards. Let's play Shadow Buyer. Then set, wait, but Shadow Buyer doesn't do anything. Right. Okay. Because the Heavy Metal is 2,500 plus 7. That's not lethal. And since there's a third monster on the board, Shadow Buyer doesn't work. But it can send back an invasion. Activate effect. Activate skill. I would like to discard this. Because I need to kill the two actual Harpy Lady boss monsters. And then we will just set this one. Heavy Metal's effect, eat the middle, and swing over there. If this wasn't on board, we would have had a game. Essel tarnished the King's Majesty with her fairy profanity. Very true. Essel is the blasphemer of the deck. The one monster sending their fairy privilege. So my opponent just discarded Tribute to the Doomed with Trick Pigeon. Which I feel must mean I'm either about to get rolled, or they didn't think to just destroy the Heavy Metal. And then swing in with a bunch of monsters. What is going on? Would attacking the normal Harper Lady not been lethal? I'm pretty sure it would have only been 800 damage, because I attacked a 2100 attack point monster. And 13 plus 8 is 21. Alright, we drew monsters. That is game. Currybot, and then Gargoyle, increase level, send you, effect, and that'll do it. They have gone ahead and surrendered. Yeah, this deck is kind of weird. Hashtag quirky. Not like the other decks. Alright, so we are second. Which, I mean, I guess means we are pushing in. However, I'm still not, like, super convinced this is better than going first. Even against Harpy. Oh, and we find someone who's on the pet dragon tech. Or, sorry, the babysitter goat. I was just also distracted by the pet dragon coming in. Okay. This time, we are using Essel. I think. We need to set a monster. And we need another monster on board. Activate skill. We send heavy metal to the graveyard. And then we can summon a heavy metal. And then we absorb Cybertech Alligator. And then we can play down Essel. We drew the Essel double boss hand. We lose Widespread Ruin in the process. But getting another attacker this turn could very well be worth it. Battle. My opponent is at 500 life. It is turn 2. Do I see this deck getting hit after the Goha Festival? You don't mind how powerful it is, and it might get sorted out come the next boss. I mean, I agree with you, but I think it is still going to get hit anyway. Just how it be. A deck this pervasive in the cup is not going to just skate by. They summon another Harpy Lady Sisters. So I mean, there is a chance this is the King's Majesty or or the Widespread. So how do we play around that? I guess we don't. Very cool and good. I mean, we can try to find another boss monster with this guy. And that's about all we can do. I mean, if that's literally any trap card, don't we just kind of die the next turn? So if we swing in, I mean, change you to defense mode, sure. That should help stave off the damage, I think. It is Majesty. Okay. That is better than a Widespread Boon since we actually get to keep the monster on board. Unfortunately, only drawing one card next turn. And a Shield and Sword. That is pretty dangerous. 2 direct attacks is exactly what I was trying to avoid. This one is also reduced to 0, though. But if they have another one... So that is 9. Just barely not enough. But we are... Wait, why'd they concede? I didn't have anything. If I had a card, I would have killed them last turn. I mean, we definitely need to take the wins when we can get them. But I wasn't expecting it at all. I thought we were gonna lose. I think we were in a pretty bad position. Alright, looks like this one didn't count. So we'll go ahead and try again. Alright, so they have set a ton of cards. We do have the Shadow Buyer, plus the Invasion. And I think there is a chance they are an Axel Road player. But maybe not. In any case, I think... Oh, giving up the Majesty is so rough, though. If they are an Overload player. Wait, this card cannot attack either way. Because they only have one monster. So let's think this through a little bit more. Kobold, I'm gonna draw. A Cyclone. Okay, sure. I think we can get rid of the Cyclone. Activate skill, ditch this. Let's try to get in for the 23. And then if they want to Cyclone me, they can. Swing in, see how it goes. This is lethal to a Talismanic plus Magnum Overlord. But that seems pretty unlikely. They do nothing. So, I mean, I'm incentivized to just summon my monsters. And start swinging in. And they concede. That was a really weird game. They must have drawn all of their Suns and Magicians and none of the maximum pieces. We are up first. We have 2 Essels. We probably would have preferred to go second. But that's okay. This is probably a mirror match. Best card to keep in hand is the Shadow Buyer. And that's true regardless of matchup. Let's pass. Viv says that's a typical Overlord brick. What kind of typical Overlord deck has bricks? Our move, they set 4 in path. Or set 4. Probably a lot of Ghost Cyclones in there. I mean, we want to be using our... Do we even want to use the skill, though? I don't think so. I think we just play normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, we can just tribute summon this, and summon a Shadow Buyer, and start swinging. Instead of, like, randomly getting stopped by... No, but I want to put the Fanatic down. So, yeah, okay. I will use the skill. Get this Curry Bot into the grave. And then, tribute 1, 2. And we just summon the Fanatic in attack mode. You see, but the thing is, with 3 set cards, Widespread is pretty devastating. So I could have just summoned and started swinging in. If I didn't think it was gonna be a... Like, if I thought it wasn't a goat, I could have potentially dealt some damage and kept the heavy metal around. Now I'm just kind of walking into them summoning monsters. Gargoyle. Oh, it looks like they are setting up the skill anyway. Hell Tuning Invasion. 2 level 5s. Ditching the monster reincarnation. Invasion, swinging in for 23. Our Fanatic is at least set up though. What do we do now? We have an invasion of our own, but we will lose to an opposing heavy metal on the next turn. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. We just have to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Set this, summon, skill. Send to grave. Effect. Shuffle back in. Anything else worth shuffling? No. So then we invasion. But if they heavy metal us, it's super over. I guess I got a little... Yeah, I might have been able to do some more damage on a previous turn. I think maybe the heavy metal would have been pretty strong. Okay, I think they have it. Or if not, they are digging for it. They had it. They are just BMing. Heavy metal is game. There's an invasion. They did draw 3 high levels, but I guess they got there anyway. An unfortunate turn of events. This game was maybe winnable. If I knew it was a face-down Shadow Buyer and not something with... Wait, I have 100 life. Out of nowhere, I'm still in this. But not really. Because I still somehow drew 2 Ghost Cyclones and no boss monster. What the heck? Yeah, because all they need to do is use the skill. And then I'm dead. And they can absolutely activate the skill. Because I'll have a set monster and they can flip that up. Unfortunate. Let's try again. We were on a nice little win streak for a little bit. But sometimes we aren't going to be able to do it. All the level 7 and 6 and then have the maximum piece or low. It happens every now and then. But it seems pretty rare. Since you have 9 cards that are just free summons. Alright, we are up first. Definitely not using an Essel. We don't want to trigger their own Essels. And I want to keep the Ghost Cyclone potentially live. Let's see what they summon. Duckbill. I think they are going to go into a tribute monster if they're summoning a Duckbill. But I mean, if they just swing with this, it would be funnier. For sure. But no, here is the Stormbolt Destroyer. Probably going to use the effect. Yep. Keeping whatever card it is in hand. Entirely as predicted. Could be another Duckbill, a secondary boss monster, etc. Of course, my Ghost Cyclone is not online as they have no back row. So let's try something else. Setting this. Summon. I could draw another card, but like, what am I even trying to draw? Whatever it is, I'm going to, well, I could get an invasion, actually. Okay. Discard and draw. It's just a goat. Activate the skill. Send a goat. Normal summon heavy metal. And then we will eat the boat. Delicious iron. If you have an iron deficiency, find your nearest vehicle and start chomping. Alright, swing in over the Search Bolt Lizard. And pass. They are down to 2,600. Another heavy metal typically ends the game at any point here. But of course, if they just summon a boss monster, the heavy metal is gonna get rotated. And then I'm gonna be looking all stupid. Especially if they have that. To destroy my King's Majesty, which would have saved me. From a large beating. Trip to the Doomed. Why are they not using the skill? I guess it is more damage this way. But now they just actually die to a heavy metal. I hope I draw a way to bring in heavy metal number 2. Invasion and Shadow Buyer. Hello. Hello. I need to set a card. I'm gonna need the Shadow Buyer on the board, so it can become level 5. I'm gonna need another monster to tribute. I need to discard with Hell Tuning Invasion. And then summon the invasion. But I need to make sure I use the Shadow Buyer first, before I destroy the cards. Otherwise, I'm going to lose. Activate Shadow Buyer. Shuffle back in heavy metal. Invasion. And that should be 3,500. Enough to close the game. And that is just in time for the next ranking update. So we are going to take our water break now. And I will return in a couple of minutes. And we are back. Rankings should be updated. And we are at 81. Back sneaking in to the top 100. Looks like Nana-O is still doing quite well. Oh, and Rahuta is number 16. And then we have... Oh, Chenyu mentioned hitting 35,000, of course. And then Snow Rider, I play against them a ton. I don't know them personally, but no, they are very good. Oh, the Japanese... Oh, there is our good friend, Woo. Blank name. Pretty sure I've played against them a few times. We have definitely played against this player. Lots of Japanese players and a few Koreans. Oh, Silas, of course. How did I not notice me? There we are. Okay. I was looking through names to see what I recognized, and I literally was not able to find myself. Pretty bad. Alright, we are first, with all of our going second cards. But that's not too bad. We can get them onto the board and potentially use the Cyclone later. There is always the chance they also have the Cyclone. But I will take this. It seems like a reasonable start, getting 4 cards deeper into the deck. And walling out pretty well against a heavy metal. With the Currybot being a level 1 monster. So, what are they gonna do? And of course, there's always a chance they don't open any high levels either. And in which case, we just get over to our turn with infinity cards. They summon a Currybot. So I think they have the Currybot Shuffle. No. Okay. Hell Tuning Invasion. They're probably gonna summon an Invasion then. They do have the Currybots, but not Shuffling, because they need to summon an Invasion instead of a Heavy Metal. This makes sense. I'm just hoping the final card is a back row. Back row. Yes. Okay. Now's our chance to make a huge push. We draw. We find an Invasion ourselves. Go Cyclone. Eating this. It was the reincarnation. Okay. We have a ton of cards here. Wait, so did I do the math wrong? If they eat 25 plus 23... That's only 36. Okay. So the Shadow... Oh, but they only have 1 monster on board, so the Shadow Buyer play does not work. Okay. I could Currybot, but then am I in more danger? Maybe. Oh, because it puts me into the Invasion Shadow Buyer combo range, which seems really unnecessary. I do see the issue. Shadow Buyer, do I want to do anything? Nothing worth shuffling back. Gargoyle. Set. Skill. I'm definitely misplaying, by the way. Send the Gargoyle. And then Invasion. Yeah, we don't have the Majesty set up, which is really unfortunate. So I think we need to just summon the Krabot in attack mode. And then throw this down. Swing in for 23. It is not great at all. Our play is bad. I should have kept the extra 500 life points. They have a Cyclone. But that's fine. If they're spending a card to actually remove it, they don't tend to have a lot of extra leeway. And it wasn't even live. It was an invasion. That's 1-2. And Essel can't be used for invasion. That's another good sign. I will take that damage every day. That seems pretty good. Shadow Buyer. So we could eat this. And then flip afterwards. Oh wait, no, we can just invasion and swing in with 2 invasions. Okay. Normal summon the goat. Set this. Activate skill. Discard. We have 2 targets, so let's invasion. And that'll be 4,600. And that is game. I'll send them an ice. I am not really sure that I deserve to win that one. But we will take it. Alright, and after many, many duels, here is our chance again. For the 30,000 barrier that has been holding us back for the last 8 hours. We have failed to reach it, even a single time. Can we do it? We are up second against presumably an Overlord player with no boss monster in sight. Going first could have helped quite a bit. We know they have a green piece. And they tribute a Torna for another boss. And then they set a card. Alright, so they're only at 1 maximum piece. But we are missing plays here. Do I just set 3? They did get rid of a Torna. Which seems like setting 3 might be a good idea. The odds of us drawing exactly a boss monster are well under 50%. And the odds of them getting a second Torna right away are also pretty low. I'm expecting it to be something like a splat. I think this is reasonable. I guess maybe going second means we didn't get hit by this Torna. So who knows? Maybe it means things work out. But no, they have a second Torna. How's the progress? ICK, we are on a rank up match, once again, to 30,000 points. It doesn't seem to be going that well though, to be completely honest. They hit us with the Torna the Windweaver. I guess I could have summoned the Shadow Buyer and tried to swing over it, because answer is also low. But I'm at 0, and they're going in with this Torna. But they do actually hit a Babysitter Goat. So that does give me some respite as we get another card. But still no bosses, which is really problematic. I feel like we have to kind of just go for it and summon the Cobalt, because they know we have a 0 attack monster right here. So I'm gonna try to draw into a boss. Invasion is a boss. Okay. Activate skill. We will discard the Essel. We've got plenty of level 5 monsters. So we go 1, 2. And then Shadow Buyer. Effect. We will be returning a gargoyle, increasing our level to 7. Then we blow up the board. Battle. Swing. That puts them at 4,300. So they would only gain 100 attack if they were to maximum summon right now. So 3,500 would be 2,000. 2,000 plus 1,400. What do they put back on top? They returned blue to the top of the deck. Do we know any other pieces? Yes, we know they have green. So they're holding on to green, and blue is on top of the deck right now. So what are the odds of drawing into a red piece? They would get 3 draws, and they have 3 of them. Hand size. So they have a 21 card deck. There are 3 of these. About a 40% chance. I am going to swing. It is less likely that they draw it than that they do. And if they get it, then they get it. So they had 21 cards in deck. They were drawing 3. They had 3 of them. 38.65. Overwhelmingly in our favor. Queen piece to the grave. And we know they have a blue somewhere as well. Of course, they debuff the invasion. Light Sork can't actually clear this. No high-level monsters in their hand at all. Fire Golem. And another monster. Oh, Talismanic Seal Array does mean the invasion is going down. And as they are only summoning 2 monsters, it also means, no fancy, play for me. Where I get to go Cyclone and win the game. However, just winning the game normally is quite possible. I don't remember if they have a set card or not. Like, I don't remember if that's a triggerable trap. Of course, they clear the kobold as it is able to draw me cards. I mean, I guess we just want an invasion. Heavy metal can get us there, potentially. Let's just play normally. Currybot. Activate effect. We shuffle in an invasion. Only Fiend-type monsters can attack this turn. We're playing around with Recital by not destroying multiple monsters. Or we're just gonna try to swing in with heavy metal. And we have some protection of our own. So let's see if this works. Okay, we got there, and that means we have hit 30,000 points. It took us 8 hours. Or should I say 8.25 hours. Maybe even 8 1/3. To reach this threshold. So at that pace, to reach the top 10 that I know some people are aiming for, would take another 16 hours. We definitely are not doing that. So my goal is probably around, well, okay, I know I just said I wasn't hitting 40,000, but last festival, I was at 39,000 total. So 40,000 seems like a reasonable goal. Do the same as I did last time. which was 50th place at 39k. We have plenty of time. But one thing I think I wasn't really expecting is how competitive this is. 26,000 is already top 100. I think there are going to be more players than last time, and we're going to need a higher total score in order to properly compete. And I remember it was just like this last time too. It would take something like 8 hours, 6 hours to climb 5,000 points. So if I want to claim another 10,000, that would be a lot of streaming to do. Not sure I will actually be doing that. Alright, our move. We draw an invasion and a shadow buyer. Seems like a reasonable start. Summon this. Summon this. Summon this. Oh, we might be playing against Thunder though, which is kind of what we in the industry like to call bad for our lifespan. That said, we are still going in. Increase level. Shuffle back a kobold. And then swing in 1,200. And 23. Okay, if both of those cards are bluffs, there is a chance we can win. There is always the chance of an explosive shield and sword play like that. But as long as they don't KO us from actually full, then maybe it's okay. They did not find a boss monster, which does neuter the push quite a bit. But they did set 2 new cards face down. So even if I draw a Cyclone, I'm not going to be sure what to hit. And I don't draw a Cyclone anyway. Which means it is time to play monsters in defense mode. And pass. Stormbolt makes sense. And another Piercing Samurai. Could be tricky. I am getting hit by a huge Piercing Samurai. But this one actually takes them damage. Leaving them in range to a single invasion blow. But we can't go Cyclone here. There's no way this works. I would be so shocked. I mean, we summon Fanatic. Activate skill. Send to graveyard. There is literally no way. Set this. And it's gotta be widespread. So we set this. It is widespread. And then we just hope our board is able to take a hit. 2,200 means they do need to finish with a boss monster. So if there's anything like a Piercing Samurai in the works, then we might be able to do it. Welcome, Jigglypuff. We see the Stormbolt. I'm thinking we might be swiftly going back down under 30,000. But that's okay. Wait. It's another Stormbolt Destroyer. Okay. If that was a Trigger Drago, it would have been a huge misplay. but they get there. I will send them an ice. Don't know what else I could have done. How many cyclones do I run? I'm not on Fire Breath, no. I was on 3 at the start of the event, but I kept drawing so many hands where I would draw 2 cyclones in a row in the middle of the game. Or I would draw them at the start and my opponent wouldn't have anything for me to actually hit. Okay. Very funny. But if they have an Essel, I just lose. But if I don't do anything, I also just lose. I have to dig. This is not looking good. No Essel, please. Cyclone. And now I wait to see if they summon an Essel or not. They are digging. It only takes a couple games to send us catapulting right back down to 25,000. And then it'll be another 8 hours until we recover again. Or maybe somehow they aren't thinking about how to use that Essel to kill me. They're thinking, wow, how did I draw no boss monsters? I can't do anything. Who knows? All we can do is sit here and wait. And listen to the music. Shadow Buyer, that's fine. Wait, if they just have a monster, how did that take them so long? This is like the most basic play of the deck. But yeah, that is a full 27. Or 37, I mean. Which is rough. I guess we set this. And then set this. And then we're low enough where we can't just absorb it with a heavy metal blow anyway. We have to actually play this. Activate skill. I'm pretty sure it's more damage if we pitch the invasion. Make sure we shuffle a card back in. I will choose Invasion. Unfortunately, since they got the Cyclone, all we can do is hope they don't find a high-level monster. Or that they find 4 of them. Seems unlikely. Any normal draw kills me. They are digging, but is the digging BM? Who knows? Shadow Buyer. And there we go. They have so got this. Wait. Do they not have this? We are somehow still in this game. But that doesn't seem very promising either. They would have just conceded if they didn't have anything. And we can't use the Cyclone. And we do nothing either. What a turn of events. I guess we are setting this. And then using our own Shadow Buyer. And of course they have something. They would have conceded if not. We get in for 200. Not very much at all. And they get 4 more cards to try to find a boss. I think we are still digging for it. I mean, I think they probably found it. But I think that kobold wasn't BM. I think they are actually digging or needed to do it. And then I'm pretty sure we die. Wow. Seriously. Wow. This is the funniest replay ever. So we both brick on the levels for multiple turns. And now surely they have it. There's not a single boss monster in their entire graveyard. Alright, there we go. They have found it. Why is it taking so long? There we go. Oh, I guess they are afraid of me actually having the widespread. But I wasn't able to find that either. If I just had the widespread, I need to save this replay. Oh, welcome, Rahata. I completely missed that you were here. I'm sorry for not responding earlier. Do desu ka? Genki. This shouldn't be a Thunder deck since they are actually on a skill. Alata-san wa, トップ20ですよね。さすが。Alright, so they are swinging in with 2 monsters. We aren't using our trap. Okay. The heavy metal should be a little bit less damage than invasion. Or it should be equal. So having the heavy metal for later makes more sense. Or can I just bring both of them out? I mean, I have the gargoyle. So if I gargoyle, and then... No, that takes a discard. That's lame. Okay. Still, I should do it. Normal summon. I'm pretty sure I messed up. I could have done this while saving heavy metal, which is my out to maximum monsters. So I could have done an invasion play here and been fine. Would have accomplished the same amount of damage. And I'd much rather have the heavy metal in hand for later. So that was a definite misplay. Two Atrons. These could become pretty powerful monsters if they choose to debuff themselves. We do have an invasion already in our hand though. Oh, but it's an Essel set, which means we wouldn't be able to use the effect of invasion. And it looks like they have some monsters able to clear me anyway. So, if that is the case, I probably don't bother stopping the attacks. I want them to clear my board so my invasion can come in normally. Okay. That's fine. Okay. So now I need to just resolve this invasion. Oh, and we get a Shadow Buyer as well. Not bad. Shadow Buyer, set. And then set again. Skill. Discarding another Shadow Buyer. And then normal summon. And then Shadow Buyer is going to use the effect, sending a monster back into the deck. This will increase the level to 7, allowing it to attack this turn. We also return heavy metal, so we have more outs in case they somehow draw all of the Yggdrago pieces. Battle phase and swing in. We've seen no spell and traps from them, so this might be some kind of monster mash to really power in the Attitude Hydrons. However, we've already seen 4 of their boss monsters. There's a pretty good chance they aren't able to find anything to summon this turn. And then if they don't, we could be in a good spot. Alright, Ragnarok is activating. But this time, surely they only have one boss monster. This makes sense. So if I negate the attack, does that help me in any way? I would still be losing my entire board. So not really. No. Unless it would prevent game, which I don't think it does. So I'm fine with letting these through. Yeah, okay. And now we just need 200 damage, which we have. Summon the Essels, and then Invasion can just swing in. 1, 2. And we actually get another win. And we're reaching the pretty upper echelons. Echelon. Well, no, we're not. We're still actually under 30,000. I thought we had already turned it around, but we've actually just been in that game for so long. I thought we were back at 30. My mind is apparently going numb with all of the games we've been playing. We are up first. Usually that's a good sign. A hand like this, probably better suited for going second. 1, 2, 3. A hand like this, we would have been able to Essel, revive a heavy metal, and Invasion. But we won the coin flip, so now we're in kind of a bit of an awkward spot, where we have 2 high-level monsters already in our hand. And we're gonna need to find a bunch of not these cards in order to play the game. It is Magnum. Are they just gonna normal summon a 7's Road? That feels weird. Setting to back row. And then what's their final card then? Another green piece. They are wilding. But they actually clear the board. Oh, but they are preventing me from using my Cyclone. Very interesting. We have a Shadow Buyer. This seems like a good setup. Mill this. Summon you. Activate the skill. Hell Tuning Invasion. We will send Gargoyle away. This is level 5. And we can increase it further. Shuffle away Heavy Metal. Normal summon. Over the 2 level 5s. And we annihilate their board. They probably have the Monster Reincarnation, but still the odds of drawing both of the other pieces is low. So we swing in. I will go do the math right now. They have a 25 card deck. They are drawing 5 cards. It's a 22% chance to find both other colors, assuming they do have a reincarnation set in the first place. Shield and Sword. I mean, that is problematic, especially when they get 2 more back row. And we still are not able to Cyclone anything. However, are we able to just play Yu-Gi-Oh? And win that way? Not quite. If if we had more low-level monsters, we'd be a lot closer. Essel. Let's use Essel's effect. And then Shadow Buyer. We're already gonna have monsters on board. Or in hand. One, two. Well, if they have a widespread, I can actually prevent from dying by setting a monster. That seems reasonable. Okay. Because now if they overload, they'd have to attack a set monster. Seems reasonable. Of course, they could still win with just like 7-zone Magician beat down. Because this is not a super high defense monster. If I had saved the Essel, then I would at least have forced a little bit more. Okay. We are still alive. Somehow. Yeah, Invasion and Heavy Metal both aren't game here, though. We need a set monster. And we need to set another monster. There's one Heavy Metal left. If I Invasion, I feel like I could lose to so many more cards. But I mean, people aren't running them. They aren't running cards like Barrier. Oh, but I have to discard one of them anyway. Okay. If that is the case, I will set and then activate skill. And I will lose out on you. We have a level 5 or higher monster, so we have a middle again. Let's set a face down. And then Heavy Metal attack. Bonko. I don't have any particular goal. I guess top 100 would be nice. I definitely don't want to fight through all those people that are trying to get to top 10. That is way too much effort. They are so far ahead. I guess I feel some sense of obligation to defend my title. But I mean, this Ghost Cyclone is absolutely ending this game right now. It's so over. I thought with the Majesty, I'd be in an okay spot. But I guess it just let them cyclone my defenses. But I couldn't have just used Invasion or anything either. Because it's too high of a level. Anyway, they got me. I think I do want to try hitting 30,000 again. Though it might take me another 8 hours. And then I would like to go take a break for food. Like a longer one than the quick breaks I have been taking. It's a good spot to have a reset. Alright, we are up first. Reasonable hand. Let's go ahead and set some monsters. Much less reasonable. We don't like having 2 high-level monsters in our hand right now. But I also can't really summon them. Well, I mean, I could summon them. I guess I could summon the Heavy Metal, and if they don't draw a high-level monster, they'd actually be having trouble clearing it. Yeah, because a board like this doesn't clear a Heavy Metal. So maybe I should be summoning it turn 1. Oh, that just feels so wrong, though. Oh wait, they want me to not activate Ghost Cyclone. Okay. But I will be activating Invasion. Summon Gargoyle. Activate Skill. Discard you. I can shuffle it back if I want to. But do I even want to? Invasions aren't as good. And we already have a backup boss in hand. Let's blow them up and swing in for 23. Their final card is probably some kind of maximum piece. But drawing 2 of them... I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not even a KO. They don't have the talismanic set up. Well, I guess they would. After a maximum summon, they could discard a card. Alright, here's a blue. And more back row. Summons of Magician. Coming on in. Fair damage. And again, no cyclones for me. Not that I'm drawing any. But I can heavy metal here. And I can do it without anything wacky. I could summon both heavy metals. Oh wait, but I can heavy metal Shadow Buyer. That sounds really good. I think. Does it? I have no idea anymore. I mean, I guess I am forcing them to have Widespread Ruin here. Okay. Normal summon. I don't know, maybe summoning the second heavy metal would have been the better play. Hard to know. I could summon the heavy metal here to stop anything like a recital. And it would go up to 4K. Alright, yeah, in case they're running a recital, I'm gonna make this move. But if it's the widespread, it's still the widespread. No, we get in. It is game. And if we can win the next one, we'd be in a good spot. Chen, you reached 40,000. That is crazy. Nice job. Is that top 10? I feel like it's definitely, like, you could be done with the event. And probably still top 100. We are hoping to just win this one more game. And we might finally call it a stream. We want to hit 30,000 again. And then break. Okay. A lone set monster. I mean, heavy metal sounds juicy. And we have, wait, we have an Essel. Okay. So we need to summon a monster. And then we need to summon another monster. And we need to discard heavy metal. clipping that up. Then we go here. 1, 2. This is probably Aqua Thunder. Destroy. Summon Essel. Essel effect revives heavy metal. We lose a widespread ruin. Which is rough, but if they don't have their own, this is a ton of damage. Welcome, Kurosama. You've caught us at what is probably going to be right at the end. Well, I shouldn't say that. If we win this game, we are ending. Because we will have hit 30,000. But if we lose, we will keep going until we find it. The rebels are definitely quite strong. Oh, they're on Harpy. And we can't invasion. Because this Essel is just sitting here. But I mean, it did so much work for us already. We can Cobalt and try to draw into a heavy metal. Another Cyclone. Comical. I mean, this is still lethal if either of our attacks go through. All we need is one of the two. How many new cards did they set face down? Only one of them was a new trap. But it could have been something like a counter pigeons. I'm going for it. Recital. I'm okay with that. That doesn't even kill my guy. Recitals are fine. End turn. We didn't lose to a bunch of counter pigeons, destroying our monsters. We are still in this game. Welcome back, Penguin. And I see we have debate in the chat. Kuro, a Royal Rebel fan, and Anthrax, not a huge enjoyer. My opponent is thinking. I mean, they probably don't know both of our set cards are Ghost Cyclones. And aren't going to be doing anything. So they're trying to figure out how to out the board without immediately losing to my very spooky trap cards. That I definitely have. Well, that is a really weak turn. I mean, but it does get them somewhere. I mean, as long as we're able to summon a boss, this game is over. And we summon a boss. Okay. Set a monster. Summon a monster. Activate skill. The Kraybot is in the grave. Invasion is summoned. And there goes the Harpies. Don't think there should be anything that can stop us. And we have done it. We are back at 30,000 points. Okay, I know I just said I was trying to stop, but I feel like we just got three or four new people joining the stream. So now I kind of want to keep going again. Just one more game, and then one more game, and one more game. Let's see how it goes. I'm not stopping below 30,000. So I either win and then we consider taking the break, or we lose, and then we have to play more games. Let's see how it goes. We are up first, and we are fighting an archive skill, Thunder or Harpy. 2 boss monsters, turn 1. We will set the monsters. You know, I could have used this to, too thin. But it is how it is. I will simply draw the level monsters. It's that easy. Essel. That's why I was afraid of pushing harder. And they actually find a very good card. The best card to deal with my deck. Seems concerning. And I mean, there's no way they don't have more to back this up. Back row. We're gonna invasion if we can. But if they have something like a pigeons, we are going to feel the burn. Okay, and we can. We need a set monster. So we can't Currybot shuffle because we need to have 2 level 5s. So we activate the skill. Hell Tuning Invasion. Heavy Metal sent to the grave. Invasion, wipe these 2. And then we try to get in for 200. If it's a recital, we're okay with that. But if it's counter pigeons, we are in a very bad spot. But that is just kind of an SL high roll. If it is. Alright, we get in for 200. So this could be their own Go Cyclone. That's the current read, but it could be a Talismanic Seal Ray as well. But we know it's not any kind of trap. Crew says, lack of a variety in the current format. Harpies, Cybers. So, I would say Harpies are very free-to-play friendly. And as you can see, we've definitely played a ton of them. However, the Cybers deck, I have not been seeing a ton of players on. For sure. I think I want to just set these, since they have a defense stat. Would like to be doing more here, but no boss is no boss. Really, Quantum. I am shocked you haven't seen a lot of Harpy players. I would say in terms of popularity, Harpy on the ladder is definitely number 1. And they've been pretty popular in this event as well. But the ones you're mentioning too are good. Rebels and Magnum are probably my most popular things to see in general, or at least in this event, followed by the Thunder and Harpies. Oh, especially in Stage 1. Yeah, Harpies in Stage 1 is probably the only deck I saw. Realistically. All of the Rebel players were waiting for Stage 2. My opponent's taking a really long time here. Hopefully they got busy and have to leave. No, Trick Pigeon is coming in, and that's really bad. Being able to get back the card that is our Bane kind of sucks a lot. And they actually have multiple bosses this time. Wow, they are boosting up. If there is some way to save the invasion, I will do it. But I'm not expecting it to be the case. What we need is for them to swing into this first. And then my trap card would be live. They actually run into that first, which is pretty funny. And they clear the invasion, of course. And that. I do have to keep a gargoyle, which is okay. Another invasion. We will take it. Fanatic is definitely going away. And then I want the buyer on board. And then we can activate the skill. We will ditch this one. And then activate Shadow Buyer, so it goes up in level. Let's send back Heavy Metal. And then we can Invasion. Activate the effect. And set a trap. Battle, I'm pretty sure this is still a bluff. So we are getting in for solid damage. And unless I summon out multiple ghost cyclones from nowhere, we should be okay. Yeah, Harpies being free-to-play friendly is a large reason why they're so popular. Wait, I would not agree, that I see a ton of Harpy players maximum summoning. I have definitely lost, a couple of games where they do get it turn 2, but it is certainly not the norm. This is actually kind of fine if they're not even able to deal with the boss monster. I want to use the skill again. So we need a defense mode monster. And we also need this. And then activate, sending the Cyclone as our field is full. Heavy Metal comes in. Set and Heavy Metal pop. And I'm hoping this is game. And we do it. Alright, so we now have a bit of a buffer. Above 30,000. So we will play until we lose. Yeah, I would say there has been a surprising amount of variety in the previous fest. It was mostly Resonance and decks countering Resonance, but here it's Harpy, Thunder, Rebels, Overlord, all kind of being pretty good. The only issue I have is that it makes it harder for me to actually tailor my deck to counter specific things. Alright, we see Archive skill, Thunder or Harpy. What will it be? Play the roulette. I will set this one. I am a little bit concerned about the Harpies, of course. 1 and 3 to flip up a monster I don't really want. Oh, and they Ghost Cyclone too. I mean, it was only my own Cyclone, so it's fine. But we would have liked to see a little bit better. Fortress, this might be a rematch. I don't think too many people are on Dragon. Wow. Prismatic Seal Array. Must be nice. I don't think I've pulled a single Prismatic. The only two I have are the Pierce and Dion Keto that I got for free from the packs. Like the guaranteed ones. Alright, and here comes the big switch, but they don't target the 0. That saves us 1,000 life. Losing Shadowfire is fine. We want to see an invasion, but we see this instead. Still kind of fine with that. Let's summon Cobalt. And we will activate the skill. Wait, but I want a Shadow Buyer. Oh, but we don't know if we need to yet. Okay. Activate the skill first. Send you to grave. 400. That means the Shadow Buyer is actually live. Okay. Activate Shadow Buyer and send back the other Shadow Buyer. And then we Heavy Metal, and we get in for a ton here. Let's activate the effect, eat you, set. Battle phase, swing. I mean, it's not lethal, but this is a huge tempo swing. My opponent's last card in hand, it had to be another low level monster, so it shouldn't be anything super threatening. And they concede. We get another win under our belt. Oh, using 10 win streak with Psychics is actually incredible. Nice work. Congratulations. And we are fighting a Roman. Speaking of Psychics, but of course they are on an archive skill. I have yet to encounter a single Psychic player this festival. In terms of setup, I think the obvious sets are you, and you. End turn. If they are Harpies, only a 1 in 3 to hit correctly. And I get to keep card draw. And I avoid any weird piercing with the Fanatic. Essel. Looks like a Thunder deck, for sure. But they aren't choosing to actually special summon. Perhaps they don't have any high level monsters. Alright, Essel. 2 in 3 chance for us to keep a monster on board. But do we even want to keep a monster on board? That is a good question. Depends on if we draw a Ghost Cyclone. But usually more cards are better, of course. And we are keeping a monster. Essel cannot clear. Would have liked to see an invasion. And I guess we wanted it cleared since we had a Ghost Cyclone on top. But that is fine. Cobalt coming in. Let's activate the effect. And send this. A Shadow Buyer. Not bad. Summon the Shadow Buyer. Activate skill. We will send the Cyclone away. Then we can normal summon here. We need to use Shadow Buyer to increase the level. And we will send back a Kobold. Then we can set, and then we can absorb the Light Sorcerer. I could pick the Sanctity one, but it's fine. Swing in. They have the Widespread. Or not. It might be a barrier then. Or a Curtain of Sparks. Okay, so if they're running Curtain of Sparks, I guess we just end. Because they had an activatable trap card that they didn't use. And I don't want to touch that. Now, the other issue is we are probably playing a Thunder player. And as you can see, our board is not ready for a Trigger Drago. Long says I should be in the top 100. I agree. We are just playing until we lose a round. And then we're gonna head off for a break. Which is nice. I could use one. Oh, I actually like the Aqua deck. Why don't you like it, Kuro? Oh, they are on a Magician's Shuffle. Out of nowhere. Definitely a rare deck. And they're sending a DMG to the graveyard. Do they have a Magic Curtain? Another Essel. Wait, actually, this is so genius. Essel can revive the turn 2 Dark Magician. That is so clever. I love it. Anyway, my opponent has some 2500s. I'm pretty sure there is another Dark Magician Girl. No. Okay. This can clear the board. If they're willing to get rid of their Dark Magician. Seems... Well, I guess I just wanted to have an empty hand. So, this is a funny deck. Magician Shuffle, activating the skill, and then trying to revive with Essel. I respect it. Currybot is live. But yes, I do need an extra card. Okay. Currybot, activate effect. Add to hand. Then we set a card. Then we activate skill. Send this to grave. Tribute summon. Eat the light sork. And then set 2 more. Battle. I know they have a trap. Oh. That actually works out for me. I'm fine with that. It didn't actually stop me from destroying the monster, because we gained 1500. You love to see it. Agros make me uncomfortable in a way or another. Viv says, my wives, because all 3 of the Essels were on board at the same time. Before being carelessly tossed away and sacrificed for some dude in a wacky hat. The guy she tells you not to worry about. Alright, we see a gazelle. So I guess they are on a beast engine, which we somehow didn't notice because they were too busy opening multiple light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Magic Curtain brings in a DMG at the low cost of 1,000 life points, putting them in range of an invasion kill. Maybe they just don't have any other monsters. I have no idea what is going on. Torn of the Windweaver. 50-50. Looks like they missed. Gazelle. But I mean, it's good enough. But they crash again. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because invasion at any time is able to clear the board. Alright, we find an invasion. We need a defense mode monster. And then we need a fiend. Activate skill. Hell tuning invasion. Normal summon. Invasion. There is no way that card is the widespread. They would have used it 10 million turns ago. How many horsepower are in a beast engine? The world needs to know. Right, and it is a Roa. Plenty of things to go against. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Kuro. So we are second without an Essel or a boss. Usually not a great sign. Ghost Cyclone, always a useful top deck. Except for when it's not. But hitting a widespread into an Essel, those are the kinds of things we can appreciate around here. Cobalt, send Fanatic. Gargoyle, not quite good enough. So we will Essel. And see what we find. Nothing worth summoning. So we say no. And then we summon Gargoyle. And we activate the effect. we will pitch the Curry Bot, thinning our hand and making it more likely for us to find a boss monster on the next turn. Now the issue is, a lot of these are probably going to have high defense stats, but we will do what we can. SL, that's fine. Alright, and we actually cleared 2 of the monsters. Not so bad. Unfortunately, the Ghost Cyclone into SL play didn't seem as crazy as it could have been. But we did get the Widespread Ruin out of the way. So, an invasion this turn for 2300 wouldn't be the worst thing. Krabot coming in. And it looks like they are actually going for a heavy metal. And if they heavy metal me, they might not actually be able to clear the board. It is a 2500 swing, so it's a little bit more than invasion, but it keeps our SL alive. Unless they choose to destroy the gargoyle, or unless they choose to keep gargoyle, for some reason. This is the right move, for sure. Yikes, okay. Defense mode. Set. Swing. We get a little silly as a treat. Sometimes there are just no boss monsters in the top half of the deck, which means we have been freed from our prison and can go get some food. I will go check on Twitch whether or not anyone else is streaming the Goha festival, or if there's anyone I know online in general. Looks like Gamers is online. Are they playing Rush? No, it's some kind of weird speedrun. Well, I'll still then send you all over there and see what it is. We are taking a break at, I want to say 31k. Oh, they were also a very high-ranking player. Didn't even lose a full 1,000. So raid Icy Gamers. Okay. And then 2 at the end. And thank you everyone for watching.